Here's that Unite move from Trevenant. Oh, Zacian's going to be the first to fall here. Trevenant also getting chopped down to size. Glaceon down as well in version 1. Scrambling, trying to find anything on Bibs in full control of this game.
Yeah, just kind of getting picked apart. I do got to admire Smuglax's attempt there on the Trevenant.
Look for a rip here on Groudon. It's getting close to half.
Yeah, it's already at half. Very low. Here comes a fly from Talonflame. They're going to look for it, but the coup de grace! It's going to be Aegislash that secures it. Now Sugar Rush is getting absolutely dissolved. 4 KOs. Snorlax going to be the next to fall. Adorable Wolves. They're going to win this set 2-0.
That was a really, really tough one. I mean, the Talon, I thought for sure the Fly ended up having it, but it really did just come down to that flip in the end. I think the call from
really tough, gonna get some shielding to Ian, and with 2 down, Ian's gonna look towards onto this Groudon. Already at half HP, Smuglax trying to get in, Liko trying to line up a snipe shot. Cute Charm is gonna pull him away, but it is Liko! Just in time, they steal the Groudon! Version 1 wipes him from the map, and they are gonna win your Underdunk 61.
Man.
To push forward, Garchomp move, Unite move into the back line, gonna damage the Suicune, send them back to the Pokemon Center. They weren't able to use that Unite move. Groudon now at half HP. Zoroark, oh, they get caught out, unable to use their Unite move. NA has one final shot to try to steal this away and salvage the game. Do they have it in them? They do! Huge Garchomp Dragon!
Damage, unfortunately, it is being healed up quite a lot by this Clefable. What an engagement there by the Garchomp. Takes down Lucario very instantly.
Talonflame goes down as well, though. Purple Kevin on this Hoopa is bringing in the team with the rings unbound. They're dangerously low, but Regieleki gonna walk towards that T1 goal zone. Hoopa is down. Rest of the reinforcements are here for version 1. Whoa. And it is gonna be the Blaziken getting a double KO, and a snipe shot finds the back line, too. Focus Blast is going to force out a Unite move from Glaceon. They're going to be able to find any damage anyway. Oh, the Hornleys misses the Hoopa portal, and Blaziken gets to safety. Here's that Unite move from Trevenant. Oh, Zacian's going to be the first to fall here. Trevenant also getting chopped down to size. Glaceon down as well in version 1. Scrambling, trying to find anything on Bibs in full control of this game.
Yeah, just kind of getting picked apart. I do got to admire Smuglax's attempt there on the Trevenant.
Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. It is great to be back for Underdunk number 63. It's been a couple of weeks. Floof might be about to bite my feet right now, but we are so back.
Oh, okay.
I know, he just arrived. I don't know if he's needs like a snack or something.
To each their own, I guess.
Not my favorite snack, but whatever. But we have a lot to get into today, but before that, let's welcome on in not only Floof down here, but welcome in Husky. Husky, welcome back. How are you doing today?
Hi. We might end up getting a cat or two in here, probably, because likely Bren will come in to... I just bought her a PC for her birthday, which was yesterday, and so now we both get to be gamers in our little office setup. But we're playing Pokemon Unite today, which I forgot was a game because of the release of Legends ZA. I don't know if y'all have been engaging in the game, but I have done little else besides go to work, come home, eat, and play Legends ZA until I have to go to bed. So I need to relearn Pokemon Unite, and I'm looking forward to it this evening.
Yeah, I think I've played like a grand total of 5 games in maybe like the last 10 days, because yeah, like you, I've been playing Legends ZA, and I keep almost saying Legends Arceus, because obviously that's been like the game to play. Just Legends in general. But yeah, like you said, we do have a whole Pokemon Unite tournament ahead of us. Not only that, we've had a lot of updates since the last one. But let's go ahead and talk
Yeah.
about the patch very briefly, because I do believe we have some gamers that are almost ready.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I know, right? The
Yeah, we
Guardian
do have to
Awakening
talk about
patch.
that for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, let's talk about the
Yeah,
patch at least a little bit.
I mean, we got a notice of it yesterday, and then the patch is now live. I was just saying it backstage, this is one of the most confusing patches to me. Like, some of it makes sense. Empoleon needed a nerf. I believe Venusaur needed a nerf after the big root introduction. But everything else is kind of really confusing. I guess that just, like, it kind of indicates that Unite's balance in terms of Pokemon selections is in a decent enough spot where when they do adjust things, it's like, I don't know if that really needed to be changed. But I just feel like, how did Suicune skate through another round of patch notes? It's confusing to me.
Yeah, I am still flabbergasted by that. We do have some stats that we could go over at some point tonight, but I do want to talk about a fun thing that we're going to be doing very soon. So I have a great announcement for everybody that's wanting to join in and watch Underdunk. I'll play it again at some point later tonight once we get the normal crowd ready to go, but I won't talk about it too much because I'm going to let this trailer speak for itself.
The great Stoic philosopher and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius left us with the famous quote, "Live each day as if it is your last." And I do believe he was specifically referencing this Pokemon Unite tournament. In life, you have very few moments where you can really achieve, truly dream, and actually play in a Pokemon Unite tournament. Before LAIC and all the quote-unquote official tournaments, we will bring you a tournament so epic that it will make Marcus Aurelius turn over in his grave, wherever that is. Spraggles presents, in association with the Content Cowboy Corporation, said that wrong, the first and last annual over-under-dunk Groudon Gauntlet. The final reckoning. Let's prove Marcus Aurelius wrong or right. I'm losing the plot of this, but it's a big Pokemon Unite tournament. November 8th. If you're not there, then I feel sorry for you, but I will also hold it against you personally. Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Okay.
So good.
Big shout out to Spraggles for putting that trailer together. Hi, Miss. Hi, Bren. Happy belated birthday, Bren.
Kyle says
yeah.
happy belated birthday.
Big shout out to Spraggles for making that trailer. But like Coach said,
Yeah, that's a great trailer.
I just
So
dropped.
good.
I just dropped a link in there. There is the Start GG page is up and running. So November 8th, it's going to be a Saturday afternoon tournament. So hopefully we have a good participation. It's going to be run by us here at Underdunk in association with obviously Spraggles. It'll be on Spraggles, Twitch and YouTube. And then also I believe Zoinks is going to come around and probably Dupe Snacks and probably some of the other casters that you know and love. I think
Woohoo!
us. Hopefully you love us.
Squad.
Do you love us? I hope you love us.
Please tell me I'm good.
Please tell
I'm
me,
good.
tell us I'm good. But with
Please
that
tell me I'm
said, we do have a draft getting ready to
Let's
go
go.
here, and we have a little bit of data. Top picks and top bans from Underdunk number 62. Shout out Unite API and Bina for putting all that together. But not only do we have picks and bans and stats, we have an additional ban slot in tournament mode finally.
We have what we've been asking for, which kind of, I guess, confirms that, like, we are getting 3 bans, I guess, in competitive because of tournament mode having it, which is fantastic. There's so many more Pokemon that exist in the game now, so I love that we have 3 bans. Speaking of, we are seeing that Darkrai being banned. Now, I haven't seen any games since the new patch, but I guess the Darkrai buffs were enough for Apple Juicers here to be prioritizing getting that ban out of the way.
Yeah, I think, like, one of the things that I resonate with a lot with what Chris Heroes has talked about is he's like, I don't care how much this Pokemon gets nerfed or buffed, I'm going to want to ban it regardless because it's just so incredibly unfun to play against.
Yeah, if somebody plays it, it's just really tough. What's interesting here is that we have no third ban, so I wonder if we will be seeing that being like either they forgot or we might be seeing it as like a strategy if they want something very specific. But we are going to see Snorlax getting locked in, another Pokemon that is very, very strong. We see it being picked 85% of the time, and somehow that Pokemon also skated through those nerfs.
I feel like Big Justice. What a good name. I think I have to switch the team names here because I believe it's 5 Rillabooms on the left side.
Oh, okay.
And then it's TR on the right side. So let me just get that updated. But yeah, Big Justice. I guess that makes sense with the big booms.
Yeah, we need 5 big booms out here. But we also see Blaziken coming out, another Pokemon that for some reason got buffed. Don't know why we would have seen it get buffed, but we did. And Eldegoss, a supporter that's always very good, but did also get a little bit of help to its lesser used moveset in the previous patch. So I don't know if you'll be seeing Leaf Tornado come out. I wouldn't think so, honestly, because of Pollen Puff being so valuable in that support role. But it is still a really, really good support, and generally, it's still being picked up competitively regardless.
Well, unfortunately, there's been a crash, so I think potentially what we had thought and all the things that we've talked about since the drop started. I believe the third ban ended up crashing, which is probably why there's no third ban on the left side.
Probably why there's no third ban.
Yeah, that definitely has stuff. So we are going to be remaking this, at least a majority of this draft. So, yeah, I don't think that we'll see a double
then why
attack.
Why don't we just like go to some stats then?
Yeah, let's talk about stats. We will go over to our top picks for what we had.
Yeah, we can talk about some percents. Let's go.
Yeah.
This is such an adorable graph. I love the way this looks.
Thank you. I worked hard. I'm still like tweaking where, trying to put exactly where I want the numbers and the outline just to make them look presentable, but it's all through Google Sheets. So part of the reason why some of the players we've asked for the Unite API ID during registration is so that we can easily pull the data and get you guys the hard stats about what Pokemon are getting picked in this tournament and which ones are getting banned, what are the actual win rates. So that's part of the reason why. So we've been wanting to put a little bit more analysis, and this is the output of that.
Yeah, it's really great to be able to see a lot of the data because the game itself doesn't really give us a lot of options to pull that data. And I think in games like this, that the numbers are they're very telling and really important. You see Snorlax being picked up so much, but it's only winning half the time, which honestly does make sense because of, if it's being picked 85% of the time, it can't also be winning 85% of the time because the other team is getting it sometimes, etc. So it's kind of shaking out that way. But I think some of the more interesting ones are those lower picked but higher won Pokemon you see with Leafeon, Clefable, and Palmot especially, as well as Lucario. Pokemon that aren't picked as much, but when teams are picking it, they are performing really well.
Yeah. The one that surprised me the most was the Mew, where it got picked a decent amount, but the win rate was just abysmal.
Yeah, poor Mew.
Poor Mew. What did Mew ever do? And it got buffed, so it's just maybe also kind of speaks for the volumes of which, it does still take a pretty high skill ceiling to really perfect this Pokemon.
Yeah, and it just also kind of shows, if you look at the roles of these Pokemon that are coming out, you can really see only 2 attackers on the board at all, and both of them have a very low win rate for the amount that they are being picked. You would not expect Mew to be losing that much. Same with Venusaur, even though it did get nerfed. I do think that was more because of the introduction of Big Root, and Petal Dance was played a lot. Solar Beam had also recently gotten buffed. So like solo queue Venusaur was pretty crazy, but we're seeing in tournaments like attackers just aren't performing super, super well. So I'm interested, getting into this first set and for the rest of tonight, like, are we going to be seeing any of these attackers? They tried to change Alolan Raichu a little bit, and everything like that, but we're still not seeing attackers performing well.
Yeah, it's kind of just a weird spot for a lot of attackers. Like, there's not, like, outside of, like, ones that can kind of almost self-sustain, Pokemon that can take objectives off the map, like, your ADCs. Those ones tend to do pretty well into this current meta, but yeah, like you said, it's just, a lot of them have kind of looked lackluster and haven't really, lived up to the hype around, what people like to do with attackers. Inteleon has almost been completely absent from play.
I know, and it didn't really even get nerfed back. Like, it just, if you play it and you're really good with it, it's good. But generally, we're in a more burst-heavy, brawl-heavy meta, so it's just teams really aren't favoring it. So far, we don't see any attackers coming out in the draft, but we do see that third ban, which does end up being that that Umbreon. But yeah, the Blissey Darkrai Umbreon being banned, not super surprising to see. But with a lot of these supporters being banned or picked on the other side, seeing the Alchemy come out on the side of TR is definitely an interesting call. I really, really love this Pokemon, and I do hope that it starts to see a little bit of niche play.
Okay, Alchemy. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the Alchemy. I don't know about you. I know you, when it first came out, played it a lot. I've been playing it a decent amount this season, and it does seem really strong, and I like that all of the movesets seem pretty viable depending on, how you want to play it. I've been really enjoying Sweet Scent, especially into heavy dive, so that moveset's been really good, but even just like the Recover moveset's been really fun.
Yeah, I think that Recover is definitely better suited for competitive because it's more of a skill shot heal move. But Decorate is still like really strong. It plays more like Safeguard, and with Blissey Safeguard being so strong, and still we're seeing it banned, and for some reason the healing moveset even got buffed. I think that teams picking up Alchemy kind of in place of that similar role is definitely good. On both of these sides, the last picks end up pulling out some attackers. I do like this Glaceon pick, especially going into a Suicune with a lot of CC, because you really can stay out of the way with Icicle Spear. But what's interesting about TR's composition is you have your two EXP shares on. Notably, neither of them are on this Snorlax, so we could be seeing a Flaillax.
I think it's very possible at this point, especially if you want to kind of brawl with the Pawmot and brawl with the Serena and maybe even just slap that Crustle once or twice. And I don't know, I kind of like it. I mean, Snorlax is kind of polarizing in that some people think that it should only play in like that true tank role. Some people think that, it can thrive in this all-roundery type of role still, despite getting some nerfs to that moveset more recently. I don't know. I think it's fun to just see when teams pick which one, and I think Snorlax, like you said, 85% pick rate that last tournament. That's very notable.
It is. I think it's definitely more so played in that traditional tank role, but I am not upset to be seeing it played in a little bit of a different way here. Game number 1, here we go.
Game 1 of your winners round 1, Clefairy, along with that Serena going to be heading to your top path, and it is going to be Glaceon down in the bottom path, so they're giving that central area to the Pawmot.
That is interesting. I know that both of the teams were switching around a little bit just kind of for fun, so I don't think that the Pawmot had an attack weight on, so it definitely doesn't need that, or maybe it did. I think it actually did end up having an attack weight on at that last second, so that's going to be interesting to see it try to stack a little bit later after it comes out of that central area. But so far, a little bit of brawling, but nothing really happening yet.
Not just yet. Alchemy's trying to help this Snorlax push the pedal into this front line. Very low HP bars on this Clefairy, as well as that Bound Sweet. Hasn't been able to find a KO, hasn't been able to find poison. Oh, big slap is going to send 2 back packing. There comes Alolan Raichu.
Wow, yeah, what a moment there for Alolan Raichu to come up. Now it's just this Pawmot in the top path, but the other two members that got KO'd obviously slowly coming back up, but most of the central area birds go over to TR. Well, Serena does get the last hit on that one, so they are able to finally get their level 4, but this is a pretty good start for TR in this top path.
Yeah, not too bad. In the bottom path, it's been a little bit of a stalemate, but it is Machamp that tends to be coming ahead here, already level 5, which is pretty nice, and a little bit of a fight here over the central area Pokemon. Alolan Raichu makes that Pawmot scurry back to their own central.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back in, and we do still see this Electro Ball, so even though Store of Power did get a little bit of a buff in the previous patch, and Electro Ball a little bit of a nerf, we're still seeing that one prioritized. We do have this Flail. Snorlax does pop the Focus Band on the Serena, but they will decide to back up. This is going to be a really fun match seeing this Snorlax, because it's already got itself a little bit ahead.
Yeah, it's also just like hunting this Clefairy into the back line. It's actually really nice. It's doing a good job of not only defending, but it is kind of that frontline presence. Regidrago getting chipped down. Crustle somehow is able to steal that away. It looked for sure like TR was going to take that.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those moments of your TR where you're like, okay, I'm glad that it doesn't give as much experience as it did when the map first dropped, but still good for 5 Rillabooms. No points have really gone in yet for either side, just a couple points from the Serena in the top path to get themselves stacked up, but so far the teams are really holding their defenses. Pawmot does jump in here, but they're going to try to back up.
They're going to back up. Are we going to find anything from the TR squad? This Glaceon is doing a lot of damage, and Clef is doing a good job healing them. So now 5 Rillabooms in good position for this Regieleki. Suicune trying to make their way down, as well as this Alchemy, but you don't really have a whole lot of damage. You have a great frontline presence from 5 Rillabooms. They're starting to finally make their way onto the Regieleki, already down to half. I don't believe TR is going to prioritize it, and it is going to the Rillabooms.
We barely even talked about this Machamp pick. It's not a pick that you often see, but with the submission moveset, it does provide a little bit of extra CC. It does pull that Clefable in right there, but ultimately 5 Rillabooms does get the Regieleki, but there's 5 members of TR in this bottom path. They're easily going to be able to defend it, but still impressive playing here by 5 Rillabooms, because Serena has just been able to free stack in this top path and basically solo this top path objective.
Yeah, doing a really good job up in the top path, and that's exactly what you want from your Serena up in that moment. Trying to get all those levels that you can. And right now, 5 Rillabooms has won that bottom path, and with Serena starting to get stacked up, that's something that you got to start worrying about if you're TR.
Yeah, I think now that Serena's up there, Machamp hasn't quite gotten their level 9 yet. They haven't been able to evolve. Serena definitely is ahead. They already have level 10 right here. Pawmot now getting chased down by the Flail Snorlax. They're just going to be doing some harassing. I mean, they've got the Recover Dollops coming down. I mean, why not? But it looks like Glaceon does have another Unite move available. They're going to pop that here, and 5 Rillaboom's trying to push back TR.
Yeah, they are. Here comes Clef. A nice block roll is going to push Snorlax back away from this fight, but good pressure from this Alolan Raichu, constantly putting those Electro Balls out. There's the Fluffy Cream Supreme trying to top off those HP bars. Clefable going to be the first one to fall in this fight. And then here comes Machamp. Machamp goes down. Great X-Scissor from Crustle to stun them up. Here comes Snorlax now pushing through that front line. There's a block, but they're going to try to retreat, maybe back into the back line of TR, but good jump there from that Pawmot. That's a lot of damage found from them. Crustle also getting a KO on that Suicune.
Wow, what a great play there from that Pawmot to jump in, hitting their Unite move on the low HP target, picking up a couple extra KOs, and now TR is being pushed back. Finally, some points going in. The first goal zone in the bottom path is now broken. Currently, TR being held to 0 points, Kyle.
185-0, and another Regieleki going over to 5 Rillabooms means more pressure on the TR side of the map. Another objective looms in that top path, 10 seconds until they get that. So I do think that 5 Rillabooms kind of in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, I mean, but with the score being 185-0, I think you would kind of expect that that would be more of a stomp than it does seem like it is, but TR is definitely hanging in there.
It Really are. Gonna defend this bottom. Regieleki is TR up in the top path. The Rillabooms have great positioning for this top Reggie. Do you see that Clefable might want to retreat? They look to try to defend that bottom goal zone as well, because you have a lot of damage up here that could damage and take care of that objectives themselves, and they want to hold on to these paths.
Yeah, they are definitely playing their positioning very well, because even though there's 2 members of 5 Rillabooms in the top path ripping that objective, they still have 3 in the bottom path defending, so TR still can't make a push. A sneaky play by Serena, but Machamp is there, able to stop them. Will they be able to get out, though? It does look like they're going to be able to run away.
Champ gonna try to grab that red buff before they rejoin the fight. Oh, great KO there from Glaceon, chunking through that HP bar of Snorlax. Oh, there's another KO. Alolan Raichu just gets met by that Pawmot. Machamp trying to pick up the pieces. There's that barrage blow. Are they gonna be able to find anything? There's an eject button just to try to get back to pad. They do salvage their own life, but they don't really get any value out of that Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, I called it out earlier that the Glaceon pick is definitely good, because it has just been able to stand in this backline. There isn't a ton of dive on TR to be able to really do anything to it. Pawmot trying to brawl a little bit. They're getting it very low.
There we go.
Fable will go down, but look at all of the healing it was able to do. The rest of the team is able to escape.
Yeah, 30 seconds until Groudon. The final stretch is looming. Snorlax trying to get down here, trying to throw out a block to maybe section off this Serena into a little bit of danger, but already level 13. That's going to be tough to deal with. Regieleki now nearing half. The first KO is going to be Snorlax, so that front line is down for TR. But Champ, very low HP bar, but Glaceon cannot get to it. Good retreating here from TR, but they are going to lose that Suicune as well.
Yeah, the Suicune going down is definitely not great, but they will be up in time for Groudon to spawn. I feel like a lot of this game has just involved a ton of brawling on both sides. I'm surprised to see it already is time for Groudon to be hitting the map, but now that Regieleki is walking toward that tier 2 goal zone, TR has to make a decision. Are they going to deal with it? And they don't want to give Glaceon the opportunity to rip this objective. Level 13, that's a lot of damage coming out from those spears.
Yeah, only 2 level 12s on the side of TR. That's probably not what you want at this stage in the game. Glaceon going to chunk through that HP bar of Snorlax. Snorlax continually putting them pressure, but met by 3 members. They might have to use a Unite move, but they don't get it off. Crystal, it's a KO. Alchemy also goes down. No Unite move from TR. It's 3 Pokemon that are already down in this fight. Now they're going to put their attention onto the Machamp. That is 4. That's a 3-piece combo for 5 Rillabooms, and they are controlling this game.
That's exactly how you want to play if you have a Clefable. You just play as a unit, and you know that TR doesn't really have a ton of area effect damage to be able to deal with you, especially when you don't see the Machamp and you could just catch the Snorlax out. Great positioning here by 5 Rillabooms. They will take the Groudon, and now they're going to start to move forward.
Yeah, they're going to prioritize KOs with that damage buff. Alchemy pops their Unite move to try to salvage this T2 goal zone. Serena making that a very tough mission. All 5 members of TR go down. It's 5 Rillabooms with 5 big scores in the home base.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, like 5 Rillabooms with 5 hundo burgers. That was close.
Yeah, close, yeah.
That's a good one.
I don't want to like say like 5
I mean,
big booms, because I feel like that would be obvious to say.
Yeah, like you wouldn't.
That's what they want us to say.
That's what. Yeah, that was what they did already with the naming convention, and now they're just gonna line up here in the middle.
Okay.
They got a lot of nice colors going on. They have some nice outfits. The drip is there. I mean, Clefable's a little bit naked, but you know they're not too worried about that. I guess not, but. TR will not be shut out. They will get a couple points in at the buzzer, but 5 Rillabooms, a very convincing game number 1.
Yeah, you got to take that. Yeah, finally get some points in. So no shutout for 5 Rillabooms, but they're just happy with game 1 victory. Looking at the stats, MVP goes to Slugger on this Serena. 8 KOs, 6 assists, 205 points deposited.
I mean, that's pretty impressive considering that for half of the match, Serena was just in the top path, farming and getting the objectives up there, and they weren't really even engaging in the bottom fights. So it is really interesting to see how good they did. But look at these damage numbers, just as we thought. This Glaceon really taking it to him. 119,000 damage. And we can see on the other side, most of that being soaked up there by that Snorlax.
Yeah, Snorlax. I think that's kind of Glaceon just farming. Glaceon at level, level 11, when it gets the plus Icicle Spear, does max HP shred. So it's just like a mad dash to get to that level and then just farm the high HP targets. And you had a few of them. You had that Snorlax that was acting as that, kind of tank. And then you have Alchemy that is going to be trying to heal up. I mean, I think I saw a couple times when Alchemy went into Unite, Glaceon just locked on Icicle Spears on that too. So well played here from the Booms.
Yeah, I mean, Glaceon is one of those picks where, like, I mean, we were talking earlier about attackers just not really seeming like the greatest thing right now, but a lot of it is because of the amount of brawling in the meta that's taking place. But if you draft well and you see an opportunity to where you are going to be able to just stand in the back line and shred, something like Glaceon is going to be extremely valuable. Because I don't know if we saw them get touched like a single time all game. That I forgot to take a look at the damage taken from Glaceon, but it really wasn't much. They were just kind of able to walk up, lock on the Icicle Spears, and then back up, and obviously it has infinite range for some reason. So it is a really, really solid pick. I feel like to counter attackers like that, especially because you're usually picking them in the later part of the draft, you need something with a little bit more dive, something that can do area effect damage, especially against a Clefable. So that you're really like either proccing like Curse Incense on that Pokemon very frequently so that it's not doing as much healing, but you kind of need something to prevent them from just coming together around the Clefable and walking at you.
Yeah, I also think a Speedster would have done really well, like you said. I really love a good Talonflame into a Glaceon, because not only is it a Speedster that could get into that back line, but also it's one of the few Pokemon that can avoid a lot of those Icicle Spears once they lock on. Just pop up into Fly, and then you just kind of do whatever you want. They're going to avoid a lot of that damage. There's not a whole lot of things in the game that can avoid that. Feint from Cinderace, Shedinja Doll, very few things.
Yeah, there's not a lot, and when Glaceon is a good pick for the team, then you don't have a lot of time to react. I don't know what was the last pick ended up being that Alolan Raichu, I believe, from
think
PR.
so, yeah.
And it's not that Alolan Raichu's bad, like I just don't know if that was the call there. I guess they wanted something with range, but I think at that point, if you're going with the Snorlax with the flail up front and, just hoping to heal that Snorlax over and over again, then you need to be able to prevent the damage that's coming at that Snorlax. So if you want the Snorlax to be able to do anything, then you can't just let the Glaceon sit there and shred you. The Alolan Raichu's not going to have the time to do anything. But yeah, generally great playing, very consistent positioning from Five Rillabooms. They have a couple players on the team who I always notice how good they're, like Lakoding especially, like I notice how good that they are with directing the positional advantage. And there wasn't a single time throughout that match where I felt like Five Rillabooms was behind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there definitely were. I mean, what was it? They had not given up a point until like those last 5 seconds, so they were comfortably in the lead. They got massive KO after massive KO. There was like kind of like one moment, I think, potentially like halfway through where I think I can't remember who exactly went down. I think it might have been Palmod or somebody, and it got a little sticky for a very brief amount of time, but that was quite short-lived.
Yeah. Well, draft for game number 2, where you are looking at some of our bans. So we do see that the sides have swapped here, and Darkrai getting that first ban.
Yeah, Darkrai, very reasonable first ban. I think with the buffs that it received, it's probably going to stay up there, I imagine, at least for part of the night tonight. I wouldn't put it past some of these teams to just ban it for pretty much all the night. I think it's probably that strong and at least that annoying. Yeah,
it really is just annoying with the amount of CC that it has. I also want to point out the pre-picks going on.
Yeah.
So 5 Rillabooms wants this Crustle again, but TR wants the opportunity to take this Clefable away. I wonder if they are going to first pick that, because I really did love Crustle with Clefable. When you set up those walls, it just gives an opportunity for Clefable to really get in that healing. I believe that they had about 89,000 recovery. So the Crustle just really, really enables it. So now seeing that TR is going to first pick that away, I wonder if 5 Rillabooms will change up their strategy.
It's very possible. I think Clefable, like you said, is really strong, especially with that Crustle. I think Clefable does tend to struggle when Pokemon run out of damage, so I wouldn't be surprised at. And I think this is perfect. I think a Pawmot would be a really good option. I love the Suicune since it's available. I think you can kind of now maybe grab a tank or something, or your supporter if you're 5 Rillabooms, because there's a lot of options on the table.
Yeah, I think you kind of force that Clefable because you know that TR doesn't want to deal with it again. And now you get Suicune, which, you know, again, has the opportunity to do a lot of CC. I do really like this Alola Ninetales pick. It looks like it's set up to be the Blizzard Avalanche moveset, which also provides some CC and could give that similar opportunity for Clefable to be doing that healing. On the other side, I do really like seeing this Hoopa come out here.
Ooh, it's not something you see a ton of. I think it still definitely has some play. It'll be interesting to see if we'll get the trick moveset or if we're going to go more standard hyperspace hole. But actually, I don't even know if we could call it standard as much as we used to, because I've seen a lot of players really prioritize trick.
Yeah, I like Trick. I think it really depends on what this last pick ends up being, because you can throw Trick on the Pawmot, but what are they going to end up picking in that last slot? Hovering a couple more all-rounders. Looks like another no speedster game. And seeing that there's the double attacker on the other side, they might want to just go for that brawl with the Serena again. And it looks like that is what they'll lock in. So I really do like Trick here, especially because also look at what the other side has. There are a lot of things that could prevent that hyperspace hole from being effective. If you have Sacred Sword or even Shadow Claw with the Aegislash, you can prevent it from going in. Espeon Unite move, Heavy Slam, which is likely what we'll see on the traditional tank Snorlax Blizzard as well from Alola Ninetales. Like, you might not be able to get everybody through that hyperspace hole, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Trick. That being said, hyperspace hole is always good.
Hyperspace hole, always good. Very hot take, I think.
Yeah,
but,
hot takes. That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah.
We're just saying stuff that's completely wrong. It's not about like casting the game to tell you like what's going on. It's about like not saying anything as we're talking.
Sometimes.
That's what this is all about.
Sometimes. I definitely feel that way
We're just filling space.
Sometimes I do feel
it's
that
not
way.
as fun.
Sometimes I do feel that way.
But like it's not as fun to just like watch a game and like there's nothing going on, like you're not hearing anything. So like if you're hearing somebody yap in the background, you don't really have to be listening to what they say. You just are like, okay, cool, there's multiple things happening at once. Anyway, game 2.
Game number 2, TR on your purple side, 5 Rillabooms on your orange side. And I am excited to see this Clefable once again. But like you said, we'll see if it provides the same amount of value that it did in game number 1 for 5 Rillabooms. It's going to be the Miraidon Suicune bot lane.
Yeah, I do love to see the little Battle Pass Hollowware on that Clefable. Very, very precious. But I think that this time around, Clefable with 2 attackers is not always conventional. Especially because the attackers are a little bit further back, whereas, you know, something like Aegislash is really looking to brawl, so it could be a little bit more difficult for this Clefable to be effective. However, doing as much healing as Moonlight does is still generally good.
Yeah, Suicune, I think that was a focus ban, so that's a very important tool that it will not have for some of these bigger team engages, but I think Miraidon is always a really good bottom path Pokemon, mostly because it has really good secure. So you saw it right there, securing a lot of those last hits, which is very important.
Yeah, that double legendary in the bottom path. What a lane. Imagine if EXs were still a thing.
Oh, God. Oh, it'd be awful. But 3v2 in the top pass. Snorlax gonna take a quick rest, but that rest is short-lived. Woken up, back to the Pokemon Center for them. Alolan Ninetales left to defend, and it's gonna be 5 Rillabooms that are gonna be peeking into the central area of TR.
We do see that trick come out, so kind of exactly what we were expecting here. What an engagement there by the Pawmot, but still Aegislash is going to be able to pull that blue buff. Alolan Ninetales comes in to help, but 5 Rillabooms is not done yet. The Pawmot wants to take this red buff away, but here come the reinforcements.
Yeah, they're gonna try to take down this Pawmot Hoopa combo. It's a lot of damage being found from this Aegislash, and it does a great job slicing through them. Double KO for them. Serena picking up the pieces on the top path, getting a lot of the EXP for themselves, capturing those wild Pokemon.
Definitely overstayed their welcome a little bit in that central area. I guess they thought that they were just going to be able to deal with that red buff and nobody was going to show up, but suddenly everybody on TR came to the central area. So I do think that's a good play, especially because they expect to be playing from behind. But now Aegislash does get taken out in the bottom path. We do see Psyshock on the Espeon coming out as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to prioritize those skill shots.
Let's see, Regidrago on the map now. 5 Rillabooms starting to chip it down already at half. We have Serena now peeling backwards towards the top path, and here comes Miraidon. Enhanced Charge Beam is going to chunk through this Espeon, force an eject out, and they're not able to respond. And it is Miraidon from 5 Rillabooms taking the Regidrago.
I like this Miraidon a lot here. It's like filling a similar role to what we saw the Glaceon filling previously, but it just doesn't have the same setup. So they went with Miraidon more because of the amount of stun. I'm pretty sure with the Suicune that Miraidon has a little bit more time to set up that charge beam. But Regieleki now in the top path does get taken by Pawmot. Snorlax made an attempt, but unfortunately for them, back to the Pokemon Center.
Regieleki trying to walk into this T1. Mission accomplished. Waltz is in. Points rain down 5 Rillabooms, but I believe it's an even break, so maybe not the best way to do it. Ooh. However, there's a great Unite move from Serena. Takes out the Alolan Ninetales, but Serena sees the writing on the wall, gonna dash back towards their team. They almost found that Aegislash too, but sneakily able to get back to that T2 goal zone.
Yeah, they were on like less than 1 HP. 2 of the EXP share Pokemon down in the bottom path, fighting a little bit against each other. Now 4 members of 5 Rillabooms move down here. Another stack goes in for Pawmot, but four members of TR are also there. Snorlax will push them back.
Yeah, mission accomplished. However, this Miraidon is very, very annoying to deal with if you're TR. It seems like every time it's just locked onto these enhanced charge beams or a thunder, which makes the healing from this Clefable a little bit tougher of a task. And now Suicune gonna freeze them solid. Alolan Ninetales also doing the same thing. Registeel already getting chipped down, only a 5th gone. Some Unite moves start to get found. Oh, Espeon is able to pick off the Suicune. Snorlax goes down right away as well. And Pawmot going down. Registeel still on the map here, and it might leash.
Really good Unite move there from Miraidon, but unfortunately for them, Aegislash will find them. That's a tanky Aegislash along with that Clefable. And we were talking a little bit earlier about how Clefable might not be able to be as effective if it tries to heal the whole team, but if it plays more of a pocketing Aegislash strategy, it definitely seems to be proving to be a little bit better for them, so that Aegislash can continue to be healthy and rip through these objectives. But Serena might have something to say about it. They take down the Snorlax. TR is not going to be... Oh, no, they will be able to secure the Registeel, but here comes 5 Rillabooms taking them all down.
Yeah, win the battle, might be losing the war here. Some points already starting to get found from the booms. There's a big boom right there. Espeon goes down. Reinforcements are coming here, but Alolan Ninetales meets the same fate. Unite move from Snorlax. Gonna try to push a couple of them back, but as an unbounded Hoopa trying to push their A button, try to dish a lot of damage, and Snorlax is very low, gonna be forced to retreat back to that Flux Zone, allows Clefable to heal it up a little bit. 5 Rillabooms, they got what they wanted, but they were unable to break that pad. They might lose this Suicune, but oh, the Focus Band saves them.
They have 5 members here. They could go for a push under this tier 1 goal zone. That might be what they're looking to do. Sacred Sword comes in, finds the Suicune. They will finally go down, but here comes the Serena into the back line. They will take down Alolan Ninetales. Another Unite move is up for them as well. Palmot tries to jump in too, and that's everybody down for TR. They had a chance. Serena took it away.
Yeah, that's a team wipe, or probably what they want us to say in that moment is 5 big booms for them. But
likely,
yeah, I feel like that's what they would
but
want.
I'll never say it.
I'll never say it. You won't catch me, Slugger. 258.70 as we near the 3-minute mark. There's still a Regieleki looming in this top path. Has been there for quite some time. Both teams really like brawling over that bottom path.
Look at this Serena, level 14 right now, and it has, again, barely been engaging in any of these fights, just farming up in that top path and looking for opportunities to level up. Snorlax, great block right there, will leash the Regieleki, and it looks like another team fight will be no, TR is going to elect to back up.
Yeah, they're trying to back up, and there's a Unite move. Aegislash takes out the Queen herself.
That's a
and
big
that
pick.
is a, like you say, yeah, KO right there. So TR is going to push on forward on this T1 goal zone. But Miraidon doing a fantastic job shredding through some of these HP bars. Aegislash, Snorlax both go down. Clefable trying to heal up the remaining 2. Unable to save the Alolan Ninetales. There's a nice follow me, but that is again a clean team win here for the Rillabooms. It's a 3-piece combo for Lakoding on this Palmot, but Regieleki. Oh no.
Regieleki threw some hands there to take down at least somebody for TR's advantage, but it was it looked a little bit grim there for 5 Rillabooms, honestly, but that Palmot Unite move really turned things around. Now, unfortunately, we won't have the Palmot Unite move, but equally so, we don't have the Aegislash Unite move back quite yet, but TR was able to get back in the game with that pickup on the Serena, but will they be able to handle the amount of firepower coming down on them, especially with this Charge Beam chipping? Big block into the Suicune. They're not able to get the Unite move out. The Suicune will go down, Kyle.
Yeah, Espeon going down, also Alolan Ninetales, and just like that, all the meteors falling down from the sky. 5 Rillabooms with 5 big booms. That's a team wipe. TR still in the Pokemon Center.
They had that big catch there to start off the fight, but just not enough, and that's kind of the downside of playing Clefable, right? Especially as that first pick slot, then, you know, your entire team is around the Clefable to make sure that they get the healing, and then the Bright Future Meteor Storm comes down to hit everybody at the same time, and at that point, there's just really nothing TR can do.
I think it was a double KO from Hoopa as well. There's just a lot of damage from the Rillabooms right there. Now, with some Groudon buffs, they're going to find even more damage. They're going to try to hold on to these buffs because they do not want to yield them over to TR. However, that might be a tough task. We have Palmot going into the backline. It's a good shot from Espeon. They do find the KO there, but it's the 5 Rillabooms that find some the other way.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a buff there for a second after taking down that Palmot, but it doesn't really matter at this point. 5 Rillaboom's just going to walk back in, put in some more points, and once again, holding TR to a very, very low score for a convincing round 1 win.
Big round 1 win here for 5 Rillabooms. I'm liking this team. They played with a lot of pressure really throughout the entire match. I felt like they were in control for most of the game. I think, like you said, there was kind of that very scary moment in that top path, but they very quickly turned that around.
Yeah, they definitely, overextended a little bit a couple times. We saw earlier in the match where they went into the central area and overextended, and TR responded really well to those moments. I just think that generally the problems that TR had weren't because of their gameplay or positioning or anything. I really feel like 5 Rillabooms just knew how to draft around everything that TR would want to do, and it's just kind of those situations that are a little bit won in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, look at these KO numbers, these assist numbers. That's a lot of KOs found for the Rillabooms. 12 and 6 Slugger on that Serena once again. 10-13 for, I believe that's Lakoding on the Palmot. I mean, 140k damage from this Miraidon. I knew the number was going to be pretty large. I didn't know if it was going to be that big, though.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Clefable healing on the other side. Like, it just gives an opportunity for an attacker with so much shred like that to just do so much damage. And those Unite moves from Alyssa on that Miraidon, just so valuable throughout the entire match. I'm pretty sure we did have Curse Incense on that Pokemon. I could be wrong,
Yeah,
but
we did.
it just was able to provide so much value to the team, and it is not surprising to see those damage numbers coming down.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like in game number 1, they pretty much controlled this one throughout, as you see from the score graph, but also just the objective counter. I think they did lose out on a singular Registeel at the, I believe that might have been like the second one, but every other objective went the Rillaboom's way. So you got to be pretty happy about this team win if you're the Booms.
If you're the Booms.
If you're the
yeah, they're gonna be
Booms.
moving on in the tournament here. I have a guest down.
Oh my goodness. Look at her.
Yeah. So she has like Angie tail right now, so I'm trying not to piss her off because I don't want her to like bite me while we're in the middle of this. She likes to lay in front of me, but if I try to use anything on my computer, she gets like so pissed and swipes at me. But yeah. So she loves Pokemon Unite as well. Generally, a good couple of matches there for both sides, but obviously 5 Rillabooms coming out on top pretty significantly. I do feel like TR has a good shot. Again, I feel like a lot of their drafting is where they ended up losing the game. You know, they were just kind of picking around what 5 Rillabooms was picking instead of picking like Pokemon that have good synergy with each other.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, their night's not over. They still have an opportunity to come through that lower bracket, but it is going to be the Rillabooms heading on to your next round. And with that said, we are going to run to a quick break while we get set up for this next round matchup. We are going to be seeing Brouhaha versus Ignorance, and I'm really excited about this matchup because this is probably 2 of the better teams. So I'm not mad about it. We'll see what who comes out ahead in this one, but we'll be back very soon, very shortly. One of those 2 words. Very soon-yortly. After these quick...
Very snorty.
Quick word from our sponsors, a.k.a. I'm running Twitch ads. All right, be right back.
Look for a rip here on Groudon. It's getting close to half.
Yeah, it's already at half. Very low. Here comes a fly from Talonflame. They're going to look for it, but the coup de grace! It's going to be Aegislash that secures it. Now Sugar Rush is getting absolutely dissolved. 4 KOs. Snorlax going to be the next to fall. Adorable Wolves. They're going to win this set 2-0.
That was a really, really tough one. I mean, the Talon, I thought for sure the fly ended up having it, but it really did just come down to that flip in the end. I think the call from...
Tough, gonna get some shielding to Ian, and with 2 down, Ian's gonna look towards onto this Groudon. Already at half HP, Smuglax trying to get in, Liko trying to line up a snipe shot. Cute Charm is gonna pull him away, but it is Liko! Just in time, they steal the Groudon! Version 1 wipes him from the map, and they are gonna win your Underdunk 61. Man. To push forward, Garchomp move, Unite move into the back line, gonna damage the Suicune, send them back to the Pokemon Center. They weren't able to use that Unite move. Groudon now at half HP. Zoroark, they get caught out, unable to use their Unite move. NA has one final shot to try to steal this away and salvage the game. Do they have it in them? They do! Huge Garchomp Dragon!
Damage, unfortunately, is being healed up quite a lot by this Clefable. What an engagement there by the Garchomp. Takes down Lucario very instantly.
Talonflame goes down as well, though. Purple Kevin on this Hoopa is bringing in the team with the rings unbound. They're dangerously low, but Regieleki gonna walk towards that T1 goal zone. Hoopa is down. Rest of the reinforcements are here for version 1. And it is gonna be the Blaziken getting a double KO. And a snipe shot finds the back line, too. Focus Blast is going to force out a Unite move from Glaceon. They're going to be able to find any damage anyway. Oh, the Hornleys misses the Hoopa portal, and Blaziken gets to safety. Here's that Unite move from Trevenant. Oh, Zacian's going to be the first to fall here. Trevenant also getting chopped down to size. Glaceon down as well in version 1. Scrambling, trying to find anything on Bibs in full control of this game.
Yeah, just kind of getting picked apart. I do got to admire Smugglax's attempt there on the Trevenant.
Welcome back, trainers. Winners round number 2, and we have, I didn't save the overlay. I'm throwing. I changed the names,
great.
I just didn't click the save button. Brouhaha. I even said, like, when we were in break, I was like, let me change the names, otherwise I'm gonna forget. I still messed it up.
Kyle's throwing.
I'm throwing.
Already.
I'm
Round
already
2
throwing.
of the night, and Kyle already sucks. Anyway, Brouhaha versus Ignorance is what we're going to see next. If you're just joining us, we saw previously 5 Rillabooms versus TN. I think we had TR the entire time.
I think it
Versus
was TR.
TN.
It was TR. At least that's what the Star GG says.
Oh, there is another team called TR. in the
Oh, did
tournament.
I mess that up? Oh, that's really confusing.
You know what? It doesn't matter.
You know
We
what?
saw both of them lost round 1, so you
Yeah.
know it doesn't really matter that much. We saw 5 Rillabooms win 2-0 against TN in a very convincing fashion. Now we're going to look at another game from the winners quarterfinals, Brouhaha versus Ignorance, 2 of the more exciting teams that are very consistently involved in Underdunk, 2 North American teams that we also see
Yeah.
quite frequently in UCS, at least we did in the previous UCS season, and hopefully we do see them come back in this upcoming season. But for now, we've got Underdunk.
Yeah, league format, obviously, there's a bit of unknown, but there is that open qualifier section for, I believe it's the top 3 teams in the open qualifier will be invited to that 8-team league, which I think is fantastic. However, other than that, there's very few online tournaments for people that are not participating, so it's very sus. I don't know the right word to call it. I don't like it. I wish there were more online tournaments for some of these teams, but it is what it is. So we'll continue running Underdunk as much as possible. So any team that wants to continue playing will get as much practice as they want.
Yeah, I mean, it means that, obviously one of those spots is going to go to I Hardly Know Her.
Obviously.
One of the best teams, so it just gives some teams less of an opportunity. But here we are at Underdunk, winners quarterfinals. We've got those bans coming out. Unsurprisingly, we are still seeing Darkrai prioritized in that ban slot.
Darkrai and this Mega Lucario. I think that's been banned every single time. I think Ho-Oh has also been banned every single time. So if we add a Blissey here, I think that would be like the Tripecta, maybe Triforkta. I don't know. There's like 4 Pokemon that were banned every match. Yeah, there we go. There's the Blissey for good measure.
What's interesting, I mean, is Empoleon banned tonight? It's not, right?
Empoleon is not banned tonight. I believe it is.
So we're
fully
not
available.
seeing it at all in the bans or the picks. So I wonder if that little bit of a nerf that it got was finally enough to bring it back in line with a lot of the other Pokemon, and still just like, I don't know. I just feel like with all-rounders, like, they're samey, they do kind of the same thing, and there's probably an all-rounder that is a little bit better and does the same thing Empoleon does, so if that's what they want to do, then just pick something else. But there it is. As we say that, there's the Empoleon coming out, so Bro TJ gonna be still running this Penguin. I'm excited to see how it looks.
Yeah, I mean, it did receive a nerf. I don't think, I didn't think that it was going to be enough to like drop it out of irrelevancy, but somehow we didn't see it at all in that last round matchup. So I'm excited to see how a pro team ends up utilizing this Pokemon post nerfs. I think it's still going to be good. Another thing that you're seeing post buffs is that Latias.
Yeah, the Latias, another one we didn't see in the previous round, but I am looking forward to seeing how this might start to fit into the meta. It's one of those attacker supporters that we see sometimes. It has the orange background, actually, instead of being more like Mew, which we're also seeing locked in here. Mew and Pikachu, 2 other supporter-type attackers. I feel like Latias also tends to fit that role, so I'm excited to see how it might fit into the meta. On the other side, very brawl heavy so far. We've got this Serena being locked in. We've got Blaziken, which for some reason got a buff. I still am shocked that it would have. And it looks like we're seeing an attacker being lined up in that last pick. Yeah, we're going to see this Espeon coming out.
I think that means you're going to see Jupiter on the Metagross. Yeah, I think every time that I see like 3 all-rounders, most of the time, Jupiter is going to go back into the well of, like, comfort because they love this Metagross Pokemon whenever they can do it. You have 3 really good, like, brawly targets in those 3 all-rounders, maybe throw Snorlax into there for good measure. A lot of, like, mid-range, so I think this Metagross with those shields is going to be getting some big ones.
Yeah, I wonder if we will see the Gyro Ball coming out just because of the opportunity for it to generate so many shields. I do like to see the full heal being put on them because of the Suicune and the Snorlax on the other side. I think it's definitely important to have it. So I guess it just depends on, can you stun the Metagross for long enough to take it out? And we are going to be seeing like enough burst to where if this Metagross does not get online fast, the Blaziken and Serena just kind of eat it. Other than that, if we do see Jupiter like lock in on this Pokemon, this could be a fantastic Metagross game.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm also like interested, like you don't really have like a true like defender class Pokemon. If you're Ignorance, you have kind of Alchemy that kind of needs to sit in that back line, and then Latias, which is like you said, more of like that mage-esque attacker, which doesn't have like a whole lot of self-sustain. So maybe we'll see the Dragon, I can't remember the one that self-sustains, like what, the Dragon Pulse moveset on it that gives it a little bit of self-sustain to act more like that defender class Pokemon, but we'll see. This is game 1 of your winners round 2. Suicune Torchic heading the top path for Brouhaha.
We see Empoleon heading into the central area, and interestingly enough, Serena, the Bone Sweet, heading into the center. I would think that Torchic would be the one to go in there and let Serena head up into that top path, but instead, they really want that Blaziken to get its stacks in the bottom path. Neon already firing up the Electro Balls on that Mew with its cute little pumpkin hat. Oh, he's so precious.
Gotta love Pumpkin Hat Mew. I think that's a really good one. A lot of last hitting abilities for Ignorance up in this top path. This Torchic is getting, or sorry, for Brouhaha in this top path. Ignorance kind of getting pushed around. However, it is Latias that gets a score in, but only 2 points, and you trade a KO for it.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that Empoleon was going to be coming up, so they would rather just drag everyone away from that Beldum. Hopefully, they can get closer to level 5. If they get a couple of those birds, that is likely to happen, but in this bottom path, 3 members of Brouhaha have stationed up. The birds have spawned. We do have Psyshock on the Espeon hitting a ton of those, and Mew will get caught.
Yeah, 22 points goes in for Serena. That's going to earn them an evolution, as well as a 21 from Chimmy on the Espeon. So lots of scores here for Brouhaha. In the top path, though, not going as swimmingly as this Water-type Empoleon pressing forward, getting some scores, leaving them stacks for this Beldum. Sorry, Matang.
Yeah, that's a good call, and we do also see this Combuskin back in the central area for Brouhaha, so we did end up getting Serena, that evolution, and then we're just going to let the Combuskin get up to that level 7 as soon as possible, so kind of sharing that central area, and Serena already starting to stomp all over the competition. Alchemy will go down as the rest of Ignorance starting to move toward the central area. Look at the shielding on that Gyro Ball, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough, especially when there's 4 members of Brouhaha just hovering around you and no one else from Ignorance to really be found there. So, Brouhaha making their moves onto this Regidrago. Mew gonna try to find their way in. There's an E-Ball combo onto Serena. Into the Solar Beam. No, it's not gonna do enough. Serena stomps through and gets Regidrago for Brouhaha.
I thought that Solar Beam for sure was going to be able to steal it away, but the Stomp just a little bit more burst damage, whereas Solar Beam is more like click damage, I guess. Yeah. What is it? Tick damage?
Tick
is that
damage,
what we call it? Yeah. So the burst from the Stomp ends up being the one to get it. But so far, the plan for Brouhaha to share that central area has resulted in Blaziken getting that level 8 that they just ticked into here, and keeping the Matang at level 7, which is definitely important.
It's going to be a Reggie Roulette in the top path, Reggie Alecki in the bottom path based on the color of the timer, which is a new change here. And already damage found on it from Brouhaha. Sweet takes it for Ignorance. Great play there, but they lose their Matang. Still not level 9, but I think they're okay with that. They also grab the Suicune from Brouhaha, but more importantly, get a little bit of time and space for this Empoleon to do a little bit of damage. Espeon retreating all the way back to the Flux Zone. There's a Unite move from Serena. Gonna try to take down this Empoleon, but they're able to dash away. Double KO for this Mew. Ignorance coming alive.
No way, the Sweet Scent takes it and also grabbed the KO on Suicune in the back, who now has returned to try to defend all by themselves. Does get a big freeze, but it's not going to be enough to stop the Regieleki. That will walk in, and Ignorance breaks this bottom tier 1 goal zone 178-93.
That's a pretty significant overcap, too. I think it was like 25 points plus. Here comes Metagross looking to steal this away from Blaziken, but it is the overheat that is quite a great secure tool. But now 3 members of Bruja converge on this Metagross, but they get the evolution. Sorry, it's 3 members of Ignorance that converge on the Blaziken. Metagross still gets that evolution. And that is huge here for Ignorance. Serena gonna have to retreat back to their T1 goal zone. But here comes the Unite move. Try to close the door. 10 points go on in. There's a Mew Unite move. Serena stands no chance against 3.
Popping a lot of Unite moves just to deal with that Serena. Now Blaziken has made it up into the top path, trying to get a 39-point overcap here, and they will be successful. Mew will go down, but the overcap is definitely reigning true. 231 points now for Ignorance, leading pretty significantly, but Brouhaha is hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little bit accomplished down on the bottom path while Ignorance was pushing forward on the top. Now there's a little bit of a fight here in neutral area. Snorlax taking a big nap. We're gonna start to see some Unite moves. Blaze Kick, our big overheat is overcharged here from Brouhaha. They're gonna find a KO on that Metagross. Serena gonna look for a KO into the back line. They're able to find one. It's the Latias, and Polion also gonna fall. Oh man, the Solar Beam leaves Snorlax on 1 HP. Now it's going to be Regieleki, the play for Brouhaha. They're going to try to section off this Mew, keep them away. Overheat is true. Gets the Regieleki. It's going to march towards this T2 goal zone of Ignorance.
This Serena just looking so strong in these past couple games that we've seen it. It is just doing so much damage. And Serena, one of those Pokemon that hasn't been changed, but still we're seeing it being prioritized, and it's very strong right now. I really did.
That's really funny.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I mean, that's a strategy.
It's just really funny. This needs to X speed, X speed block that entire Altaria family away onto Brouhaha's side to make sure that they got that.
Yeah, you gotta get the Blaziken. You gotta get the Blaziken to level 13 as soon as possible.
Perfect.
You need everything that you have in your arsenal. Regice now in this top path will be taken pretty handily here by Ignorance, with Brouhaha definitely hanging in there right now. They do take the Regidrago pretty easily. Serena will handle that, and nearly level 13 now.
Yeah, they're gonna maybe try to set up a little bit of an ambush. Metagross none the wiser. Heavy slam into the Psyshock right there. And there's a Unite move from Espeon. Still no KOs found. Metagross returns the favor with the Unite move of their own. Now we got that Sovereign slide from the Empoleon. It's an all-out brawl here in the central area. Unite move from Suicune trying to freeze Ignorance on, and they do. 2 members go falling back to the Pokemon Center as Serena picks up a pair and wins that team fight for Brouhaha.
A lot of Unite moves being popped there. They should be able to get them all back, but Empoleon also getting caught now. What a block into the Whirlpool, and Serena picking up yet another KO. At this point, Serena just trying to farm as many levels as possible to get ahead. There's really no other point in engaging in that fight at all, besides the fact that Serena is now level 14.
Level 14 is going to be so tough to deal with. We're going to have another Regieleki down on the bottom path. Snorlax going to provide a little bit of frontline vision. I don't even know if they want to go for this, because I don't know if they know exactly where every member of Ignorance is, but it is Serena that's going to try to rip through this in time. 20 seconds until Groudon.
Yeah, they should be able to do this pretty easily. They've got a lot of burst damage on Stomp. Meanwhile, the rest of Brouhaha is half farming and half trying to get some vision, while Ignorance definitely has the positional advantage in the Groudon pit. But Serena definitely dangerous and not trying to hide either. Big engagement there by the Snorlax. They will get the block, but it's just the Latias that comes with them.
Oh man, they weren't able to get their Unite move off. Here's the Psyshock from Espeon, but they go down right in the middle of their Unite move. Snorlax still in the Pokemon Center. Latias the only one to fall for Ignorance. Serena trying to sustain themselves, but they cannot. They go back to the Pokemon Center. No Unite move used from them. Mew combination onto the Suicune as Groudon is already down to half, and Empoleon's gonna make a move. Here comes Blaziken. They're gonna look to charge that overheat. There we go. The charge up in the... Yes, and Brouhaha takes Groudon away from Ignorance.
Wow, how do you let that happen? You just let the Blaziken walk in and secure with overheat. We do have Mew getting out on 1 HP, but it's not going to be enough. Lot of buffs right now on Brouhaha. At least 100 will go in that top path. Now, Brouhaha in the lead. They're going to continue moving forward. Snorlax has 34. It's going to be easier for them to get it in, but Brouhaha is going to back up. They know that they're in the lead right now, and it's not going to be difficult for them to hang on to it as long as they can defend.
Yeah, they're going to try to get this KO on Snorlax. Yielding a shield would be very big if Ignorance is able to get it. 14 points is going to bolster Brouhaha's lead. They're still hunting down the Snorlax in the bottom path. They do. All they need is 100 points, and Ignorance can fully come back here. But Blaziken making a beat towards that T2 gold zone. They know that KO means that they're going to have to score a little bit more just for some insurance. 413, 235. And Polion sporting the buff. Mew also 36 points in tow for them. Serena, oh, that's a big KO there. Buffy Cream Supreme going to top up these HP bars. Ignorance still needs some points.
Yeah, you've got a couple buffs on, but is it going to be enough? Suicune trying to get in another 100 points, but it is being defended against Snorlax.
Good defense.
Trying to defend the Blaziken, also trying to defend. Fantastic defense. I don't think it's going to be enough, Kyle.
Oh, I don't think so either. 12 points. They're going to need to pick up more than that. Brouhaha with a fantastic defense. Those blocks came in absolutely crushed. I don't think Ignorance had enough there. It might be just short.
Oh, yeah, it was. Brouhaha. 413. They held on to that win. The Blaziken with the hero secure on the Groudon. I mean, how, if you're Ignorance, can you win the fight that hard and then watch the Blaziken walk in and charge up an overheat and then just take it out from under you? What a game there. Well fought by Brouhaha, but this was a heartbreaking one to lose for Ignorance.
I guess that's like part of the problem of having no not a ton of crowd control on your hand if you're Ignorance. Yeah, obviously Blaziken can have the unstoppable during overheat, but there's ways that you could prevent that from walking in, but they just didn't have anything that could do it. So not sure if it's a draft misplay or just unfortunate from them that they couldn't take it off the map in time, because you saw they tried to put every bit of damage onto Groudon before the Blaziken. Very tough call there, but I feel like that might have been the play that they had to make in that moment, knowing that Brouhaha likely would have had some Unite moves coming back since they weren't able to use them at that first Groudon push.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think that there was anything wrong with the drafting here. I think Ignorance had a fun team composition that worked out pretty well for them. I just think that in the end, they won that fight and just weren't able to secure the Groudon. It's just one of those moments where, like, you have to zone out that Blaziken. You can't give them the opportunity to take that from under you, because generally, yeah, they have a stronger team fight comp. Like, Brouhaha has a better team fighting composition, especially with that late game Serena and the late game Blaziken. And it's tough if you're Ignorance to be able to win that fight as hard as they did in the central area. But Blaziken just saved the game for Brouhaha.
Insane. that was absolutely bananas. Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of why you play Blaziken. Blaziken am I right that Blaziken got a buff during this most recent patch? Is that true? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so it did. Yeah, Blaziken, for some reason, it got some more HP recovery on its passive, and had the Blaze Kick movement speed increased on opponents, which is so confusing. I don't know if it's getting, like, the Mega coming up. Like, I don't know. I don't know if, like, the reasons for buffing the Blaziken and the Gengar were because of potential Mega licenses showing up, but it was a confusing one for sure.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's very possible. We do have game number 2 on deck. Ignorance and Brouhaha have switched sides, so a little bit of a different look here during draft, but one thing is going to stay consistent. Mega Lucario and Darkrai not joining the Thea Sky Ruins in game 2.
Yeah, it's to be expected, I guess, after what we've seen today. The Darkrai buffs were enough to keep it as much off of the map as possible. We do see that Serena is being considered already by Brouhaha. They want that thing back. What's surprising to me is Ho-Oh being consistently banned. Because for a second it was like super broken and they nerfed it back a little bit, and then it was kind of like okay. It was like in some matches and not in some others. It was like pretty balanced. Did I miss something as to when Ho-Oh became like so busted that suddenly it's being banned all the time again?
I don't know. I think this is new because yeah, I don't remember the last time. Oh, I mean, I know the last time, but I don't remember. Like, I don't know how long ago it was because it's been a while since we've seen Ho-Oh bans because it received nerfs was like 2 or 3 patches ago to a lot of like the Sacred Fire build, so it just has been kind of out of the meta for a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird. Nothing really changed on it to make everyone suddenly be banning it, but I guess it just is still that good. Regardless, we are seeing the Suicune come back, unsurprisingly, because somehow that thing continues to not get nerfed. I do like to see this Crustle being pulled from Brouhaha this time.
Okay. I mean, Crystal has like been one of my favorite picks of the more recent seasons because it has just so many good tools, not only in the late game with X-Scissor and the Unite move, which can be really impactful into brawly compositions, but even early on, it's so incredibly powerful because the Rock Slide ability can stun opponents from getting last hits, and then just the Fury Cutter ability early game has pretty decent last hitting ability, which is everything that you want from an early game Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the triple all-rounder being locked in early for ignorance is making my head hurt, but we are seeing Buzzwole come back, so this is the first time that, are they considering 5 all-rounders?
Do it.
Please don't do it, but anyway, Buzzwole was picked quite a lot in the previous tournament based on the data that we have, but we haven't seen it yet today, so it's going to be interesting to see how that is faring, especially against things like Serena. On the other side, we have Machamp being locked in for the second match that we have seen today. Machamp is one of those weird ones, but it's just been in the game for so long that so many people just know how to play it. But we might be seeing, if we do see this Tinkaton get locked in, we're seeing a 6 all-rounder game.
Yeah, this is like your worst nightmare, yeah? I mean, Buzzwole's there.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I'm leaving, actually.
All right, well, it was good. It was good seeing you.
I'm not doing this anymore. It was nice, but I'll see you later. I guess Suicune is obviously like not really an all-rounder, but
like
still seeing 6 purple backgrounds on the field, and again 0 speedsters coming out, none speedster. Definitely interesting. I would like to see how well this Alolan Raichu does. I can only imagine we'll see Electro Ball still, but with the stored power buff, I do want to see how that is faring as well.
I'm still laughing at none speedsters. Just remind me like none speedsters left beef or something.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was doing that. None speedsters with left all-rounder.
We need like Miltank on there in this game so we could do like no speedsters left beef if Miltank's on like the purple Z.
What would even Miltank do? It would be defender, or
it could be probably a defender.
Would it be an all-rounder?
Maybe a defender, maybe an all-rounder. I mean,
I just don't want
Timmy.
any
It's probably an
all-rounders.
all-rounder. Let's be real.
I just don't want any all-rounders to come to the game. I just don't want them to do it anymore. I don't like them.
There's too many.
Just stop making it. Wait, are we getting Vaporeon next, or are we getting Delmise next?
I just saw a tweet about it from El Chico Eevee. Oh, it looks like we are gonna get a pause real quick. Might need a remake, so TBD on that. I did see a tweet from El Chico. Let me pull it up. Let me just double check.
I saw like the Vaporeon gameplay, but I didn't know if that's first or Delmise is first.
They're like 2 days
Mega
apart.
Charizard is first, but
yeah, Mega Charizard is tonight, right? Is that right, or is it in there right now? I could be completely wrong.
I don't know what Pokemon Unite is. All I know is Legend ZA.
All I know is Legend ZA. Let me find. There was an El Chico tweet. But yeah, Delmise and then Vaporeon, both in like mid-November, I thought it said. Obviously, dates are subject to change and whatever. Yeah, okay. November 14th was Delmise, and November 20th is Vaporeon.
Oh, interesting.
So like a week apart almost.
So that's that's kind of far away.
It is
Farther
kind of
away
far.
than I thought. We've known about these Pokemon for a long time. It is interesting how much they are ending up spreading it out, but I mean, fine. We're getting stuff being added at least through November.
Yeah,
I guess.
They did say 2 Pokemon a month for the remainder of the year, and so far they've kept their promise, sort of. There was like Lucario that was technically, it was going to be October, but then they released Mega Lucario technically in September, so they released 3 in September and 1 in October.
Yeah, I mean, they had the loopholes there, but I also think like I think when they said 2 Pokemon a month, we were expecting like new releases, and that really hasn't been the case. It's been like the mega licenses, which I could and will rant about how
I don't like
wrongly implemented they have been. I have
take.
not liked the way that the megas have been introduced in the game. It just kind of felt like they wanted to slap mega on a different thing. It's strange, but you know.
I would have liked if
I'm not the game designer.
Yeah, me neither. I don't even know how to do that. I can barely run OBS half the time, so
One time I coded a game, but I did the bare minimum to get me through the class, and that was kind of it. So clearly I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, just a quick update for y'all. One of the players just lost internet, so they're getting a sub real quick. So yeah, very unfortunate, but yeah, I think we're just waiting for one additional lobby, and we'll get right back into the game for the redraft.
It do be like that.
It do be that way sometimes. Sometimes internet just goes out from time to time. It's happened to me. It's happened to everybody. But yeah, back to the Mega Evolutions portion of it. I'm not a big fan either. I think like we could have done like, I like the idea of like having that extra item, but they could have done different move sets other than what's like already in there. It just feels very lazy is probably the best way I could describe it. But we have a draft again.
Yeah. Oh, they already got somebody, so
well,
sub is in.
Or their internet came back.
Or they just came back. They were able to pull the internet out. Maybe they're on hotspot or something like that. But so we will be seeing things maybe shake out a little bit differently here. We will be seeing the same bans, and interestingly enough, the no ban here from Brouhaha was intentional.
Okay, yeah. I imagine maybe, possibly, potentially. We'll see. It was Chimmy that disconnected, if I'm not mistaken. At least what our observer Bina told us in our production chat. But they do seem to be back, so unless something crazy happened, I believe they are still here with us in the Thea Sky Ruins and hopefully on Earth. 3 all-rounders, yeah, everything is going to be the same up until Machamp, it looks like, was from what I've been told. So everything seems above board currently.
Yeah, I wonder if it was up to and including Machamp.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that.
Me neither.
So, maybe not?
Maybe?
Up to not including Machamp? Well, they're picking Metagross instead, so... Alright.
Okay. Same draft up until Machamp. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, same stuff on the ignorant side regardless of it. Last pick, I don't think we'll go with an all-rounder. I don't know Chimmy to play a ton of all-rounders. Normally, like that attacker-style player plays a lot of range characters. Yeah, Inteleon makes perfect sense here. However, I would definitely be worried a bit about this Buzzwole getting into the back line, so hopefully the front line of Helmet on that Crustle can really prevent that Buzzwole from getting onto the Lizard.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Inteleon for sure, but there isn't a ton of dive, so if the Crustle can do a good job of insulating that Inteleon, then we could see some really good snipe shots being set up here. I think, I would imagine that we see Follow Me on Clefable. Obviously, you know, Gravity is also good, but I would imagine we see Follow Me just for a little bit more setup for the Inteleon, but generally, I like both of these comps. I feel like I like Brouhaha's a little bit better just because of we're not really seeing a classic tanky defender. We're just seeing a CC composition here for Ignorance, but, you know, it definitely is not a bad comp.
Not bad. I mean, yeah. Chimmy, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is a really good Intel player. Way better than me. And I'm like one of the best. And I'm one of the best to have ever done it, especially at NAIC when we beat Nouns. But no, I feel like I've seen them do, like, on Underdunk, hit a 5 KO. I think they were the ones that did the 7 KO, if I'm not mistaken. It could have been somebody else. But either way, still a really good Intel player. So I'm excited to see it. But this is game 2. Brouhaha up 1-0. Ignorance on the brink of going down to that lower bracket. They would definitely like to take this one and send us to a game 3.
Interestingly, we do see 2 Assault Vests on Ignorance.
Oh.
So both Suicune and Latias are wearing Assault Vests. And that's just mainly going to be to deal with those snipe shots coming in. You want to be able to tank the snipe shots that you can stay in the fight longer. Make sure you get another set of moves out. It's one of those items that is very situational, but when it works very well.
Yeah, I think we saw, like, one of the cups last season. I think Zugrug really utilized that, I believe, into that, like, very Intel meta, and it worked really well for him. Obviously, Orange Juice is a performing team. In the bottom path, Suicune finding a KO early, so Ignorance sitting pretty.
We do have Secure going over to Buzzwole here. It's going to be difficult to keep them from getting level 5, and so far, Ignorance has been doing a great job from keeping Brouhaha to do anything right now in this top path. We do see 3 members of Ignorance heading down. Great Blaze kick there from the Combuskin, but nobody going down just yet.
Yeah, it's still no points found for Ignorance, so they've been prioritizing trying to hit some of these last bits of wild Pokemon. Gonna capture a little bit there, holding onto this Sobble, unable to get their evolution, but a basic attack is going to earn them that Drizzile evolution down in the bottom path.
I mean, I guess one way to deal with the water gun Secure from Inteleon is just place a bunch of Electro Balls down so that they can't really react. I mean, I do like that play, but we do have the superpower coming down on top of the Serena. Unfortunately, this time, the Serena not able to get as ahead as they would like to. Buzzwole seems to be the answer to that. Metagross does full heal away that superpower, but still, already nearing that level 7 for the Buzzwole is dangerous if you're Brouhaha.
Very dangerous. Regidrago going over to Ignorance, and now Blaziken making a beeline, like a chicken line. I don't know, that was bad. Going down to that T1 goal zone. It's another animal. It's a chicken, right? It's a bird. Oh, it's not a bird. We'll figure it. We'll go back to the...
It's a bird.
Yeah, it's a chicken, right? It's Blaze chicken?
Yeah, it's a chicken.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're good.
Blaziken, fire, chicken. Yeah, it's a bird.
Okay, good. Alrighty, well, 720 birds in the top path. More on birds later. Buzzwole able to pick up that Metang.
More on birds.
More on birds later. Metang going down, points in for Ignorance, and they're sitting really nice right now so far.
Yeah, Buzzwole taking that piece of experience, getting their stacks up. Interestingly, we have the bird of Blaziken, and we also have a plane. So, like, it's a bird and it's a plane.
Oh.
Yeah, on Ignorance's side. Anyway, Snipe Shot will take that Regieleki Secure out from under the noses of Ignorance. Unfortunately, Crustle will go down. Regieleki likely will as well, but great Snipe Shot there to make sure they were able to get that secure and not allow Ignorance to push into their tier 1.
Well, Metagross also going down. They did get themselves a stack, so it is going to be useful later on, but right now it is a trip to the Pokemon Center. Snipe Shot's going to find that Latias, and now another Snipe Shot sectioned off by that Rock Tomb. That's something to watch out for later game. Is looking really good. Buzzwole, all by their lonesome up in this top pass, started chipping down Registeel, but knows that Brouhaha might be migrating north.
Here comes Serena with the Unite move. They chop it down on top of that Fire Chicken, but they aren't going down instead of Stabeba going down. And they maintain the healing, but no! A Snipe Shot from downtown comes out to take down that Blaziken. Definitely what you want to see, but unfortunately for Brouhaha, they had to use a lot of resources and lose a lot of members to be able to pick up that 1 KO.
Maximizing their overcap here, 28 is going to be the way it goes. So once again, bullying this poor Metagross that's still not a Metagross, still stuck on that level 8 as a Matang, and now you got a level 11 versus a level 10 Serena. Buzzwole coming out ahead. There's a Unite move for good measure. Now Buzzwole going to try to push away this poor little Crustle, who's trying to now hold on to their goal zone. Snipe Shot going to be a little bit wide there. Another throw from this Buzzwole, and it is going back to the Pokemon Center. Is that Crustle?
Unfortunately, Buzzwole has just been able to do everything that they have wanted to do this game, and looks like Ignorance is going to try to push into this Tier 1 goal zone. They've got 40 points with a 39-point overcap. Brouhaha has not been able to break a single goal zone just yet, but they might be overextending. We'll catch Latias, but lucky for Ignorance, it is just the support getting taken out.
Yeah, they're playing pretty forward, probably trying to bait some cooldowns from Brouhaha to keep their damage dealers upright and healthy. At least that's what I'm going to say if I'm the Latias player. Like, you guys get out. I got this. I'll be the hero. But Intel's gonna pop their Unite move. Another basement Reggie. It is a Reggie Alecki down here. Unite move there's from the Latias. Gonna find the Intel, damage it down to half. There's the Unite move from Suicune. Serena gonna pick up the Blaziken, and here comes a Snipe Shot to close the deal. They do. Raichu now trying to dish some damage onto this Metagross. Gonna find the backline, find the Unite move, but Metagross is gonna find the back of the Pokemon Center. Fable trying to retreat, trying to top off these HP bars, but it's all for naught. They're going back to the Pokemon Center, and Ignorance getting another team win here.
They do take down the Buzzwole, so Inteleon making sure that they're doing their best to keep the levels as closely in line as possible, but it really does just seem like Ignorance is winning every single team fight and very handedly, and it was off of a scuffed engagement by Brouhaha. The Inteleon Unite move maybe popped a little bit early, and it seemed like Brouhaha, like everybody else in the team, was just trying to follow up, but they weren't really ready to do it. So though they did get a couple of good picks there and didn't lose too much out of that fight, they still are just not able to pull out any significant team fight wins.
Yeah, not yet. Although you do really like that you have the Intel sitting at level 13. You'd love for your Metagross and your Serena to get there, so they're going to prioritize maybe hitting some of their XP, grabbing some of these wild Pokemon and capturing those. Blaziken nearing level 13 here for Ignorance. It was a very strong pick for Brouhaha in game number 1, securing that Groudon for them. And this time it is in the hands of Ignorance, and it is looking quite good.
3 minutes on the clock, 2:37, 2:55, and Ignorance is not looking like they lost game number 1 for sure. Snipe Shots are coming out, and Inteleon really has just kind of been carrying a lot of these moments and picking up some key KOs, but already we do see Brouhaha lose Russell, and Serena in the back line as well just gets picked up and dropped down by this Buzzwole, and unfortunately for Brouhaha, again, they are just, any pick that they might get is met with equal force and even more so in that opposite direction.
Yeah, what's the Newton's law? Every action has an equal opposite reaction.
Reaction.
It's kind of like what it is. It might not even be equal, so maybe we can't even say it's that law.
More aggressive and potentially evil.
Groudon has hit the disc.
Yeah, that's what Newton said.
I think
Newton said when Newton's 4th law was about Groudon. Anyway, We did see this Blaziken get picked up pretty early in the fight, so Brouhaha gonna try to engage here.
Yeah, Snipe Shot's gonna find the back line, but it is Ignorance coming out ahead, taking out the Clefable, Serena, and the Crustal down with them. It's the Suicune hitting a massive Unite move, and that is a clean team wipe for Ignorance, who still has that Regice buff on. And oh man, this is looking pretty rough here for Brouhaha. I don't think that they'll get in time, so they're gonna just try to defend, but being down a lot of points, it's gonna look pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason for Ignorance to push here, but they do have all those buffs, and I guess they're feeling like they may as well just push as one unit, see if they can get some points in, and Brouhaha's only option is to try to pick up some buffs and run the other way, but it's really not looking good.
Not at all. 237 to 81. It is Brouhaha that is going to try to make the first move here. They're going to start migrating to one of these goal zones, while Ignorance is looking to set up a little bit of an ambush for some vision. Suicune, Blaziken set up in the bottom path, Buzzwole setting up in the top path. No buff on Buzzwole, very notably went down before the Groudon was earned. Now Buzzwole defending on the backside though, 100 points going on that T2 goal zone. Blaziken making a beeline, a bird line into that T3 goal zone. Bird line out.
Yeah, the bird line for sure. It's still not looking good. I mean, enough points were scored from Ignorance to be able to win this one, and looks like we are going to be heading to a game number 3 here. Not able to pull it out a second time, even though Brouhaha got a pretty good pick to start off that fight. It just wasn't enough to be able to deal with Ignorance and their pretty substantial level lead.
There it is. Time is up. Ignorance earning themselves a Game 2 victory, evening up this winner's round 2, sending us to a Game 3, 437, 181, your final here. And yeah, look at these KO numbers. 10 from Neon on this Alolan Raichu, 11 on this Buzzwole, who looked absolutely fantastic all game.
Yeah, they looked fantastic, and I did really like the Alolan Raichu, a couple like fun moments with the Electro Ball, but the star of the show, that Buzzwole, I hate to say it, but it did unfortunately look really good. I think that Buzzwole hasn't been as prioritized because of it, tending to fall off late game. It doesn't team fight as well. It's very single target Pokemon and requires Pokemon to be isolated to really be able to make anything happen, but they were just so far ahead that it continued to look good even into that late game.
Yeah, look at the final damage numbers, Chimmy. On the Intel, 58k led the charge for Brouhaha, but again, once that front line kind of crumbled down on Brouhaha, I mean, there's not a whole lot that you can do. Great presence from Ignorance during Groudon. Despite, like you said, losing that Blaziken early, they were able to find those KOs. I think a lot of it was that Suicune Unite move that hit like 4 members there.
Yeah, it was definitely so. I don't know why Suicune is still.
It's still
like, what do you mean? We're buffing Blaziken and Suicune is just like allowed to do what? I don't know. It is very confusing. Even being a little bit more on the inside and like the ambassador program, where like we get to know a little bit more information. I still cannot explain the decisions that are going on some of these times. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Welcome on in, Unite Mics, Bridget and
Hello.
Zoinks rating on us. And they'll be joining us very soon. I think not after this set, but the next one. Yeah, huge stuff. Shout out to Unite Mics. If you don't watch Unite Mics, you should. Everybody should. I watch it. I'm a subscriber. I'm big because if it's on Twitch, I'll watch it on Twitch. But then if I miss it, I'll just watch it on YouTube. I'm subscribed in multiple places. I even have it on.
I listen on
podcast.
Spotify actually.
Oh yeah. I have it on the on the podcast too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm the Spotify listener of Unite Mics. But welcome, guys. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Very happy too. Hope the podcast went well and such.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna get to see them a little bit. Yeah, big podcast. I'll have to watch. Obviously, we are casting a match, but we are in winners round 2. 1-1, Ignorance and Brouhaha for those just now tuning in. Taking a peek over on my side screen to see if they're deciding to switch sides or not. So far, I believe we're staying true. Ignorance will be on the purple side. Brouhaha will be on the orange side, just as in game 2. At least that's what it's looking like right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess like it really depends on the team as to whether they want first or second pick. It is interesting now that we have 3 bans, because you really can set more stuff up. What is happening?
This is my smiley face. When I'm sad, I'll go to frowny face.
Okay.
I don't know. Kelsey gave
Should
this
I
to
get
me.
like what?
She said you could do something fun with this, so this is the something fun. I don't know.
Yeah, you're really creative. What if like I had like the things for like when someone's like a judge and rating something, like they put up like the 10s.
10s.
10,
They make a play, just the camera cuts. 10.
Yeah, they just put, okay. Anyway.
We're cooking.
Oh, I'm starting
We're
to get so EP. Yeah, we're cooking. Game 3 is going to be interesting because it really has seemed like Ignorance, even though they lost game number 1, has relatively had control over both of these games, especially in the early game. So Brouhaha has a great team fight. Both of these games, they've had a great end game team fight. They really seem to know what they're doing in the Groudon pit, and that's where Ignorance, I feel like, struggles a little bit more. However, Ignorance has such a good early game that it might just not matter. So I think that Brouhaha, if they're going to be changing anything, they really have to try to focus a little bit more on their early game.
True. Quite true. I'm still seeing there's like one player missing from lobby. I think it's Chimmy, so I don't know if they're having internet. I'm gonna check the Start GG chat just to see if I can see. Oh, okay. Player had to reset to avoid crashing. Oh wait, no, that was before.
A lot of
then.
crashing
Yeah.
going on in Pokemon Unite as of late.
Mm-hmm.
What? Like,
Some people are saying my Switch 1 is quite sensitive, which is so real. I don't know about you, but I've had like an insignificant. No, I would say like completely insignificant, and I wouldn't call it significant. I've had some crashes this season, like almost like every session that I play, even on Switch 2. I'm having like at least like one crash during like a 5-hour like play session. I don't know if you've had like
yeah,
similar.
no, me too.
No,
I have. Yeah, it's rough. I don't have a Switch 2. I have the OLED Switch 1. Yeah, I think it's just the game. It's not like the system itself. It's like something with the game trying to run, or potentially the draft system in general. Like there's some sort of like bug with the game code interacting with the system through draft, and I feel like it might not even be just draft, because I've had some times where like just on the lobby screen the game crashes. So it's just something that we experience pretty frequently. And I think with a lot of games that have to run a lot of things, especially like a lot of assets that are put in the game, games like this, crashing is imminent, but I do feel like it's just so much more often than it used to be. And if they're going to be adding so many more assets to the game, you gotta be able to run the game pretty well. But yeah, there's a lot of things in this game that needs to be fixed. The crashing is more annoying. It's the most annoying when you lose elo for it when it wasn't your fault. So I feel like if they're not going to be able to fix the crashing, they should at least. Yeah, that's my honest reaction.
That's my honest reaction.
My honest reaction. My face when.
It is like it happens so frequently because like this is like my experience is that it's similar to you. It's like always right after draft, and like when you're like loading in, and even when like your team obviously if that happens, they've obviously put that fail safe in where the rest of the players don't have to fully go. You just vote at the 9-minute mark or whatever it is. They don't play it out. You still lose elo if that happens, which is to me, that's
Yeah.
kind of bananas. I think it's happened like so many times this season where it's like I would have had way higher of an elo had it not happened like almost every time I play the game in a night. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I hope they fix it. My face.
I don't know why they can't just like detect a crash and then immediately just stop. Like right after draft when things are loading, like they do detect the crash. Like I know that they do because of the loading time.
True.
Like, you know, like the loading time of the player like increases and you're kind of like, are they loading in or what's going on? Like, so I know that they can detect the crash. Just detect it and stop the game.
Yeah.
Just don't even give them the chance to come back in. Just start it. Anyway, game 3 here, Underdunk 63, game 3
rant.
of round 2. And Ho-Oh, again, prioritizing that ban slot.
I don't know. Like I'm still going back to what you were saying in that last round was like,
Am I missing something?
don't
Was
know.
everyone just suddenly like, wait, Ho-Oh actually is broken?
I think it was like,
And,
maybe
it was like a skill issue?
Yeah, honestly, like sometimes that does tend to happen from time to time where a Pokemon will get nerfed and then people will stop playing it for like a week or maybe 2 weeks or maybe a month for certain Pokemon because it's like, oh, this just got nerfed. I don't want to keep playing it. And then like you start seeing it around and then you're like, okay, maybe it's not that bad. And then you try it and you're like, wait, this is still quite broken. Like, I feel like it could be one of those situations where you just need to learn how to play around the nerf or like maybe change your items or change the playstyle, maybe go to the different moveset. There's just like so many different ways and some of these nerfs that come in aren't always that great.
Yeah, I think there's been like a good few instances where, you know, we've seen Pokemon get nerfed and then it's just assumed that they must not be good anymore. Like, either a Pokemon gets nerfed and the general consensus is that the nerf did nothing and nothing changes, or it gets nerfed and suddenly we never see it again. So it's interesting, you know, when things like this happen where players remember that nerfing doesn't necessarily mean it's dead forever. KO'd, excuse me. Anyway, we do see Empoleon,
Fainted.
a Pokemon that was nerfed, coming back into this game number 3.
And I have switched the overlay because it was not on the right one. Zoink says he does not crash, but because he chooses not to. That's crazy. I wish I could choose not to. That would be
The
my choice
willpower of a
every day.
Pisces.
Ignorance is lining up a very comfort-heavy pick here with the Snorlax from Soup Chef and then Goopiter on the Buzzwole once again. I really like that. And then kind of like dipping back into the well from many seasons ago is Neon on this Miraidon pick. And I don't know about you, Husky. I've been playing a lot of Miraidon over the last season, and I still think this Pokemon is incredible.
I think it is still very good. It has like that option of Shred, but a lot of times, you know, the Pokemon that are being picked in the attacker slot, I feel like we've shifted more toward things like Mew and Inteleon that have a lot of Secure, and Shred just isn't something that's as prioritized anymore. But I do think that Miraidon is still very strong, especially when you do have a brawl-heavy front line. We've got the Empoleon and the Buzzwole again coming out for Ignorance. We're going to see the Crustle as well that really sets up this brawl comp, so I think that Neon in the backline can do a ton of Shred damage.
Zoinks wants to know how you knew that he was a Pisces and said that you know that Husky knows way too much.
What are you talking about? We've had a conversation about this, and I remember when people tell me what their birthdays are.
It's true. She does remember.
I remember these things. I'm not a creep. I am not a creep, I promise. Actually, no, I don't. I am a creep, but also, we've talked about this before. Two things can be true.
Two things can be true at once.
And Bridget's an Aries, I know this. Kyle doesn't tell anyone his birthday, but I know when it is.
It's true.
So, I know my numbers. That's all I can say.
Knows
Big
the
Root
numbers.
coming out in this game, by the way. I just want to point that out. Big Root
Large.
has made it into the game. It's huge. The largest root anyone's ever seen on this Trevenant. I feel like that makes the most sense for the Trevenant, the tree, to be running the big route.
I think so too. I thought like this item is made for Trevenant. I wonder if we'll see a Hornleech game or if we're gonna see, Pain Split. I've seen a lot of Pain Split lately on ladder, but I guess that is why we play the game. This is game 3 of your winners round 2. Brouhaha on your purple side, Ignorance on your orange side. They're sending this EXP share Suicune along with the Torchic to the top path.
And once again, Brouhaha going for this split kind of shared central area. They're going to send Serena for the first rotation, and then they're likely going to send Torchic for the remainder of the rotations, because they don't really have a dedicated central area Pokemon. Great Electro Ball there from Mew, but it's not able to get those secures. Miraidon already close to level 4.
Yeah, that's why teams still like this Miraidon over... I guess probably a lot of nerfs over the time since I guess the last time it got buffed, but it's still a lot of good damage early on with those last hits. So when last hitting is very prioritized in the current meta, and I guess like it's been the meta for many months at this point, any Pokemon that can get those last hits pretty safely is going to be pretty popular.
It's also just, it doesn't have to evolve.
True.
And the more Pokemon that you have that don't need to evolve are just more powerful in the early games. So you'd rather, prioritize that as opposed to something like Inteleon that needs level 7. And already, Miraidon level 5 has the enhanced charge beam, shreds through that Phantump right there. A lot of that experience will go to Ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, Ignorance is kind of sitting pretty right now. Already got that level 6 on that Empoleon, very close to evolving when rotation might do it. They'll probably have it by the 8-minute Regidrago in the central area. And they are playing quite forward. Buzzwole picking up that Blaziken, almost getting the KO, but good little defense, good freezing from the Suicune.
Suicune here could be really useful against a Pokemon like Buzzwole, but it is hard to keep it from getting the experience it needs. X-speeding in the Phantump, trying to set up this Serena to be able to engage here, but Empoleon does have level 7, and they are there. Combuskin goes down pretty easily. Here comes Crustle for the backup, but so far, Ignorance hanging on.
Yeah, cookie jar moment for Brouhaha, but great response from Ignorance to respond to that 4-person push up in the top path, and now they're turning that defense into offense. 60 points going on in. Buzzwole allowed to stack up. They elect to not break that and kind of just keep this goal zone healthy, deprive some EXP from them, and head towards this Regidrago where it is going to be Ignorance to lose, and they do not. It is Empoleon that grabs it.
Suicune almost had it there with like a little bit of the tick of that Whirlpool. Was this Flail?
I think it might be, yeah.
They're running Flail on the Snorlax, classic Soup Chef move. They are going to stack up a little bit more here, try to just get some more consistent damage. I guess they feel like they just don't even need the extra CC. Why bother? They'll just go with Flail instead. Suicune goes down.
All right, they're going to try to push. Oh, did they just steal that away from the Blaziken? They had an overheat charged up, unable to get it. And it's going to be a Regieleki. Yellow timer in the bottom lane is going to tell you that. So Ignorance is going to start making a little bit of work on there. Mew trying to grab some vision. They see 3 members. They're going to try to get a Solar Beam or an E-Ball on, but great frontline presence from Ignorance is going to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, Crustle just zones so well, and they will pick up that Trevenant as well with a good X-Scissor, but they're still very tanky. Here comes the Empoleon into the backline. They pop that Unite move. Sovereign Slide comes in, takes down the Mew. Regieleki threatening to walk in here, but Trevenant with that Hornleech and the Curse is going to move it forward. Unfortunately, Trev goes down. Regieleki walks. Ignorance off to an early lead once again.
Yeah, not a massive overcap. I think it was only 5 points there, but I think you're just happy if you're Ignorance to just continually put on a lot of pressure on the enemy side of the map. Looked for another 16, was Scrooble not on there, but unable to get there. Buzzwole monitoring this T1 goal zone quite well. Serena tried to get that 30 points on in, but Buzzwole, while they weren't paying full attention because they were farming, they paid enough attention and prevented that from going in.
Looks like everyone's starting to move up to the top path here, and Empoleon now level 11, and Suicune not even level 9 will get easily taken down. It looks like Ignorance is going for a push.
40 points in. That's a 36 over cap here for Ignorance. So they are adding on to their score lead, 211 to 21. Score lead is theirs, and now they're looking to take an even bigger level advantage as they're fighting in this central area. And Empoleon's going to throw a Hydro Cannon into the mix. Scribblenauts on this. Snorlax might be getting sent down, as well as the Buzzwole. So Brouhaha find some EXP they desperately needed.
Yeah, overextension once again from Ignorance. I mean, they're a great team, but sometimes they do love to overextend and push a little bit too hard there. Another cookie jar moment, this time on the other side. And they will end up losing that Buzzwole, which is a good pickup for Brouhaha. So far, they're really hanging in there in terms of levels. They have not really fallen behind like we have seen them fall behind, but they have fallen behind in terms of score.
Alrighty, and another Regieleki down here. Of course it is. That's what was there the first time. They are going to prioritize this as Ignorance, so they're going to find the KOs first. Suicune and Serena both go down, and Empoleon closes the deal on the Aleki. Basement Reggie accomplished. Now Ignorance is maybe fighting to push this in. They could potentially go towards the top, but they're putting on a lot of pressure here. They think that they could try to walk this on in. Good defense here from Brouhaha. And they are going to find a lot of damage, but no KOs just yet.
Empoleon does go in, but it's not enough damage. They will go down pretty easily. Buzzwole now trying to clean it up. And once again, it seems like we have a little bit of an overextension. Blaziken getting a double KO on that backside. Buzzwole now has their focus band popped. Looks for an opportunity on this. Serena misses!
Oh.
Does hit the smackdown, but it doesn't matter. Suicune will pick up that KO. Once again, Kyle, a little bit of an overextension here.
A little bit of a hands in the cookie jar moment for Ignorance, but no harm, no foul.
A lot of cookie jar moments.
A lot of cookie jar moments, yeah.
Take a shot every time there's a cookie jar moment in this game.
Yeah, that's probably a bad idea.
By the 5-minute mark.
But by the time Groudon gets in, I'm going to think it's Rayquaza. But
that's actually so fun. Underrated comment.
thank you. 211.
You said it, and I knew it was going to be underrated, but I don't think it should be.
211 to 83. 3-minute mark right now. 26 points looking to go on in for Scribblenauts. Good response there from Suicune because Blaziken was none the wiser there, farming up that Altaria family. But Scribblenauts playing very far forward, and I think Ignorance has been really trying to hold on to this pace, and unfortunately it's not worked out here. They're going to lose this T1 pad.
Yeah, Serena will put in that 50, and now putting them within 100 points of Ignorance. And I really do feel like in this second half of this game, Brouhaha just capitalizing on moments where Ignorance overextended, which ends up being really important to keep them in this game. We have a level 14 on the Blaziken, and Serena's also level 13. Looking for this Regieleki. Crustle is around, but they're not going to bother trying to go for that steal. Not with the overheat Blaziken there.
20 seconds until the final stretch. Groudon awaits, but Serena getting met with massive resistance from Snorlax and Buzzwole, able to escape and get on out of dodge. Now Crustle in danger. Mew's gonna solar beam them back to the Pokemon Center. Mewston auto connects on the Snorlax. Now Groudon is gonna be on the map here. Ignorance on their heels. They may lose another. It's Empoleon that goes down in the hands of the Serena.
Yeah, Buzzwole tried to catch out that Serena, but instead it was that team getting caught out. The Snorlax does come out with the power nap, but they don't have a heavy slam to be able to secure it. And it is once again the Blaziken. Both times that Brouhaha was able to secure the Blaziken, they were able to secure that Groudon as well. Snorlax gonna look for a little bit of a back cap, but there are a lot of buffs right now on Brouhaha.
300, 253, 120 on the clock, 36 double it, make it 72. That's gonna bolster Brouhaha's lead here. So Ignorance gonna try to find a buff with a KO. That's gonna be hard with all that extra damage, especially from that overheat. But they do find it on the Blaziken, so not all is lost. Still 150 points nearly separates these two teams. Solar Beam's gonna connect on that Miraidon, but Ignorance is gonna have time for one final push.
Yeah, they could. I mean, they have one buff, but Brouhaha doesn't even seem to want to go back just yet. They are looking for that vision, looking for opportunities.
Great
The
play.
Suicune does get caught. What a fantastic rock tomb. Suicune will go down, unfortunately, to the Buzzwole, so not a second buff being picked up here.
Almost. Serena's going to try to get on away. They do take out the Crustle on the way out of the door. 35 seconds remain in this match. And now it's Buzzwole going to try to section off the Serena. There's a Unite move onto the Miraidon. Neon forced to use an eject button. Mew, it's a Solar Beam, connects on the Empoleon. That might be the ticket that Brouhaha needs to go into the next round.
Oh, they surrender before they can give the Mew the Quadra. It will be a triple kill. You're welcome from the Mew. And Brouhaha is going to take this set 2-1.
Insane work here from Brouhaha. 443, 300. Going to be your final in game 3. Ignorance going down to that lower bracket, but what an incredible Groudon fight from Brouhaha. It looked very scary for a moment where the Serena kind of got sectioned off by not only the Rock Tomb, but also from Buzzwole, and the Snorlax blocked, but was able to dash away and ended up dragging a couple of Pokemon into danger from Ignorance.
Yeah, they just kind of grabbed, the Buzzwole thought they had an engage on the Serena, but they had a great response and were able to grab, I believe it was Soup Chef, on the Crustle before they could do anything about it, which was really ended up being really, really important. Look at these damage numbers from the Mew as well. Just, again, another moment where an attacker was well insulated. There was nothing that was really diving it. It could do so much throughout the duration of the match.
Yeah, insane work here. Not a ton of damage from that Empoleon, which, you know, has kind of been like the talk of the town of like, is this Pokemon broken and competitive? Then it receives a nerf. And yeah, I don't know. It didn't look as good as, I mean, we had imagined. We didn't actually get to see it a whole lot the last time Underdunk was played. It got banned, I believe, a majority of the time. So we didn't really get to see it at its full potential too much.
Yeah, I honestly feel like maybe Palmod is doing better right now than Empoleon. At least has what it seemed like tonight. I think Empoleon can be very good, but I don't necessarily think that it is an individual brawler the way that like Serena or Buzzwole can brawl like that. Like, I think that it really does need the team, and it like thrives in a team fight environment more than it thrives like 1v1. But I also could be wrong. I really don't play many all-rounders. I was only playing Empoleon when it was broken enough to where like if I noticed it not on my team, then I felt like I had to pick it. Otherwise, it's just kind of like every other all-rounder to me.
Yep, that was kind of my experience. Yeah, I'm not a huge. I did kind of like the play style in a way, because there was like the Hydro Cannon moveset is a little bit more like attacker-ish. You're not like always in the enemy's face. Obviously, you do want to get there when they're on the Whirlpool, and you can kind of self-sustain that way. But either way, yeah, Empoleon still, I think, very strong, just didn't look quite as good with some of the nerfs. But that said, we are going to take a quick break as we get the next round set up. I believe we are going to be taking you to the winners semifinals, where we will see Exodia and Underdunk. I don't know what that means. I think I know what that means.
Don't?
I think I know what it means.
Oh, okay.
I think I know what it means. And you get a big frowny face. All right. We'll be right back very shortly when we get this next round set up. We'll see you very, very soon. Welcome back, trainers. Underdunk 63, and we have the winners semifinal, or one of the semifinals on deck. Underdiv versus Exodia, and I don't know if I want to say Underdiv.
Underdiv, I hardly know her. Div. That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. There's enough.
It
of those
wasn't
jokes.
funny.
Yeah, but Exodia, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a few weeks, so forgive me if I'm actually wrong about this, but they've won in Underdunk recently. I can't remember if it was the last one or if it was the time before that, but they have won in Underdunk, so this is set to be a pretty decent matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't seen Exodia yet, but another team that we know and love frequently shows up throughout the North American scene.
Yep.
So it should be an interesting matchup. Both are coming off of not dropping a map yet today. Actually, in Winners Round 2, nothing was 3 games. So interestingly enough, we have casted the one of 2 3-game sets that have happened.
True. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, just the Winners Round 1 set went to... Anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Interesting bracket so far.
Yeah, interesting bracket. But looking forward to seeing how the set ends up shaking out.
Yeah, so winner of this will go on to your winners finals. We'll take on the winner of Brouhaha and To Be Determined. Right now, Arson up 1-0 versus 5 Rillabooms, who we saw earlier tonight. Very interested to see if 5 Rillabooms could come out and pull up a little bit of an upset, but it is kind of a tough. I want to say that Arson team is pretty strong. Let me check.
It's Pixels, Budwolf,
Yeah.
Zade, Azure.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen them a lot, but...
Yeah, I don't think so either, but I want to say they're pretty good. But with that said, we have a draft here in game number 1. Game 1.
All right.
Yeah.
Love the naming convention that we've gone with here.
Oh gosh. Holy.
It's definitely a good time. Banning out this Gengar. Okay, off to a good start. Gengar did get buffed, however, we haven't seen it yet tonight. Not sure how worth a ban it is. I don't know what's going on. Why is Psyduck being banned? They just don't want to show their cards yet.
It's very possible. I mean, that is kind of a strategy that a lot of teams have done in the past, knowing that you kind of have an extra band to play with. You could also, knowing that I believe Pooty is on the side of Underdiv, they do like playing a lot of like disruptor Pokemon, and Psyduck is kind of one of those Pokemon that can be really annoying to deal with.
Mm-hmm. No Comfey, banning out Comfey. Who could have seen that coming? This is the first time that we have not seen Darkrai being banned, so maybe it does come out. We also we see a lot of more unconventional bans. We don't see Blissey being banned, and it is going to be picked up. So we still have Suicune on the table. We've got things like Darkrai. Blaziken did get banned, but we have like Empoleon and Clefable and a lot of picks that we have frequently seen. Considering the Umbreon here is Nirvana, but Exodia considering through a couple different options.
A lot of options on the table. But this is the first time we're seeing Blissey as well, because I feel like it's been banned most of the games.
Yeah, it's been banned every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. I don't know. Blissey, fresh off a buff. So we have a couple buff Pokemon that are banned. So Blaziken, Gengar banned. Blissey on the table, was buffed, is in here. But so far, that's like one of the only patch Pokemon being played.
Also, noticeably, Ho-Oh not banned, and also not picked up. These teams just kind of want to do what they want to do here. Serena coming back out, another Pokemon that really hasn't gotten changed, but teams are, I guess, really starting to prioritize it. It's always been very strong, but I feel like it has not been as prioritized in previous tournaments as we have seen in this one specifically. Underdunk will lock in their final 2 picks, both all-rounders, Machamp coming out, as well as this Urshifu.
I think there are a couple options here. I wonder if we'll see an actual attacker here from Exodia. I think you have a few options on the table. I think, yeah, this is one that I kind of would like to see. I was thinking some sort of A-presser would work quite well. And I do still think Mewtwo Y, despite receiving kind of a little bit of a nerf more recently than it's received a buff, I still think this Pokemon is still kind of good. I think there are some A-pressers that do it a little bit better, but I think if it's a comfort pick, it's a comfort pick.
Yeah, I think it does pretty well. I think that, teams weren't super sure after they changed the the Mega Stone convention and kind of gave it the Zacian treatment where it holds 1 item that does nothing and it only really has 2 item slots to work with. I think that teams weren't really sure how that was going to shake out, but I do still think it's pretty strong. And for the record, I do think that this is how all of the Megas should work in the game.
I think so too. I agree. I think it should be good, but not like broken. And I remember Mewtwo Y release, and it was quite broken. I remember Zacian release was quite broken. Urshifu release was quite broken. I think there's a trend here with some newer Pokemon. By the way, Exodia versus Underdunk. This is going to be a very strong matchup here in our winter semifinals. I don't know about you, Husky, but I am excited to see this one go.
Yeah, going to be an interesting one. And noticeably, on stream tonight, we have not seen a single speedster, neither in the picks or the bans. So I thought that attackers might not be super prominent. Looks like speedsters kind of suck.
It's kind of unusual. A lot of players love playing speedsters just because it can provide a lot of map pressure, but that is odd that we haven't seen a single one tonight. This is game 1 of your winter semifinals, so we've already done 2 full sets. It's going to be Clefable along with the Zacian up in the top path, going to meet face with this Chansey as well as that Machamp.
Yeah, I mean, I guess speedsters just struggle against a lot of CC and a lot of brawling, so you would just rather have more CC and more brawling instead. Mew looking for a secure there, and it was, I believe, the Crustle to pick that up.
Again, Crustle, fantastic in the early game. However, Machop getting sliced down. Blissey also go down. That Clefairy was living at 1 HP somehow, some way. I think that some way was the Zacian saving them and picking up that double KO. They get out scot-free. No KOs found for Underdunk.
Zacian, another Pokemon that's just so good early, and it's really difficult to keep it from getting that level 5. It is already there. Urshifu does also have level 5, tries to move in here, finds Clefable, who will sacrifice themselves before members of Underdunk move up into this top path, able to get in a ton of points.
Great rotation that also lends them to potentially invade here, keep on the pressure on the right side of the map. That's exactly what they do. And it is a Water Urshifu, gonna take a blue buff, which is quite good on that Pokemon with that cooldown reduction.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a little bit surprised to see the Water Bear at first, but it does just provide kind of that more dive that you would be missing from a speedster while still being able to brawl. Umbreon might be getting caught here by this Water Bear. Good mean look with frame. Perfect safeguard. Prevents the mean look from trapping it.
Oh, there's a Mucid Auto along with a great Rock Tomb from Crustle is going to send Eterna at least into danger, but a little bit of self-sustaining, a little bit of sustain from the Clefable keeps them in this fight. And now Exodia on the offensive. Mew goes down. Points rain in on this T1. Zacian picks up a triple KO. Good safeguard there. Saves the Blissey and allows a little bit of time for this Urshifu to respond.
Clefable is just so good. So many times Pokemon should have gone down, but the Moonlight is there, keeping them nice and healthy. And now Zacian, look at the rip on that Pokemon. Easily able to take that Regidrago.
Regidrago buff for Exodia. Machamp, still a Machoke. Gonna try to grab this. Great submission there. Puts Meow into a little bit of danger. Gonna have to dash on away, and they do get to safety. Mucid Auto down the bottom path. It's gonna help take out that Serena, but it is Urshifu that falls down. Mew shortly thereafter, 12 points on in for this Clefable. Gonna set down a Gravity on trying to keep these dashes away.
Wow, the Psy Strike. Perfectly timed against that Crustl's X-Scissor right there to make sure they weren't stunned up by it. Even the Rock Tomb was avoided by a teleport there. This Exodia team just really working their picks to their advantage, knowing exactly what to do in those types of situations. It is difficult to deal with something like a Crustle, but Exodia is doing it very, very well. As Regieleki taking in the top path, and in the bottom path, we got a Registeel.
Okay, Serena's gonna Unite move right there. Psystrike's gonna connect on the Crustle. Clefable gonna go ahead and get fallen down, and Mew for Underdid is gonna take that Registeel, so that's gonna be a great buff for them. Unite move expended by Mew might be just to try to get a little bit of insurance, trying to make sure that they don't go down and yield some of those buffs. It might have been maybe a misclick, I'm not sure.
Machamp now finally at that level 9. They do have access to the Barrage Blow, and it is interesting how much that we have seen Machamp come out tonight. And Machamp with the submission as well, it kind of provides a similar role to something like Buzzwole, but it just comes on a lot later in the game. Potentially a better Unite move as well if it actually is hit. But it looks like a little bit of a brawl breaking out in this top path.
Yeah, it was a good start to the party with that Mewtwo Y Unite. Tried to save that, I believe it was Zacian that was up there, but Zacian very low on HP. They do go down at the hands of that Urshifu, allowing for this T1 goal zone break for Underdis. So a little bit of pressure on that side of the map. Clefable caught between all 5 members. They're going to get punched through by this Machamp. That's a nice KO right there.
Yeah, it was a really good Unite move by Machamp, followed by a great Unite move from Umbreon as well, but there just wasn't enough members of Exodia up in that top path to really deal with it. They are holding on to a score lead still, but it's not a big one, and Underdid definitely seems to be doing really well in some of these team fights.
5 minutes have surpassed, or have, I don't know, I'm tired. 5 minutes have elapsed is the word I'm looking for, thank you. Surpassed, elapsed, I don't know. And halfway through, it is Exodia that's kind of leading the charge, at least in the points, but I feel like Underdid has kind of held their own. Seems like a lot of the team fights have gone their way, and certainly they're looking to put some pressure on this bottom path.
I mean, a lot of these are like Blissey has Safeguard, it's got a Unite move, and they let Blissey through, and if you let Blissey through, it's going to do Blissey things. Exodia, though, they do have access to that Zacian, which rips so easily, gets another Regieleki, they give up the Regirock in the bottom path, but Underdid might look for a push here.
Yeah, 30 points in from Blissey. Oh, they roll a block to Clefable, and that's going to save at least another 40 from going on end. Mewtwo Y Unite going to stun up a lot of the members of Underdid, but Exodia, 2 members go down. It's only the Urshifu that has fallen down for Underdid, and a good defensive stand here for Exodia. They also grabbed that Crustle, who was sneakily hiding in the central area.
At one point, that Zacian was looking to pick up that, I think maybe it was the Machamp or the Urshifu that was very low, but the Mew had a fantastic light screen to prevent it from advancing further, which was just a great play to make sure that they didn't lose any more members than were necessary. Underdid, as opposed to, I guess, ignorance that we saw previously, they're not a cookie jar team. They don't really want to get caught out, so they know exactly when to retreat. They're holding on to a little bit of a level advantage, but still playing on the back foot in terms of score. But they're not worried about it. Like, they don't seem stressed. They'll do what they can do and make sure that they have as minimal casualties as possible.
No stress, easy peasy. Oh, good solar beam there from Mew is going to chunk down the Serena. Good shielding from the Blissey, and the Mew closes that out. Great Electro Ball. Now the push is on towards this T1 goal zone. Crustle gonna lay down a Rock Tomb, gonna also X-Scissor this Umbreon into some danger. Clefable unable to respond in time with some healing. As a 37-point overcap here for Underdid. They grab that score lead, 25 seconds until Groudon.
And now with them in the score lead, going to be up to Exodia to try to fight back in terms of their levels. Finally, Serena hits that level 13, but nobody else just yet. Zacian now does hit it as well, so we're getting there, but Machamp sneaking up there. Level 14 for that Pokemon. This could be a really solid fight. They got to play around this Clefable. They look for this Crustle. Great Unite move into X-Scissor to start off the fight.
Yeah, there's a Muted Auto going to connect. There's another Solar Beam going to chunk through a couple. X-Scissor's going to grab 3, and Serena going to dash on backwards. Umbreon's going to seal some shields. There's that Mewtwo Y Unite. You got to look for a Unite move here. Another Solar Beam. Oh, great response from the Zacian, but it's not enough. Blissey saving him, and we have a full team wipe here for Underdunk. Now they're moving to Groudon.
Wow, I thought for sure that they would get at least somebody, especially with the big Sovereign Sword that came down from the Zacian. There was a lot of good plays there from Exodia, but just not enough damage to take anybody down, and the Clefable healing just wasn't enough to keep them alive either. Somehow Underdunk holding on to every single member of their team. They have their buffs. Exodia gonna try to fight back. Serena just gets blown up right there. Looks like game 1 is gonna be going to the Underdiz.
Yeah, insane work here. Yeah, that's Serena. I was like, oh, maybe Serena gets a Unite move off here. No, just absolutely obliterated. That's the Groudon buff for you, especially if you have all the members of your teams converging on a single target. It's just so much damage. And I feel like from what I've experienced of how the best way to play with the Groudon buff is like, go for the KOs. The amount of attack damage that you get from this Groudon buff is fantastic. So go for the KOs, fight as 5 if you can, or fight with how many ever have the buff. And it seems like a recipe for success.
Yeah, I feel like so many times, like, people play it like they play Rayquaza, and they get the buff, and then they just start, like, walking toward goal zones by themselves and splitting off. And that's just not something that you can do anymore with the Groudon buff. Like, you have to actually move as a team and prepare for, like, a second team fight. And I've just watched so many times, like, especially in solo queue, teammates will just walk by themselves toward a different goal zone and then get themselves KO'd. And it's like, no, we can't do the same. Like, you didn't win the game because you got Groudon. Like, there's still more of the game. I think competitively, teams have obviously, you know, figured something like that out. So they've made it even harder to defend against the Groudon buff. But generally, yeah, that was the end of the sentence. Underdale wins game number 1, 834 to 195. Look at these damage numbers. That Urshifu, that Machamp coming out strong. The Mew as well, getting over 6 digits.
End of the sentence. Yeah. There's a moment there too. I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if that's a bug or if that is just how Urshifu worked. Urshifu hit a combo, and they were inside Exodia's base. I don't know if that was supposed to happen.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
That's why I made that weird noise with my mouth. I think I was like, whoa. I was just like so shocked to see.
No, I didn't see that.
It was just like
it is a bug.
behind
Or maybe
enemy
Urshifu was just built different.
I know it like, goes through shields, but it shouldn't go through like the whole pet. I think like the only Pokemon that does, I think, like what, Ho-Oh is allowed to like go through with like Sky Attack or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff. But yeah, good stuff here for Underdunk. They're gonna win game 1.
Yeah, and we will. I mean, I wonder what the plan kind of is. I feel like Exodia definitely had a little bit of an early lead, especially when you have things like Zacian that just get so strong early. But I don't know if it was like, I just suddenly Underdunk came out of nowhere like halfway through the game, I feel like, and just suddenly started winning some team fights. And I honestly can't even pinpoint exactly what the moment was, or if they just kind of started, or they just knew how to play from behind a little bit better.
Yeah, insane stuff. What was it? 115 from both Urshi and Mew, and then like a near 100k from this Machamp. I mean, yes, you have Clefable healing, but Clefable can't heal that much. I don't think they got even close to healing probably what they wouldn't have needed to heal in order to mitigate all of that damage from Underd.
Yeah, I mean, still, you have, like, something like Clefable on the other side. You know, you expect if somebody's a little bit more tanky to do a ton of damage. But the fact that 3 members of Underd were putting up those numbers, like, it just showed how much team fights were valued throughout that game. And the, you know, the execution from that team to be able to make sure that they were able to consistently be putting up those KOs. Definitely really solid gameplay from them. I wonder how Exodia responds here, even if they respond in any sort of different way. I think a lot of what was it's weird seeing a lot of Pokemon come out that like haven't been changed, but we've been seeing them frequently. Like, why are we suddenly seeing Machamp? It doesn't make any sense. Like, and it's just performing pretty well. Nothing's really changed on Machamp. Same with like Serena. It's probably been a little bit more played than something like Machamp, but not as much as we have been seeing it tonight, or maybe we've just run into all of the matches where players play Serena. But
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Serena. We've seen a decent amount of Blaziken when it's not banned. Obviously, Suicune we've seen quite a bit because it's obviously, I think, the strongest Pokemon. Maybe not the strongest, but it's definitely one of the more annoying ones to deal with. And somehow, some way, it continues to bypass any sort of nerfs. And I think into like the brawly meta, Suicune just, the stocks have to be like so high up right now.
Yeah, and did we see Suicune last game?
Last game, I don't know. I don't remember. I have a goldfish brain.
Did.
I have a goldfish brain.
Oh, I could go for some goldfish right now. Flavor blasted.
I have some
goldfish
for my drive tomorrow. Well, I'm not driving. I'm the passenger princess. But for the drive tomorrow.
Yeah, we know. I should get some too. I'm so underprepared for this trip, honestly. Whatever. We do have the bans. Blaziken being banned this time around, and we're sticking with that Psyduck ban. I just assume that they don't want to face, I guess, one of them plays a good Psyduck. But still a weirder list of bans than was expected, I feel like. Clefable being banned. I guess Exodia wants to grab this Blissey, I would imagine, but there's a lot of good options for a first pick. Yeah, that is going to be Blissey.
Yeah, I think you almost have to take Blissey, and also you're taking it away from Underd, who used it quite well in game number 1, so I think that's a fantastic way to go about draft. You're grabbing something good, but I really like how Underd has countered it with that Umbreon. Umbreon obviously could steal a lot of those shields that Blissey's going to provide, so I think that's a pretty decent counter to the Blissey.
I like the Palmot too.
Oh,
It seems like Palmot's been performing pretty well. It has some good sustain. It's kind of like if Scizor was good. So if teams kind of like going with the brawling play style, then they can pick it up. It does seem like it can be countered pretty easily. One of those could be this Venusaur that has been picked up from Exodia. If they do want to run something like Petal Dance, it can brawl pretty well with the Palmot, but also Solar Beam is still very, very strong, which I can't really tell by this item set what Exodia is going to look to run with this Venusaur, but either could work.
I think so. I think it might just depend on the last piece of Underd's draft. I personally still think Beam is incredible. Maybe a little bit less so with the nerf that it received. So it's very possible, especially with a muscle band, that you see the Petal Giga moveset. You don't necessarily need to run a full heal with it, knowing that you have a Blissey that could potentially run Safeguard. So you do have a couple of options here, especially with a more bulky set. And as I say that, it might be switched over. Yeah, there's that full heal. End of sentence. Your turn.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. End of sentence. And I was gonna say, like, because they picked up the Mew, they already have backliner. So probably Petal Dance. We do see the big root coming out. Big, thick root.
Girthy
being
roots.
worn by that Venusaur. First speedster of the night with that Talonflame.
Yeah, that is. I know you said it in the previous draft that we hadn't seen. I was like, there's gotta be somebody that plays a speedster at some point. Obviously, it's taken a double attacker team to maybe bring the confidence level high enough that it can perform well here. Even though, like, it's still probably a more, like, all-roundery Venusaur. If you can land a fly, if you could land a brave bird, whichever this one goes, you can still take it down just a little bit tougher with that big root.
Yeah, Venusaur with the Petal Dance moveset and the big root definitely doesn't play like an attacker, definitely plays more like an all-rounder, or even like, you know, just like a tanky all-rounder. So it's definitely not the type of attacker where a Talonflame would really be able to jump on top of it and one-shot it unless it gets very, very ahead. But still, the Talonflame is able to avoid a lot of damage and cause a lot of disruption.
The thing I'm the most excited for in this game, too, is going to be this Tinkaton, too. If it could get online and it could find some levels early and find some hammer stacks early, it could be really good in that late game. Already, though, we're going to see some stacks go on in for Underdib, both Talonflame and the Umbreon prioritizing it, but they're met by a brick wall. This Mew and this Snorlax are unrelenting.
Yeah, and it is, again, it's interesting seeing that the Talon is in the bottom path and the Palmot is in the central area. It is interesting seeing that level 5 prioritize so hard on Palmot. I guess it does make sense, but it's just kind of means this Talonflame gets rocked in the bottom path.
Oh, Blissey gets a stack in, but met by a little bit of resistance, and these are some good, valuable hammer stacks for this Tinkaton, who gets a KO as well. Gonna try to get these 3 points on in. That might be a attack weight stack for there, but here comes Palmot to the rescue, gonna try to allow this Tinkaton to escape, but the Razor Leaf finds the KO.
Tinkaton, just kind of one of those Pokemon that you expect to lose a couple times early while it's getting those stacks just because of how beneficial it is. But it does also suck to be giving up those KOs to something like a Buzzwole or something like an Ivysaur who needs that level 7 to really start doing anything. Buzzwole will go down here. That's a big pickup for this Tinkaton that went the other way.
Yeah, and they're going to find some more hammer stacks that way. That means that Blissey's going to use their EXP speed, X speed to try to get away and away from those
EXP speed.
EXP speed, that'd be a cool item. You get EXP and speed. Well, I guess EXP share does do that anyway.
EXP and speed. Yeah, but like more.
But more.
Like make EXP share more broken.
Can we?
do
Yeah.
that?
Could you imagine?
Maybe people would finally play it.
No,
but
people
still
wouldn't.
probably not.
They would not. They would not play it still.
They would
find a
still
way.
be like, my solo queue teammates don't deserve it because I'm the best player we've ever seen in the game.
That's true.
And I want to do damage on my Lapras.
Oof, man, this Mew is starting to cook something ferocious. Another Electro Ball closes down that poor Talonflame that's looking for levels, but a great response here from this foul play Umbreon. Double dash, getting the KO.
Yeah, great foul play there. Here comes the Venusaur, level 7. They do pop the Giga Drain and start running forward. And look, just takes no damage, especially with that big Root Talonflame. Not quite 7 just yet. It's going to be really difficult if they can't start getting some levels.
Ooh, Solar Beam connects on the Umbreon, who is just trying to grab a little bit of space for the Palmot. But Musinato, I thought was going to get the Eldegoss down, but shielding from the goal zone has allowed it to stay up for the time being. One singular point in from Blissey means a stack on their special attack specs. Palmot trying to hold this goal zone from getting broken by the points being held by Mew and the Venusaur. Does allow a little bit of time for the Cavalry to come back down, but man, Exodia is putting on a lot of pressure and a lot of priority on this bottom goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, this Venusaur just not taking any damage. This is a classic Soft Boil Blissey with a Petal Dance Venusaur. Just classic combination right there with that pocketing. And the Venusaur just taking absolutely no damage. Palmot can't really do too much. It does have a lot of sustain, but still will get taken down. Blissey getting credit for that KO. Snarl comes in to try to defend, but it's just not going to be... Eventually they're going to go down, right? Great defense there, but the 30 will go in for the Venusaur.
Yeah. Venusaur does get the 30 in, and that's really all that they're able to get. Now here comes Talonflame, here comes Tinkaton. It's a lot of damage. Talon does go down. Tinkaton just does hit a couple with their Unite move, and this Venusaur might be next on the chopping block, but not before they pick up a double KO, make it a 3-piece combo. They take the Tinkaton with them.
No way. Oh, again, they're trying to go in. Doesn't work. Palmot does have a Unite move available. Talonflame does somehow pick up the KO in the backline, but Palmot will go down. Exodia coming out on top of that team fight somehow.
I think it's the coaching with Mew as well as the heals from Blissey, allowing this Venusaur to really stay upright on like 1 HP multiple times. Regirock in the bottom path, already getting chipped by Underde, looking to line up a Gigaton Hammer, and they absolutely nail it. Mewsted Auto into a pile of 5 Pokemon, and now the push is on. Snorlax the first to fall. Mew trying to retreat. Blissey trying to hold the goal zone, but great Flame Sweep. Sweeps this Venusaur into some danger. Here comes Palmot, here comes Talonflame. Buzzwole back to the Pokemon Center. Great Unite move from this Eldegoss. It's gonna send this Venusaur all the way into the center. Are they gonna be able to self-sustain? Another Gigaton Hammer, this time does the job.
The Venusaur just lasting so much. I'm going to be interested to see its stats eventually. Tinkaton Hammer comes down again. And I'm surprised how well this Tinkaton is doing right now. All things considered, it's
fully
a harder
stacked,
Pokemon to get online, but it's stacked up. It's level 11. It's hitting really hard right now with that Gigaton Hammer. It could really contest this Venusaur, but at the moment, you just, like, the Venusaur just looks so strong.
It almost took like 4 members of Underde to take down that single Venusaur. 4 minutes on the clock. It is an advantage here for Underde, not only in the scoreboard, 201 to 81, but levels are looking quite nice too. Level 12 on this Talonflame and the Tinkaton, with only a single level 12 on Exodia's side.
Do have Regieleki walking toward that top path. Buzzwole is going to be able to take care of that. The entirety of Underde, well, I guess a few of them have moved down into this bottom path. Look at this Talon's positioning as well. They're both trying to push in and get a little bit of distraction here. Snorlax goes down very quickly. Underde starts to move forward.
I think it's this Tinkaton into the Snorlax is working quite well. A lot of healing from this Eldegoss. A lot of self-sustain for the Tinkaton, but with 3 members pushing on him, it's not going to be a good story for this Tinkaton. Eldegoss going to try to retreat, dodges a Solar Beam, uses the Unite move to try to hold this pad. They do. Great play there. That allows her a good response here from Underde to try to find a KO. They find the Blissey. They're going to try to find this Venusaur, but Talonflame goes down in the ether. Venusaur still full HP, and Underde might be losing this pad.
They just can't do anything about this Venusaur. They are able to take down everything else, but just not that. And this is almost a level 14 on this Venusaur. At this point, I am not as confident in this Tinkaton to be able to deal with this.
I'm very concerned if I'm Underde based on how that last team fight just went. And a Registeel has been captured by Exodia, so that means even more damage for this team. Underde kind of going to be on their heels for this one.
You got to get that Tinkaton level 13 somehow, but it doesn't look like there's any experience on the map. It's a little bit far forward. Talonflame finds the Blissey. No one is around. Will they be able to chase it? They do pick up that KO. Venusaur, that does mean that they're caught without their pocket. Can they capitalize on this?
Oh, Brave Bird missed the mark onto Eterna. Good heavy slam right there is going to send Tinkaton packing to the Pokemon Center. Now the retreat is on for Underde. They do not want to get hunted by this Venusaur. Snorlax, good block right there. It's going to send Eldegoss back now. No Unite move found from then. Now Exodia moving on to Groudon. It's already at half. Snorlax trying to grab Vision. There's that Flame Sweep from the Talonflame. Hits 3 members, but they go down. Self-sustain, heavy sustain from this Venusaur.
Yeah, Tinkaton missed its Unite move like so bad. Can
Oh,
they
do they
get
get
the
it? Do
secure,
they get
though,
it?
on Groudon? They do have Gigaton Hammer available, but no, it is going to be the Buzzwole, and everybody immediately blown up in that central area. Likely going to be able to take this one. Exodia grabs 100 points. Another 100 easily going to go in that top path. Another 100 in the bottom path. There's still a minute left, but Underdiz is going to really, really have to win this team fight.
Okay, Umbreon's gonna steal some shields away. 50 points looking to go on in. Another 37 trying to, but good defense here for Underdid. They do get a KO on the Blissey. That's not completely all lost yet, but Palmot goes down. Can they find an additional KO? The answer is yes. Buzzwole goes down. Venusaur still sustaining, but there are 4 members down. Make it all 5 for Underdid, and that means we are going to a game 3.
I really have to say, I did not like this Talonflame at all.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like as much as I've been like, oh yeah, we need to see like a speedster or something, I did not like, I didn't think the Talonflame was really able to do anything, especially against this Venusaur with so much area effect damage in the late game. And look at it, now level 15 and how much it's healing. 4 members are on top of the Venusaur. It doesn't even go down.
Yeah.
Finally. A 5th member has to come in. I'm so surprised as to like why. I feel like every time I see Petal Dance Venusaur, it's so good. And I don't really understand why like it's not prioritized more. But regardless, 1-1, we're tied up here. We're going to be going to a game 3. 13 and 13 for Eternal on that Petal Dance Venusaur.
Insane. Yeah, I actually really do like what they were doing because they put all of their stocks into this Venusaur, knowing that this is our win condition. This is who we need to ride. Eterna rose to the occasion. You had all the healing from Blissey. You had a lot of coachings from Mew to make sure that the attack speed and the damage was flying from this Venusaur. Oh my gosh, Husky. I was waiting for this to turn 187k.
God.
That is disgusting.
That's crazy. Just a little bit more healing and we would have had the triple 100k in a tournament. That's crazy. 187,000 damage. You didn't have to, and even 102,000 damage on the Mew as well. Like, just a lot of damage in general. Oh, look at this. 60,000 exactly for Eldegoss.
Oh, you don't see that every day.
That's it. Yeah, I like when you see like the exactly even numbers. But I mean, a lot of damage on both sides, but it was just a brawl heavy game, and that's exactly what a Venusaur wants. And I think the moment where it just was like kind of over for Underdiz when they pushed a little bit towards that tier 2 and the Venusaur just like was on 1 HP, but they still weren't able to take them down. And at that point, you give it the level 13, and once the Venusaur has the level 13, it's basically a raid boss.
Yeah, raid boss Venusaur. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a ban, or maybe we see Exodia.
I wouldn't. I've been banning Venusaur in draft, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Like playing against it is so tough.
Yeah, I think it's really strong. In this big root item, especially if you have like a good healer with you, which the Blissey obviously provided a ton of value, and then you obviously also had that Mew to provide the shields from coaching, the extra attack speed, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just kind of like helping hand, but also you're getting the best of both worlds. I think like coaching sometimes kind of like a helping hand light version. So you have like the best of Blissey with the eggs, and then you also kind of have a helping hand with the Mew coaching. So it's just, absolutely nutty stuff.
Yeah. It's definitely really good. It always surprises me how little Venusaur is played for how good it is, but you really do need the team around it. Like, I feel like the Blissey, like getting the Blissey was really just like, all right, now we can play this Petal Dance like Venusaur because the Blissey can pocket it so well. And unfortunately, the Brave Bird Talonflame, like it did do a lot. It had a lot of good moments, but just not enough of the burst damage to do anything to that Venusaur.
We are going to see Blissey get banned, so completely understandable from Under. I wondered, like, when are we going to start seeing more Blissey bans? Because it's been allowed a couple matches this set. I'm like, eventually they're going to be like, all right, This Blissey has won both games. Let's just get this thing off.
Yeah, like, was it Venusaur that was the problem, or was it Blissey? And
Yeah.
I guess maybe we'll find out. No Comfey, banning Comfey once again.
Yeah.
Unsurprising turn of events.
I'm
Blaziken
shocked.
also on the chopping block. Mega Lucario once again
Hey.
also on the chopping block.
This is fantastic. I didn't have to switch a single thing on my overlay because it was the same exact bands from game number 2. So fantastic stuff. I love when that happens. It makes my job relatively easy. Snorlax gonna go first here for Exodia.
Well, it wasn't the same bands as game 2 because Blissey was in it.
Well, Blissey won game 1 too. No.
What?
Oh wait. I switched one thing then. I switched one thing.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
All right, word. Anyway.
I'm throwing already.
We see the Palmot coming back out, as well as the Mew. This time, Underdib picks up the Mew. They don't want to give it back to Exodia. It was performing really, really well. They have an EXP share on it, so I wonder if it is going to be their support. Interestingly, no Suicune in this set. I feel like that one could come out, especially because of the double, triple, quadruple supports being banned.
Ooh, yeah. Quadruple support. I'm trying to think what options. I think they played the Eldegoss in the last game, and I still think Eldegoss is fantastic. Obviously getting buff is gonna help it even more. I think you could probably go that again, knowing that you kind of have a really strong, brawly presence already on Exodia. So we'll see how they line it up. But right now, EXP share Machamp is on the board.
Yeah, that's interesting. But, you'd expect it to come out from this team eventually. We do see the Alchemy getting locked on their side. This could be really solid for Recover with that Metagross and the Lucario. And we're seeing this Miraidon come back. Once again, like you've pointed out multiple times how good Miraidon actually is. It is interesting, though. We see the no Venusaur because Blissey is banned, and instead we see Armarouge, a Pokemon that has kind of fallen into and out of favor, but still relatively decent.
Yeah, I think people have kind of fallen away from it, but it still wins a majority of its 1v1 situations once it's online with Fire Spin and Psyshock. And even in more brawly comps, you could go Flame Charge, and I think there's even some room here, which it might be. We might see a Armor Cannon because I don't see kind of the full heal brawly set on it currently. Oh, remake. We got a remake. Yeah. Womp womp.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I've been informed that someone crashed, and we have to remake L Draft. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, the crashing thing is...
How many times?
Definitely. It's a lot of times. I feel like it's more times than it should be, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And this goes back to what we were talking about with obviously it's happening in ranked matches. It's happened, I think, at least once a set tonight. Is that accurate? Once a set tonight? That's rough.
I feel like, yeah. We can't expect a perfect set with no crashes. There's 10 people playing the game, but then there's also the admins that are also in there. I don't know if it's just the more that's going on, the more likely it is for somebody to crash, but we could do some math about it.
Yeah, we should.
Which I will.
Ooh, we should have stats. So we have the stats that the picks and the bans and the top players and all this. We should have crashes as a stat now. I don't know if we could pull it through API.
Amount of crashes. Yeah.
Crashes. Number of crashes versus games played.
Time spent dealing with a crashed game versus gameplay time.
Mm-hmm. That would be that'd be pretty fun. Maybe not fun. Maybe fun's not the right word, but
it would be informative.
Yeah. I feel like maybe we should grab that data and use it in the ambassador program of like this is a bit ridiculous. Like if we actually get them to report it, like how many times they've crashed versus how many total games that we had. I think that could be.
Well, yeah, because you have to count the entirety of the draft time and then the entirety of like the slow loading just to play for a minute.
Yeah.
So
true.
Like you have to count all of that, the entire thing.
Yeah. JCat says you got to remember that the game did have an update recently. Yeah, but this is not new to this update. This has been happening a lot all season, and even the last update we had a decent number of crashes. It's unfortunately it's not new to the game, which is a sad reality of it, but it is part of the reality of it.
Yeah, I mean, do they mean like the update that happened today? Because this has been happening like a long time ago.
No,
this has been happening for a long, I guess, since
all season really.
Yeah, all last season, but in general, it comes up a lot in tournament mode and a lot in draft in general. But here we go, back to our draft phase. We didn't get information on when the crash occurred, if it was after draft or if we'll be seeing the same picks.
Ooh, I believe it's going to be the same bands at least. I don't think. Let me double check the Start GG chat to see if we have any information on it. Luca can be different pick. Same bands and same picks up until Lucario.
Okay.
Which I believe was on
early.
Exodia. Yeah, I think that was pretty early on Exodia's side. So yeah, we'll still see the Snorlax. We'll still see the Mew and the Pawmont, and I believe we'll still see the Metagross here, but the other, so I think Eterna's spot can be different.
So we'll see what they do, or if they crashed again. But it is going to be the Eldegoss getting locked in here.
Yeah, Eldegoss, not a bad option. I think you have a lot of options here for Underdunk. They previously were lighting up the EXP share Machamp, but I believe maybe that was probably just they didn't want to give up their draft strategy once the crash had already been announced. So yeah, we're going to go with a support and tank defender core of Umbreon and the Hoopa.
We've got 3 XP shares on the team right now, so we could be going with the EXP share strategy. Instead of Lucario, though, we're lining up... Ooh, okay, we're lining up the double speedster, and this is the first time that we're going to get to see Darkrai come out. It was banned every game in the first 2 sets that we watched, but not touched in this one. Noticeably missing from this draft is Suicune as well.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting set for sure, with teams who like to play the game a little bit differently, dare I say incorrectly, but it's fun.
Certainly fun. They did take the EXP share off of the Mew, so it is going to be a full damage Mew, which I probably think is the best choice of them. Because Umbreon doesn't necessarily really do a ton of damage, and you don't really need it. I'm very interested in this double speedster. What?
Remember when Umbreon
Yes! That was crazy.
And it was like putting up 100k damage games, and it's still like really, really good, but it's just like actually a defender now. That was crazy.
Those were crazy times.
Psyduck was doing that too.
Oh my gosh. I had some insane games with release Psyduck. Bubble Beam was so much fun. Obviously Surf was typically the moveset of choice, but I loved playing Bubble Beam on release. That move was so funny because it's like you do the Bubble Beam and then your teammate would hit them and it would be your damage with the explosion of the bubbles. So it's kind of fun that way. So you had like some cheeky like 100k damage games.
Yeah, Psyduck used. I mean, it's being banned still by Exodia, so I guess it must still be pretty good. But game 3.
Game 3 winners will be going on to your winners finals. They're going to take this Beldum along with the Gossifleur up to the top pass, sending Gengar into the central area. Still Ghastly, obviously. But Hoopa is making a path towards an invade, maybe just to cut off to make sure that Snorlax isn't.
I wonder how we will see Darkrai perform here, because it was the lesser move set that got a buff. So I wonder if like Shadow Claw is good enough now, or if we're gonna see it still prioritize the Dark Pulse. Is it Dark Pulse, the other one?
I don't play Darkrai. I've played like 2 games on it.
Because I know that it's like, or no, it's Dark Void. Because Dark Void should be the other one, but it's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always
like Dark Void should be the going underground one, but it's not.
Yeah, I never understood that.
That's how I remember.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they did it wrong, and that's how I remember.
It's like this makes more sense the other way. I don't know. Yeah, very, very odd. But either way, 4 members are here up for Exodia. Haunter, I think this is going to be a Hex Gengar. Met by the Mew. Almost getting the KO. It is Gossifleur, the lone member that goes down. Snorlax might be meeting the same fate, but it is a valiant effort and a great sacrifice.
I honestly don't know about Hex here. I feel like Shadow Ball Dream Eater would be better, but yeah, it just goes in and gets immediately smashed here. And that top path. Hoopa, though, notably, is the trick moveset. Can't save the Machamp right there. They will have to back up.
They do back up. They grab a Citrus Berry, but the push is on for Exodia. Eldegoss finds their evolution. 18 points found in the goal zone for this Metang. They are not able to grab and capture that wild Pokemon away from under that is stolen out from underneath their nose. Mew gonna put a little bit more pressure. Good body block from the Eldegoss. Another sacrifice here for Exodia, but it is Underdid that is coming out ahead.
Exodia is definitely making some plays, but they are just letting their support core go down over and over again for it to make sure that their carries don't, which, I mean, that's the way that you have to do it. Haunter does secure the Regidrago, and they are going to try to move forward. Darkrai, I'm looking to see what moves that they do have. It is that Dark Void moveset.
Push is still on here. Snorlax finding a lot of damage, but Pawmot does not want to yield this goal zone. Haunter goes down. Eldegoss also going down at the hands of this electric rodent. You're gonna keep on putting the pressure on. They're already level 8. Snorlax, Metang also gone. This Pawmot, not a fire type, but they're heating up.
Wow, look at the Darkrai now trying to come in, potentially pick up a couple KOs from the low HP Pokemon, but no, the Pawmot comes in to clean them up right back, and I am just being proven right here that I do not like that this Hex Gengar has come out, but maybe in the late game it will do something. Electro Ball will get the secure on the Registeel, and Underdim might look to move towards this tier 1.
Yeah, 6 points in from Machamp. Another 30 potentially from this Mew, but it is interrupted time and time again from this Eldegoss. They're able to get another 2 points in, but they finally do break that goal zone. 29 points total, or 30 points total. Metagross, though, on the offensive with full HP bar.
It was a great Phantom Force from the Hoopa to get out of the grasp of that Metagross, and they did already use the Unite move, so they're not able to chase them down, but it was just kind of funny to see it. Hex ripping through this Regieleki. Here comes Umbreon. They're looking for a secure, but it will be the Gengar. That's going to move toward tier 1.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Umbreon might have been able to steal that away, but a good Hex there to make sure to close the deal out that way. Lecky trying to make its home into this T1 goal zone. Fantastic block from Snorlax, but they're met by a lot of damage from the rest of Underdid. Gengar throws the Unite move for good measure, trying to find a KO. The only Pokemon to go down for Underdid was that Pawmot. However, Regieleki walks in, but with no members around, it doesn't matter. They're going to score the other way.
Yeah, this Double Speedster just not looking too great right now. I'm not really sure what Gengar has actually been able to do. It really just seemed like the Machamp came in with a big Unite move, started off that fight, and just they were able to clean everybody up before they could even do the shred that they were looking to do. Darkrai also just now ticking into that level 10. They do have the Unite move available, but look at this sneaky play here from Underdid. The 40 points will go in. Koopa has a Unite move. They could just bring everybody down there, but it looks like everyone's going to go up to the top path.
There's the Unite move from the Metagross. Compute and Crush. Hoopa brings the team in, rings unbound, but the T1 goal zone's already down. Snorlax, nice little block there, keep the team upright. Darkrai 1v1 in the Unite move against this Pawmot, who's gonna come out ahead. Darkrai does go down to the Mew afterwards. They don't even get the KO on Pawmot. However, this Regirock getting dangerously low, but Mew from downtown steals the show.
Wow, here comes the Barrage Blow as well. They do take down one. Gengar comes up with their Phantom Ambush, but it's not gonna be enough. They caught in a mean look. And then the Pawmot cleans them up. Underdid dominating in this game number 3.
I think it just like turned into Dr. Seuss back there for like 30 seconds. I mean like 2 rhymes, and I didn't like mean to, but it totally came out Dr. Seuss like.
Yeah, just write the book. Write the children's book already.
Pokemon Unite, Dr. Seuss, like a cat in a hat, a Meowscarada in a hat or something. I don't know. We'll write it.
Meowscarada and a Gengar in a hat.
Yeah.
Since Gengar's a cat. We've been over this.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's
Mew
weird, right?
as well as a cat, right?
Yeah, I think Mew's a cat. Cause like Mew's like a meow sound, right? Yeah.
I feel like she's mostly cat-like. Like this is like there's a lot of like the Eevees are always tough because it's like they're all supposed to be like one species. But, like, some of them are more cat-like, and some of them are more dog-like.
Yeah. And some are, like, kind of like fox, almost.
I think I would rather put all of them as foxes than anything else.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think Exodia agrees with a nice little T1 push right before this Groudon. You get a couple of points in, but that's not a lot. Underdid able to respond with a lot of damage themselves. Machamp gonna try to throw this Metagross into a little bit of harm's way. Yeah, fantastic Snarl there. And Darkrai in a little bit of danger. Machamp's the only one that goes down. Now, it is Metagross that goes down. This is a long fight here.
Ooh, okay.
Gengar finds a couple.
All right, Gengar actually getting a couple KOs right there, but a few back the other way as well. Metagross does go down, as well as Eldegoss. Basically an even trade on the other side. One supporter, one carry goes down, and both teams are just going to back off. I guess both teams were just kind of looking for a pick opportunity to be able to handedly win this Groudon engagement, but that's not going to happen because it ends up being an even trade, so we're kind of back to square one of the squares. It's not square one, but it's a more forward square, but not the square that you would really want to be at.
I think that passive from Umbreon was broke by that heavy slam from Snorlax. Gonna try to steal some of these shields. They do. It's not quite enough, but that was a massive barrage blow. Along with the Hoopa Unite, and Metagross and Gengar both go down. Solar Beam connects on the Eldegoss. They go down. Snorlax trying to pick up the pieces, but it's a team wipe. Underdiv with an already big lead. A triple KO from Mew. They're gonna be taking this Groudon.
All Darkrai could do was take down the Pawmot in their Unite move, and that was it. They came right back out to everybody else on Underdid there for revenge for their fallen comrade. Groudon easily going to be taken by Underdid. And it looks like Exodia was carried by the Venu Blissey combo. Ban out the Blissey, and there was really nothing they could do, honestly.
Yeah. They tried to pull out the double speedster, didn't quite get the value that they were looking for. They're going to need to steal a shield. It's still a pretty close game, under 100 points separating these two teams. It's going to be a 5-person push down here in the bottom path. Gengar, Phantom Ambush, going to look to find a KO on Umbreon. It's a lot of damage that way. Are they going to be able to find it? Metagross does close that door. And now, they scored too few. Only 44 points go in and 20 seconds left. Machamp going for a back cap on the other side. Looking for that 100 points. I don't think Exodia knows that they're not winning. They retreated.
Yeah, they're not. 10 seconds left. Can Snorlax it's gonna be up to no Mew. Mew's looking for 100 points. Do they get it? They are able to. Mew with 100 points will secure it there for Underdip. It was looking scary for a second,
Oh.
but it will be after an exciting 3-game set. Underdip will take this one and move forward in Underdog 63.
I don't think Exodia realized that they were down still after breaking that T1 goal zone. I think they started a retreat. Obviously, still quite the correct move because they had to stop Machamp and they had to stop Mew anyway. They stopped the Machamp. They don't stop the Mew. So an unnecessary 100 points for Underdib, but they know that they needed to maybe capitalize on something most likely. But either way, doesn't matter. Underdib going on to your winners semis.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Gengar was like, you know, it was doing some damage and stuff. I don't know. I didn't love the Hex and Darkrai. I'm a little bit disappointed. I feel like
Yeah.
it was going to be so broken because of it being banned, and Underday really held them off, the double speedster composition. I really just think like the tanky brawlers are just really carrying this meta right now. Palmont Machamp looked really good. A couple fantastic barrage blows from the other side, and not really too much Exodia could do. There was a chance there at the end. They were able to push forward a little bit, but I feel like so much of the game has shifted in terms of after Groudon has been added, because it's just so much like the game is not over after that Groudon fight. Like it really is just that much more exciting. But yeah, Underdig gonna be moving on. Exodia drops the lower side bracket, but it's not over for them. Meanwhile, we will be seeing the winners finals coming up next. It looks like Brouhaha's coming back, so we will be able to see them versus Underdig.
Yeah, righty. Well, the brackets certainly caught up. A couple of draft resets, crashes has allowed that to happen. So yeah, Brouhaha versus Underdig. That's going to be a great matchup. But that is going to be it for Husky and I. Husky's going to go to bed. I'm going to stay in the background in the shadows. Husky, any final thoughts before we head on out?
No, shaping up to be a pretty good rest of the tournament. I hope everyone enjoys the remainder of Underdunk 63. Maybe I'll learn how to play Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, maybe not. My only thing, sign up for the Final Reckoning. There's a long list of all the other words in the title of the tournament, but sign up for that. It'll be early November. Other than that, we are going to take a quick break to switch up the casters. But don't go too far, folks. We'll be back with the rest of the bracket. We'll see you very soon.
The great Stoic philosopher and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius left us with the famous quote, "Live each day as if it is your last." And I do believe he was specifically referencing this Pokémon Unite tournament. In life, you have very few moments where you can really achieve, truly dream, and actually play in a Pokémon Unite tournament. Before LAIC and all the quote-unquote official tournaments, we will bring you a tournament so epic that it will make Marcus Aurelius turn over in his grave, wherever that is. Spraggles presents, in association with the Content Cowboy Corporation, said that wrong, the first and last annual over-underdunk Groudon Gauntlet. The final reckoning. Let's prove Marcus Aurelius wrong or right. I'm losing the plot of this, but it's a big Pokemon Unite tournament. November 8th. If you're not there, then I feel sorry for you, but I will also hold it against you personally. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. The great Stoic philosopher and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius left us with the famous quote, "Live each day as if it is your last." And I do believe he was specifically referencing this Pokemon Unite tournament. In life, you have very few moments where you can really achieve, truly dream, and actually play in a Pokemon Unite tournament. Before LAIC and all the quote-unquote official tournaments, we will bring you a tournament so epic that it will make Marcus Aurelius turn over in his grave, wherever that is. Spraggles presents, in association with the Content Cowboy Corporation, said that wrong, the first and last annual over-underdunk Groudon Gauntlet. The final reckoning. Let's prove Marcus Aurelius wrong or right. I'm losing the plot of this, but it's a big Pokemon Unite tournament. November 8th. If you're not there, then I feel sorry for you, but I will also hold it against you personally. Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
What's up, nerds? We're here for another Underdunk tournament. That's right, Pokemon Unite and other things are about to happen, but mostly Pokemon Unite. My name is Zoinks, joined here. I was about to say, as always. We just did a podcast a few minutes ago. As always, here by Bridget. Bridget, we're casting the latter half of Underdunk tonight. We got a lot of great teams, and we're already in winners finals. My friend, we just did a whole lot of digging into this patch of the podcast a little while ago. How you feeling about this upcoming tournament?
I'm feeling so good. Honestly, I almost always cast the beginning of Underdunk because the end is after my bedtime, but I was feeling crazy when I agreed to do this, so my second wind is coming. I'm just like
Cool.
waiting for it. So hopefully this game will give it to me.
I think so. I mean, with some of these teams and well, let's just call it like it is, the shenanigans that they've been pulling. I think we're in for some really cool stuff. We've had Gengars being played a whole lot of Machamp. I mean, Pootie's in this tournament, so yeah, I think we're gonna see things similar to that be showing up quite a bit. But we've seen some interesting stuff. Least of not which, that's not how you say that. I was trying to say one other cool thing that's been happening and that's been talked about a lot by our co-casters who are doing the former half of this tournament, is that 3 ban phase now in tournament phase, Bridget. We've been seeing some interesting stuff, but I think with this most recent patch, we're going to see a lot of those supporter Pokemon begin a hit with those bans in that banning phase. How you feeling about that?
Not good, not fair.
I hate
Don't
that.
like it,
Yeah.
but I understand. They're the GOATs. A lot of them just got buffed. Blissey was already on the watch list for being #1 ban, and now she just has more reason to be there, which, fair enough. Maybe it will give the chance for other sports and other comps to shine a little bit.
Maybe.
Perchance.
I mean, here's the deal. If you really like this patch, I mean, enjoy Ultra Rank while you're there. You know, that's all I'm going to say to the folks who are really enjoying it.
Enjoy
before
the stretch.
Hey, endure Ultra mode while you're there. You know, before that draft mode kicks in and people like me can insta-ban Blissey and try to ban both Blissey and Clefable if I can in one button press. It's still not allowed to yet. I think they're going to make that exception soon. So, looking forward
just
to
your
that.
account.
Yeah, I know. What's this ambassador program good for? Anyway, we're jumping into this first game. We got Underdunk versus Brouhaha. Both these teams had some really fun games throughout our event. Brouhaha able to take down Ignorance earlier on in the tournament. Underdunk on a fast track after taking down Exodia, sending them to our losers bracket. So pretty solid resume for both these teams within our bracket tonight. And our banning phase is going to be kicking off, Bridget, with one supporter, but also throwing in a Snorlax and a Darkrai ban into the mix.
Yeah, Darkrai is a bit of a demon if going unchecked, especially if it kind of goes against the grain of what Underdunk is trying to do here. So, totally respect it. Brouhaha banned it. I might be switching up the names a little bit. Maybe I should drink coffee. I don't know.
Yeah, that could help. I mean, yeah. You can always call in tomorrow for work, you know? That's what I was thinking about. All right. Suicune is interestingly going to land a ban spot. And I say that not because the Pokemon's not meta-defining and pretty fantastic. We can see our stats from last Underdunk on the left-hand side of your screen be the 61% ban rate on that Pokemon. But for the only fact that Underdunk did not ban or play that Pokemon in a lot of their previous set that just happened a few minutes ago. So, kind of shocking, but hey, Brouhaha just covering their bases, taking out some of those Pokemon, and boy, oh boy, we're back in London for 2022. Blissey, Zarina, the combo, back together again.
Yeah, it feels really early for that Serena pick, but
Yeah.
the all-rounder slot did get shaken up a little bit with all of those nerfs. Well, at least coming to play to Empoleon. Mega Lucario got a buff, basically, so
Correct.
not shocking to see that in the first pick slot. Now along with an Umbreon and a Mew pick.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, we've been seeing Mew put up kind of astronomical numbers all throughout tonight. I think Venusaur sort of took the cake in a match I was watching earlier on this broadcast with like 160 or something. Insane amount of damage. However, Mew getting very close to that 100,000 damage margin in multiple games. So be on the lookout for this attacker to be putting out some really serious damage right from the start of the game. Brouhaha going much more in the brawl category. Forget poke, we're diving all the way in. However, Chimmy on the Inteleon could change things up a little bit, give them some burst damage. And certainly we'll be going with the attack roll. That's the roster they're browsing right now. Burst damage from Inteleon. I wonder if there's ever a world with all these brawl compositions that a Pokemon like Delphox could see the light of day, but maybe in the balanced state, that's just wishful thinking on my part.
Yeah, she was buffed kind of recently. At least the Flame Charge build was,
Correct,
which
yeah.
doesn't give you quite as much movement as you wish it did. Certainly not with the brawlers we have in the meta right now that seem to have dashes that are longer than the Flame Charge, so it doesn't really work as intended. At least for me. Maybe I'm too close. I don't know.
Yeah, more so just to, I guess, aim your mystical fire different, which is fun. I can't deny that. But yeah, not going to be showing up in this game. Instead, that Urshifu and Mega Lucario tandem for the Melee Brawlers. And Bruja going to match with 2 of theirs as well, adding the Zarina and the Garchomp. So certainly tough early game for a few of these all-rounders, but they do have a couple of Pokemon that can kind of make up for that fact. Mega Lucario not needing to evolve is going to be pretty strong from Amsterdam, which no Mega Lucario ban could be a bit of a head scratcher. No Empoleon ban, by the way. We have seen that Pokemon showing up a little bit in our tournament, but not being played in our winners finals.
Yeah, the Penguin has definitely taken a bit of a hit, so not too surprising to see some of these comfort picks come back around on the side of Brouhaha, but it will be a struggle with three stage Pokemons. That was hard to say. It is going to be a bit of a struggle to get all of them online, but we'll see how these laning phases turn out.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think uniquely, a lot of the players that I've seen on these two teams play kind of don't really care about late game scaling. You know what I mean? They're down to just play their comfort Pokemon no matter how they fit into the metagame. So maybe they're okay with this position. And ooh, there's one way to try to press that early advantage. We actually see Booty looking to see if they could sneak out a blue buff and shut down this arena even earlier. But I think with 3 Pokemon all in vision of this Umbreon, does make it a bit more challenging. Fake Tear's not going to get secure. Instead, let's just try to play for those berries.
It is doing a very good job kind of like making sure the Serena has a bit of a hard time and getting information for the rest of their team. Meanwhile, in this top path, a lot of damage coming out from the Psyduck and the Lucario, but Gible and Chansey are hanging on. It may come at the cost of their farm, though.
Yeah, and they're able to press all the way to that goal zone because of that information gained by the Umbreon. So really nice maneuvers. It is going to be Blue Shifu, so not going with the old double secure shenanigans with the power-up punch and Wicked Blow. Instead, we're going to go with the quicker of foot for this Urshifu. Not going to get any KOs, and actually, I think that contest on the Swablu Altaria is not fantastic in their favor either, as Crustlewall actually kind of getting the MVP vote for that first little team fight on the bottom side.
Yeah, Crustle's still super strong in this meta. Not as many mages to necessarily capture, but a skilled Crustle player can wall off pretty effectively now that it isn't bugged and they can't walk straight through it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What a time. But hey, what a time to patch that Pokemon, and it did certainly do pretty well in the World Championship. So, I mean, it all comes around, I suppose. First Regidrago of the map will be available. Underdid the first ones to rotate. Blissey kind of finds themselves in the wrong part of town, and Blue Shifu gonna take him out as Underdid strikes first around this Regidrago fight. 4-on-1. That's gonna be an objective earned by the Mew. Does have 30 points in pocket. Very easy to capitalize on this tier 1.
Yeah, but there is that wall, making it a little difficult for Underdid to get these points in, but not for too long. It looks like they're trying to do some math, maybe weighing the cost of getting that 3 overdunk maybe wasn't quite worth it. Regardless, Brouhaha has kind of maintained their goal zone for the time being and are trying to continue this fight into these Altaria. Gabite gonna fall down to that Water Bear doing their combos. They want this goal zone pretty badly.
Yeah. Oh, Bridget, I'm pretty excited about what I'm seeing on this Psyduck right now in terms of moveset, by the way. It is going to be the Surf Duck, but they're running Disable kind of in pocket, which not a combo we always see, right? You kind of have, but both moves very viable. Also into double all-rounder. I think I really like that Disable option, right? A lot of these Pokemon are going to be in close quarters to one another, playing around their team fight, and Disable going to shut down some of these melee Pokemon, increase those cooldowns that can be devastating to a combo-centric Pokemon like the Zarina or even the Garchomp.
Yeah, it doesn't bounce as much as it once did off of your opponents, but you still get at least one, I believe, which does hurt quite a bit when you are trying to do this Death Ball kind of comp. That's really actually a fun take on the Psyduck. I've almost always seen Psychic lately.
Yeah, I mean, with only one attacker to try to pull and put into a disadvantageous position, it'd be tricky, and let alone no really attackers to enable on your side, where at least Mew wouldn't probably need it at this point. point. Regieleki going to land in that tier 1 goal zone, making a perfect overdunk scores. It leaves it at 1 HP. Lucario going to dunk in for that overdunk, putting them up to a 209 scoreline. They have held Brouhaha to only 36. Absolute dominance from Underdit in the early game.
Well, they are in their jungle, not really keeping their foot off the brakes. Inteleon going to be forced to use its Unite move just to get them out of their side of the map. Not quite able to secure KOs. Serena Unite moving as well, trying to make something happen, but Umbreon and co are just not giving up on this push and are going to try to get some dunks in. Garchomp on the defense, but with the Blissey, they're probably going to be good.
I love the pronunciation of I was saying, yeah, they're doing really well in this early game, and we got well, they're in their jungle. This is, yeah, it ain't looking so hot. So, yeah, Underdit just kind of proving that point. Urshifu almost in a tough spot. At level 10, would be giving up a whole lot of experience, but does have the good sense to retreat. Psyduck going to help them back out of there. Garchomp, Livid Outrage, going to do a decent amount of damage with that mean look, is going to prevent them from chasing down the entire enemy backline. Bliss Assistance is going to keep them up momentarily. A Mega Lucario, even on a sliver of, well, they have full HP. Urshifu on a sliver of HP will eventually go down, but Mega Lucario with the Retribution knockout.
Yeah, Penta for, yeah, I wasn't sure if they let him get it. Looked like maybe one of his teammates took it from him. I didn't want to throw shade until we knew for sure, but Mega Lucario coming through with the Penta and that Regirock going the side of Underdit as well. They're in a pretty commanding position with their Mega Lucario already at level 13, not even 4 minutes left.
I'll throw shade. How are you going to get a Penta and not have a KO marker thing on top? How are you not going to get the UI effects on your KO? What's going on right now? This is criminal activity. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's remove the Penta from the stats score sheet. Thank you very much.
Evil.
Yeah. Yeah, for not running the UI. I know they are. Anyway, Cressel Unite move is going to keep them up, but only thing available for Cressel is shield HP, something that Urshifu cares nothing for. Going to get that KO, do the damage right below those. Mega Lucario going to absorb one of them snipe shots and decide maybe the top objective is the place I want to land. Close combat, that Regieleki earns some HP, but it's not going to be in time. It's Garchomp. Dragon Rush combo to steal the Regieleki and looking for even more. Mean Look going to keep them just out of knockout distance from this Urshifu, with the Bliss Assistance combo is going to rally back as they fight on top of this tier 1, and Brouhaha finally gets a foothold in this game.
Yeah, this Garchomp has been hungry for these engages, really trying to make something happen for their team, and it's paid off. Level 13, finally getting toe-in-toe with Underdit's levels, looking solid, especially picking up that Regidrago in the middle as well, getting more XP for their team.
Yeah, it's been real limit testing Garchomp, right? We have been on very, very low HP numbers every single time we dive in, but in this draft, the way it went, somehow you were able to get a hold of Blissey within this drafting phase, which is a Pokemon that likes to push those limits even further past that normal benchmark. So Brouhaha looking to carry this hyper carry Garchomp into any enemy backline, as long as Blissey's there for the backup. Level 14, but it is being matched by that Mega Lucario on the opposite side, Bridget. Level 14 Mega Luca.
Yeah, we are going to have the battle of the brawlers, it looks like, in this Groudon pit. Umbreon already up in there trying to get space for their team, but Brouhaha has a lot of people on deck trying to get space as well, poking at each other already. This might be a pretty quick Groudon fight, since they're both kind of looking like they're fiending to start something.
I love this choice by Brouhaha for early positioning. You want to make sure that your Inteleon is within range and has vision of targets early and doesn't have to fight and contend for that position. They eventually do relent to this tall grass. Intel needs to go back and heal, so Underdale will have some room to work with, but with these Inteleon red lines starting to glow, Umbreon knows where they need to show up, and so far has done a pretty good job of avoiding those snipe shots.
Yeah, honestly, pretty slow pokes going back and forth now, but Brouhaha has to know that it is on them to make something happen. They're trying to wait for Under this to make a mistake, and it looks like it is popping off already.
Oh, they get Mew before the Unite move pops off, Bridget. That is huge. That incredible, invulnerable Unite is not going to be available. However, the counterpunch is there. 2 members, 3 members down for Brouhaha as Guard Shop goes down, setting up a KO streak of 2 for this Mega Lucario. A level 14, about to be level 15 before 1 minute. Hey, how are ya? 3 KO streak for Mega Lucario, and just every piece for Brouhaha starting to fall as Underdip with yet again a beautiful KO streak of 4, this time with no UI still yet again.
Very disappointing. They didn't edit it beforehand, but
Yeah.
we'll forgive them. That Lucario is looking nasty.
Whoa, what?
And definitely, I'll forgive them. I won't speak on behalf of Zoinks. I can't.
Thank you.
He does not condone what I say, but the Mega Lucario is definitely deserving of this first pick from what we've seen in this matchup.
Absolutely. All right, we're about 20 seconds left on the map. Groudon's got a ton of HP, so they're doing everything they can to desperately burn this thing down. It will get KO'd, but Mega Lucario adds yet another tally to the ridiculous knockout march, this time instead in the form of a boss wild Pokemon. 88 points will go in from the orange team, but Groudon buff going to accelerate this Hundo Burger into the tier 2. Mega Lucario icing on the cake, Underdip with a 1-game advantage in our winners bracket. Final bracket winners.
Yep, those words were good. I
Thank you.
know there were other Pokemon on my screen, but it really felt like I was watching the Mega Lucario showcase this round. 15 KOs, 20 assists from the Psyduck. Right there
Let's
with
go,
him.
Dibbert.
Hitting them disables. They definitely hurt. Not as much as Psyduck's headache, but man, that Mega Lucario just looked a little unstoppable.
I like that justification. Like, no matter how hard his disables hurt, just know he's hurting more.
He is. Don't be mad at him.
Yeah, his headache hurts more. Damage numbers, nothing really big to write home about. Maybe outside of Chimmy's 91,000 damage on this Inteleon. I mean, that's a whole lot of damage unanswered. I mean, there is wish healing on the opposite side, right? So Buddha did get almost 60,000 worth of healing numbers out of that Umbreon. But a lot of the healing coming from self-healing. Mega Lucario, 26,000 healing for that Pokemon. That close combat putting in some work in this match. Not to mention 2 Regice for the squad as well this game.
We love Regice. You have to put some respect on the GOAT. He's underrated. Yeah, I mean, I just think Underdip was able to get online so fast and kind of just like, yeah, they were pushing it to the limit the entire time. It just didn't really give Brouhaha a chance to rebound. They did have that one good push in that top path where it looked like they were maybe able to get some momentum off of that. And honestly, that Groudon fight kind of was a bit even, but at the end of the day, Mega Lucario did Mega Lucario on them.
Yeah. I liked the play call. Zarina was just looking for a single target with their Unite move. It felt like that's what the team fight sort of hinged on for Brouhaha. They get the Mew before the Unite can pop off. That feels like a pretty awesome target. They were able to take down immediately, but I don't know, your fight's a bit disjointed. Half your team's on the bottom side, half your team's on the top side. I mean, if you all team up in one spot, Mega Lucario and Urshifu are going to kind of ruin your day too. So really, rock in a hard place, the biggest problems in that team fight. And one successful battle plan, but everything is going to go wrong when stuff starts hitting the fan. So tough outlook there. They lose that Groudon fight, ultimately losing the match. But yeah, I mean, I don't think Underdip was too worried even before that Groudon fight. They had a sizable point lead going into that one, as well as just dominating the early first 5 minutes of that matchup, even to the point of like stealing enemy central, which is not something we see too often these days. But this Umbreon had a lot of time in the enemy zone. I need a heat map for Underdunk. How much time do I spend on the enemy side of the map?
Yeah, I like that one.
No.
Yeah, bold choice by the Umbreon, but I like the gumption there. I mean, sometimes I just feel like we get away with the weak jungle clears a little too much, and I'm like, man, if there was a guy in there This
Yeah.
would be so bad, but
Steenie's Jungle Clear? Are we sure?
Well-
Sometimes you need an Umbreon to be, put some respect in there a little bit. I like that. Yeah, well, exciting start to this first one. I have to imagine we're going to see some changes in that banning phase going into game number 2. For example, I don't think Blissey should be making another appearance in this one. We did see
Yeah.
some nice Bliss assistance. Felt like that Garchomp combo was one of the best parts of Brouhaha's game number 1. However, there could be other things that we do see shifted. Mega Lucario seen a lot of bans in our tournament already. We could see Brouhaha pivot to a Mega Lucario ban, but and just kind of what other abnormally strong all-rounder are we allowing to join the fray if we do so?
right. Yeah, I'm really interested that a lot of teams are banning Clef out before they're banning out Blissey, which I get it. The Moonlight AoE is not very fun, but I just feel like there's
True.
so many. Feels like Clef has a lot more counters to it than Blissey does inherently, but I don't know. I find that pretty interesting that Clef is much more of a threat nowadays when she really wasn't perceived that way for so long. It's like, okay, do we just like finally learn how to play around the Clefable? Like,
Yeah.
it's interesting to me.
Yeah, it feels a little twofold. In my mind, it comes from not even the Clefable, but just sort of the Pokemon surrounding it. If Venusaur's super relevant, then maybe something like the Clefable starts showing up again, which it kind of has been. Some of these melee brawls have been important, but I mean, maybe it's just a case of sometimes the Bliss is just way too good to give that
True.
viability. So obviously we're, a few hours into this patch technically, not even 24. So I'm sure some of these teams are just sticking to comfort more than anything, and we'll start learning the entire metagame pretty soon. But these early metas can be fun. We start to see some really interesting things pop out, like potentially a Wigglytuff ban for Brouhaha in here in game number 2. But that will of course change. It will be Mega Lucario.
Wild choice if they went with the Wigglytuff, but they probably know something that I don't. Comfey gonna remain up on that ban board. Underdit looking to ban out the Snorlax as well. Always respectable. That guy is annoying. Suicune gonna stay on the bench this game as well.
Okay. Well, yeah, and the crowd rejoiced. I think all these bands are kind of making sense so far. Snorlax, I do find an interesting one, just when like Russell is a really viable tank right now. Even Trevenant, I feel like, is a very viable tank Pokemon at the moment. But maybe Snorlax is just truly a cut above. A little disappointed we haven't seen that much experimentation with some of these recently patched Pokemon. In fact, Palmot, one of the Pokemon that got a nerf recently. But I would like to see something like a Latias show up. Potentially even the Blaziken with a little bit of those early game changes might be kind of cool to see. But, well.
Oh my god.
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much, Brouhaha, for that Blaziken lock-in. Anti-hero and helmet swag. Gonna bring the Trevenant. All right. I like what I'm seeing.
Dang, it's a caster blessing. Usually you
Caster
curse them.
Well, yeah. In fact, I have been blessed, which is a whole nother direction I could take it in, I guess. Either way, pretty pumped about this setup right now. Hemelsway got that big root and the assault vest on currently. We might see that assault vest swap out depending on the opposite side. However, with Maridon Psyduck being the tandem, I don't think that vest is going anywhere. That special defense might come in clutch in this next game.
Yeah, always good to have, especially in these draft games when you can actually see how many special attackers are coming at you. We are not going to get a Latios, but Hoopa is going to come out. Bug fix to actually do 8% more damage on all those NPC Mon, and we're gonna see an old class of the Dodrio, but maybe we should have banned the Wigglytuff.
We should have banned the Wigglytuff. Also, at based Floatstone Wigglytuff, by the way. This is so sick. I mean, I know Kyle's a big Leftovers fan. Get out of there. We're getting a rock. Pet rock instead. For TV's Dr. Pooty, by the way. I love that. Television's Dr. Pooty from TV is going to be locking in the Floatstone Wigglytuff. I hear Kyle saying something in my ear. I don't know if it's like a redraft or something. I hope not. This should be fun. No, Kyle said he loves Floatstone, but I think that was a lie. I remember he likes Leftovers. You can't like two things. Oh, I hear him. I'm hearing you can like both.
I don't know if that's true. We'll have to.
I also don't know if
some
chat can
research.
hear Kyle, so I've been, narrating for both of us.
That's good.
I'm hearing they can hear him. Got him.
What an idiot.
Yeah, I made him look dumb. Anyway, let's get into this next game. I don't know. Okay, both electric rats getting nerfs, by the way. Both getting picked, Bridget. Palmon on one side,
Yeah.
Pikachu on the other.
I mean, I guess it feels like the attackers right now are just like having a range off, which I guess essentially that is what the attacker role
Right.
is. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Thunderbolt. I feel like it doesn't quite match the range of Miraidon, but it comes pretty close, I would
Yeah.
say. It's not horrible by any means. I just don't really know if you want to be Volt tackling into the Aegislash or the Palmot.
Yeah, or the Wiggly, right? Like,
Or
I think
the
Palmot's maybe the
Wigglytuff.
only thing you'd consider trying to grab, but that's full heal too. Like, yeah, I don't know. This seems like a tough Volt tackle game, so potentially we could be looking at Mage Pikachu, which I think would be a blast.
Yeah, I love playing Circle Pikachu.
Yeah, I like Circle way better. Let's stick with Circle Pikachu. It's going to
Yeah.
be in lane with that Phantom. And all right, I think we're starting to see why this Floatstone was equipped, as well as the experience share, obviously, for that movement speed doubling up as Pooh did getting that blue buff.
Yeah, easy blue buff while Hoopa helped the Doduo with the red, but did Wiggly get that?
Yeah.
I wasn't keeping I think I did the math, but numbers are not my strong suit. So Wiggly being an absolute demon, leaving that Doduo a little guy as it tries to get into this lane, get some Dunkaroos, and okay, it does get the Evo, but Jigglypuff able to make an escape, get their level 4 as well. This isn't the worst trade-off for Underdunk.
Yeah, no, I don't think so at all. And okay, we do have the rollout Wiggly making its debut here at Underdunk tonight. I don't think we saw one earlier on the bracket. I'd be kind of shocked if we did, but that's all right. It is going to be headed into this next game. Already putting on a pretty ridiculous performance as it knocks that Phantom in the air no less than 8 times. So, fantastic work.
Yeah, really, really great stuff from the rollout Wiggly. I do feel like this was almost an underutilized moveset. It's
Correct.
pretty demonic, especially if it's done by someone who knows how to move and groove on it. And it is looking like Underday has that under control.
I agree. All right, we do have the doublet a little bit longer for Asterix to actually get to that evolution, I think, than they were looking for. However, they have now kept up level parity with Combuskin after a successful knockout of the top side. Odrio making this things a little bit tougher. Will Sacred sort of cross the wall, stunned by Hoopa. Makes it a little trickier. Iron Defense going to absorb 1 boosted attack from that Dodrio. And Asterix is able to hang on until reinforcements arrive as the Palmont, or Palmo, I think, is going to show up right now at level 7. Or does it,
He's a Mach now. He got hair. They
Marmot.
look so similar. Yeah, Marmot hair. He looks great. Really good stuff from the Palmot.
As
Love
Dupe
him.
Snacks would say, great head of lettuce.
You wouldn't say that.
He was. My goat would never say that. All right.
He would definitely say that.
All right, we do have the double electric attack, the 2-pronged one, if you will, with that thunder from Miraidon, but it's the top side. And it's taking a bit of the attention as Aegislash gets 1 KO. Hoopa tries to make it to the portal, but it's a KO streak of 2 for our Aegislash. We'll be swinging back the other way as Pikachu does come through the portal to help defend that goal zone. But a bit of a ruse there, Bridget. Zodrio's able to dunk 10 in the back line.
Yeah, very sneaky. Dodrio definitely trying to divert their attention away from those goal zones while Miraidon and Wigglypuff rip down this Regieleki in the bot path. Brouhaha arriving a little late to the party, but are going to pick up 2 KOs. Looking to make a move toward the goal zone, but 2 more from Underday are there to defend their goal zone. The Eleki actually goes in, and we'll see if the Palmont wants to try to make a little dunk here. It looks like they're perhaps going for it.
Yeah,
while
I think they do.
Brouhaha, I was going to say, gets this objective, but it looks like it was stolen from the Aegislash.
Yeah, I think Aegislash Sacred Sword, or at least the boosted auto to follow, was able to take it. Double Slap only going to stop the Blaziken from scoring, so won't have the ability to defend that tier zone goal from shattering. Instead, does go down, but a knockout back the either way. The other Regice buff, so experience towards the whole team, but Brouhaha has been pesky and annoying, and other critiques, as they've been getting all these scores in the backline with the Zodria.
Yeah, they even have the point lead, but Underdead trying to make the difference here in the top path. Miraidon using its Unite move just to make this score happen. They don't really have any points, though, if I'm being honest. Aegislash has some that they looks like they'll be able to get in thanks to this Wigglytuff zoning, bouncing back and forth, but not enough to even break that goal zone.
Yeah, so our producer in chat just posted a tweet from Doomsnacks from 2019. So big research going on from Steel Agent Kyle about how Doomsnacks likes to refer to hair as lettuce. So
wow,
what a wild turn of events. But yeah, so far Dodrio keeping Brouhaha in this battle, both points-wise and experience-wise, as they are leading the team at level 12. More than that, leading the lobby at the moment, as Brouhaha setting up for this Regieleki. Wide guard gonna bounce that Trevenant back the other direction. Right, already popping his passive, but is just trying to get set up for some of these empowered charge beams. As the first one lands, empowered starting to rip through. Regieleki gonna fall to Underdih and the Miraidon.
Yeah, honestly, that was so chaotic. It was hard for my eyes to focus on what was happening. It just seemed like the Wigglytuff was in perfect position to use their Unite move, get the shields off on their whole entire team, and the team was able to clutch up. We have a bit more points in our pockets now, getting 10 in on that top goal zone, leaving it on just 1. It doesn't seem like they really care to get a good overcap. They simply want it broken.
Yeah, they're not too worried about it. That's interesting, too, with Regieleki not being on the top side of the map, right? It is located on the bottom for this game, so instead you're just going to take out that objective a little freer, albeit, but it is that Registeel going to get the EXP and attack buff, but not going to be walking it down the lane. Instead, just a quick KO in its future. Dodrio now at level 13 at 340. But it does have to contend with the 2 support Pokemon, and Wigglytuff and the Psyduck. It's a challenging one to make it out of, but it's Miraidon. Gonna be the final judgment call as Underdog gets yet another KO.
Yeah, that's a big one for Underdead to get that KO on the level 13 Dodrio. It looks like all of the tier 1s are down and out in this game, leaving up a ton of farm. Wigglytuff gonna try to go for a sneaky little dunk, doesn't quite get it off, but just kind of poking and prodding and maybe even a little skirmish over these Swablues.
Yeah, I think Buddha is like really leaning into the culture of Floatstone, you know? Like they're not pathing down a lane at all. They're trying to walk through the enemy central, these quick little paths. They're trying to dunk 10, 11 points wherever they can into these enemy goal zones and just trying to utilize this little bit of movement speed while, of course, not joining any frays. That can't always be your answer, though, as this Regieleki fight's about to contend as it spawns in. Underdeck gonna be the first ones to strike with their double electric type offense.
Man, I want to live the life of a Floatstone culture someday. That sounds so nice. Wow.
It is.
Speaking of the Floatstone, Wigglytuff getting the secure on the Aleki. Miraidon KOing Pikachu. Underdead looking really good as we only have about 10 seconds left until Groudon spawns. Dodrio kind of still doing its solo mission, trying to dunk and hopefully catch someone off guard and get an early pick for their team.
Yeah, that Dodrio on that flanking side is just such a double-edged sword, right? You have the opportunity to Unite move back in. You also have the opportunity to try to get some cheeky dunks. Unite move moves through too, but kind of ineffective where it does come down to Groudon secure time. It is going to go towards the Dodrio, so no Unite move necessary, as Brouhaha will pick up the Groudon buff. Dodrio with its passive and the Groudon buff will make quick work of that tier 2 goal zone, increasing the orange team's lead as Brouhaha gets 2, and Blaziken dunks in a hundo burger on the top side. A minute 30 left to defend their goal zones, but with only the home goal zone left up for Underdog, things are looking great for Brouhaha right now.
Yeah, they gave their Dodrio quite a few escapes by using that Hoopa portal at the top of the Groudon pit. I mean, That Groudon got flipped pretty fast, but really nice secure on the side of Bruja. I feel like they had a lot of like means to their ends, and now it's just going to be a matter of defending and making sure that they don't give up any of these Groudon shields. They know they have a huge lead. This Dodrio is definitely not leaving this side of the map anytime soon, but Underdit is looking to make a push. It looks like in that bottom path primarily.
Yeah, they have to make up for 300 points, which is no easy task, and with only 42 seconds to do it, it will be tough. Pooty is just stopped from getting their score in. Psyduck will double up for 44, leaving his home goal zone as that main target. Hoopa with Unite move in hand, though, is at that enemy goal zone, probably making this last offense from Underdit moot. 100 points in, Hoops Unbound, going to create that portal. Blaziken, one to score, and this will just come down to a good old-fashioned score race. Brouhaha with a pretty wicked first advantage, though. Going to be at just shy of 800 points when all said and done. This will be Brouhaha tying this game up 1-1.
Yeah, really nice game 2 from Brouhaha. I feel like they adjusted super well. They only picked one Pokemon that was a 3-stage evolution, so I think that was the sauce. But really, the standout for me was Dodrio. I mean, just it kept the pressure on truly the entire game, being so annoying, getting all of those caps in throughout the game, just putting on so much points pressure. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, 348 points worth of pressure, by the way. Boy, ay. Grip Reaper is I can't believe I'm saying that. With a team with all day on one side, and I'm holding Grip Reaper. This is crazy. The things I do for Underdunk, you know what I'm saying? But either way, solid numbers across the board. No Comfey with 85,000 damage, leading the lobby on this Miraidon. Did look pretty solid. I mean, it is a tricky Pokemon to play around when you're playing something like the Blaziken, for example, or even the Trevenant to try to take these team fights. You're going to have so much poke damage before you can even get within melee range. And when your Dodrio is not joining a lot of the team fights, that does make it challenging. However, who am I to question the macro of a team who just won almost 800 points to 400, doubling up on this enemy side?
Yeah, it seems like they had the vision and knew what they were trying to do, albeit at the behest of their allies, but the rest of the team held it down. They held it down. Yep. The Hoopa Portals were doing their best. If only we could see how much healing the Hoopa Portals did. I guess we'll just never get that metric ever again. Yeah. I need to start campaigning more about how Hoopa healing numbers are bugged, and it's stinky.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
I wish you my best. I will donate to your campaigns if I can.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. see what we can get done about some Hoopa numbers out here.
That
would be wonderful. Yeah. It is a Pokemon that really does suffer in the stats category. I think I would only truly join your campaign in earnest, though, if we ever get like fantasy Pokemon Unite. I'm like, no, I can't get a Hoopa player on my team. Their numbers are always terrible.
How am I supposed to feel fulfilled portaling all my stinky allies around and I get no credit?
Love of the game, Bridget. It's for the love of the game. It's really the only answer.
Imagine if you did all this damage and it's like, hey, you did 2K.
No, well, wouldn't happen to me.
Well,
not on my all-rounders.
I have.
Are you kidding me?
Sources that say otherwise.
My all-rounders, they always get their damage tracked. Pokemon Unite loves all-rounders.
Ew, tomato.
Main characters. All right, let's get into our draft for game number 3. Is this winner's final, so we are only going to the length of a best of 3. This game will decide who has a spot in grand finals and who will be dropping down to play in that loser's finals best of 1. I'm going to start things off with a Comfey ban. Not being banned by no Comfey, but of course, their best friends, Astrid, is going to, take up the flag in honor.
Yeah, someone's gotta make sure the name doesn't go to waste. So far, pretty similar to our game 2. Mega Lucario is a no-go. Talonflame, nada for the bird. Possibly, okay, I was gonna say Empoleon would be a bit of a shocker to me. Suicune makes a bit more sense. Lax, man, they do not want to deal with that Snorlax.
No, not at all. I mean, Helmet Swag is a very solid Snorlax player, but I think they just kind of impressed me on basically all of their tank options throughout today. Would love to see their Mr. Mime, newly buffed Mr. Mime, please. That'd be really cool to see locked in, but unfortunately has not been the case in games number 1 and 2. Can't say it. I mean, I wished Blaziken into existence for game number 2.
Sure,
So
you
maybe
do have magical powers.
All right, well, zippity zappity. What did I say? What did I want? Mr. Mime.
Yeah.
Abracadabra Mime, please.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun. We will see, though. Currently, Helmet Swag hovering that Umbreon has been a very solid option, but mostly in the hands of Underdih so far. So kind of a counter pick option for Brouhaha to take away that Umbreon. They have been playing a lot of the mean look Umbreon in the past, so we'll see if that shows up on this side, or Brouhaha elects for the more damage-oriented foul play Snarl. However, with Big Root attached, I'm assuming that's going to be some self-wish healing. And hello? There's no way.
The crab?
Yeah, maybe. I saw the Mr. Mime hover for half a second for Brouhaha, but I think that might have been wishful thinking. But yeah, Puda going to be locking up the crab. You were right. With their Umbreon gone, looks like Crustle could be the next up, or third up with the Snorlax ban. I'm not sure. Ooh, another... oh, sorry, not a counter pick. This one was played by Brouhaha, so they're running back the Dodrio.
Yeah, so far pretty similar cop on the side of Brouhaha, but Underdog gonna be flexing to that Zeraora, who I don't even really know what kind of spot Zeraora is in. Zacian, though, I feel like is a strong contender. I feel like I see it do really well on ranked ladders, so I feel like in competitive it can kind of be matchup dependent, but I like this pivot here.
Yeah, me too. This is going to be fun. I mean, genuinely, I think this is one of the things that 3 bans aside gets us, right? We start to get to some really interesting central options, and Zeraora making a showing here is just part of that. I'm very excited to see what Radiant can do. Shimmy going to be locking in the Lucario, non-Mega, as that license was banned, but instead, Lucario going to be the contender against Zacian, so probably just wanting something that has a little bit of early game aura to try to contend against the big sword dog.
Yeah, you definitely need aura to contend with the sword dog. Do we think we see power up punch again, or are we e-speeding in this scenario?
So interesting. I mean, genuinely, I think either are fine. However, you probably got secure locked up between your Dodrio and Blaziken, right? So I would lean into the more extremes of speeds in this next team fight. Either one kind of gets you around Crustle walls, right? So I don't think you're too upset about mobility options into this enemy team, but extreme speed and the ability to take over a game, if I know Chimmy, and I don't, I think that's where I would go.
Crazy POV to have on that, but I trust you. I think you're correct.
Sometimes I just think players are like, give me the mic, you know what I mean? And I think this is a moment where Lucario is going to try to get that done.
Give Lucario the microphone. I trust him. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Boy can rap, I promise. He's got bars.
He's really chill. He's really cool. Trust me.
All right, game number 3 between Underdunk and Brouhaha. Our final game of our winners finals. Winner of this one, then we have that resident spot in the grand final. Loser of this one goes, you guessed it, down to losers finals.
Yeah, not ideal to drop
Suboptimal.
down. Yeah, I would say maybe don't try to do that. Umbreon gonna get an early little stack in here. Perchance uses their X speed to make the great escape out of the enemy side. Tries to steal up their farm to no avail. Looks like Zacian putting on a ton of pressure. Who would have guessed in this top pass? Zeraora is looming in the top side, but Dodrio actually rotates down bot.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, just trying to contend, but that's Zeraora. Oh, it's so spooky. Zeraora just always having the ability to do ridiculous amounts of damage on the other side. Grip Reaper is going to try to... I was looking for a run-in against the Zeraora, but taking their time, trying to save this the speed bear. I think Sarlacc? That's a big guess. That will be the Zacian going down to the Dodrio. Zeraora getting some damage, getting a return knockout. The poor Torchic about to go down. Grip Reaper will lose the battle of the Central Area Pokemon, and that'll be the Cowboy picking up 2 for Radiant.
Good on that Zera Aura, heading back into their jungle now. Umbreon scoping out that middle area where Reggie Drago is about to be making an appearance for the first time. Lucario in a bit of a pickle, but does seem to be holding it down while the rest of their team is hovering in this top path.
Yeah, this is a pretty intense contest. I mean, Combuskin in the early game was having kind of some troubles. Torchic did get KO'd, but they're doing pretty fantastic now. Amazing Blaze Kick pull will be corroborated, maybe, with 4 Pokemon on the orange side as they get that KO and multiple stacks in, except at the moment when they're standing on top of that goal zone, they are starting to look like Zera Aura food as they take down 1. Umbreon will also fall, not able to get that 3rd, 4th stack in, and instead will get taken down. So Umbreon probably at about half their stacks for those wish healing numbers. Looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, definitely getting the job done in the stack department, but Zera Aura is looking pretty large, already level 8. I'm sure is getting close to that level 9 as the first objectives are about to be spawning in the top and bottom paths. It looks like most members of Underdit are down in this bot path, getting a KO on the Dodrio. Lucario and Umbreon were trying their best to defend, but it just wasn't quite enough. Underdit getting these points in now.
Yeah, those 2-1-4s are always really, really challenging, and then Pooty just makes it that much harder with the Crustle. It's just really, these X-Scissors are devastating for any of these Pokemon that really rely on their mobility. I talked about how E-Speed or Power Up Punch can get outside of a Rock Tomb, but sometimes getting out of the way of an X-Scissor is even tougher. So great play by that defender already in this part of the match. Well, Brouhaha will strike back with a bit of a counterpunch as this Blaziken is now fully evolved. Dodrio showing presence at the top side. And Regieleki walking towards that tier number 1. Blissey going to be the number 1 candidate to just hold down the fort.
Yeah, I think it's smart of Underdit to send members down in this bot path. Brouhaha seeming to prioritize that over where the Regieleki is walking into. Oh, it looks like Zera Aura got caught on the wall, but it was really Dodrio who got caught. But Zera Aura on a sliver of HP, looking to be a bit of a gremlin and stealing their berries while he's at it.
Oh yeah, Radiant will take everything, all about the plunder, if you will. Blaziken Overheat will not be enough for the KO, and in fact is barely hanging on with the help of this Hoopa. He's supporting them in the backline. It's working out all right. Helmet Swag on this Umbreon also extremely low, relying on their Big Root boosted auto attack healing to give him a little bit of a fight in this matchup against, well, wild Pokemon at the moment, but it's doing all right. It's holding its own.
Yeah, not bad stuff, but the Hoopa does finally fall. It looks like Hoopa's actually running Trick, which I don't even think I fully registered until this moment, which makes sense with the Umbreon healing. Lucario in a bit of a bad place, does get knocked out in that bot path. But Blaziken trying to make something happen up top in this 2v2. Umbreon, you gotta be at least like 5 stacks in at this point, man. I think you got them, but they got another one. They are KO'd for their cause, and it looks like these Reggies are going to be spawning about in tandem once again, so teams will have to make some priorities here.
Looks like, at least for the moment, Regieleki is going to be that mainstay. Hoopa is coming up with a Unite move, and they're in a very aggressive positioning right now. Reggie is about to get caught out. Oh, love that Phantom Force. Just a move from Tall Grass, and Tall Grass are going to avoid any kind of contest. They do set themselves up for a good spot. The problem is Dodrio is already down, so where that Unite move could have been used aggressively beforehand might need to be used reactively now to bring back the Umbreon and Dodrio into this team fight just to defend against this Regieleki.
Yeah, the Alecki is moving toward their goal zone now. It's only Luca and Hoopa, but Hoopa does break out that Unite move. Not too much avail. The Alecki is able to walk in. Mew with the Unite move as well, making sure they can get their dunks off, getting these KOs, and they're even pushing towards this tier 2. Hoopa also is about to fall. Not quite yet, actually. Zera Aura doing its best. 3 KO streak. Isn't done yet. I think they want the Penta, but Umbreon might put a stop to that plan.
I mean, we're seeing everything tonight. Hey, Bridget, we have wild charge Zera Aura putting in work and
register that until I saw that
Underdunk winners
combo.
finals. Yeah, I think I called it right when we came on the broadcast. I was looking out for shenanigans. I think we're getting shenanigans in spades. So pretty happy about that for this tournament so far. Underdog does seem to be in that commanding position, but it's not anywhere near as dominant as it was in that last game, in my opinion. However, Brouhaha did end up winning that last game, so you really never know where the script is going to lead in this kind of fiction, you know?
Yeah, only a minute left in this early beginning mid game of the game. Anyway,
Yep.
Groudon's gonna spawn in like a minute. That's what I'm trying to say.
You
But
betcha.
the points are extremely close. Levels are not looking too horrible either way. That Zera is definitely the big man on the map currently at level 13, but Brouhaha not far behind with Luca just hitting their 13 as well.
Yeah. The nice thing going for Underdog with these level advantages is they got some big hyper carries, like you mentioned, the Zera Aura and maybe in the Zacian now hitting that level 13. They have that and a Blissey Unite move. You know, that always just feels like such a crazy combination at any given moment. Obviously, Umbreon will be able to take away a decent amount of those shields with Unite move, kind of that soft answer to a lot of these Blissey compositions. We even saw it being the second pick immediately after that Blissey lock-in on the supports for that draft screen. So they do have some counterplay, but only at level 10, about to tick into level 11. This Umbreon's going to be pretty far behind at the moment.
Yeah, and Brouhaha spread out quite a bit with Dodrio kind of flanking in position. Blaziken went to back. Underdog looking to tap on this Groudon, putting a lot of pressure on Brouhaha. Looks like they're gonna back off now that they've kind of baited them in a little bit. We're just kind of poking at each other so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Zacian Secure is pretty impressive, but you gotta be so careful of a Hoopa Unite move combined with some kind of Blaziken counterpunch, right? MSY gonna be the one to actually take the first battle, but it's the E-Speed Lucario that goes down. Just no escape option, and Underday is gonna rotate directly towards that Groudon. Dodrio does have the flank from behind, Zacian down to about half HP. Unite move trying to chase them directly, but Mew is gonna give them that cover of the fog. Secure battle right now, and it's the Blaziken with the overheat to take down that Groudon. It's notable for a reason, and it did get buffed, folks. That is going to be such a big secure for the team, but now Underdog is starting to rally back to KO streak for that Zera Aura, and they got the Groudon buff. 1 minute to go. Buffs on either side. It's going to come down to a good old-fashioned score race, and Lucario gets the respawn timing perfect.
A really great defense from Lucario. They are in the lead, but I don't think they have that information. Dodrio almost gets the KO on that Zera, which would have been huge. It would have given him that Groudon shield, but not quite enough juice there. And Hoopa trying to get, it looks like a dunk for their team, but they've been caught out by Underdog.
It feels like target priority number 1. I don't know if Underdog knows that Reggie is without a Unite move at the moment, and oof, that's a hundo burger that's gonna hurt. Helmet Swag able to incognito all the way towards the tier 1, and Reggie follows up right away. It even adds a little insult to injury with some circular motions we like to call spinning, and Underdog gonna take down Brouhaha 2-1 in your winner's final.
That was definitely a close one. Zera Aura was able to get another hundo burger in at the very end, but I think not only was Umbreon able to dunk for Brouhaha, but Hoopa was able to get theirs off on that top side as well. So Brouhaha will be going to the grand finals while we will be watching Underdog down in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, well, yeah, and actually, we might need to relook at the bracket. I think there might have been some things changing around. We might be jumping right to Grants. I'm not too sure. I haven't been following.
At a thing.
Yeah, exactly. But what I have been looking at is Radiant with 14 KOs. Hello, Zera Aura with the first, its debut appearance in our Underdunk tournament tonight, putting out an amazing showing. 14 KOs, 4 assists, and just shy of that 6-digit damage number, 98,000. But Dibbert taking that 6-digit number in the healing department, 114,000 healing for your Blissey. Welcome back, soft-boiled Blissey.
Yeah, she is that girl. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that is what the buffed soft boil gets ya. That little
Mm-hmm.
extra boost. But it was Brouhaha who was able to clutch it out. Underdead was honestly in the point lead for a majority of that game, but just wasn't able to get that crucial secure on the Groudon once Brouhaha decided it was rip time.
Yeah. Oof. A tough one. So Brouhaha gonna fall down to your. Oh, am I reading this right? Brouhaha win? Am I crazy?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Yeah,
it
I was
says it
calling
on
it
the
different.
screen.
That makes sense. Yep. I don't know why. I retraced my steps. Oh yeah, I don't know why I was setting up. All right, cool. Anyway, nice stuff
I
from
didn't even
Brouhaha to take that
notice.
2-1 win.
Yep,
Oh yeah,
yep,
you're not even
they
on
sure
camera. It's
did.
just me with us looking silly. Oh my word. All right,
I
well,
can't.
we are going to have more matches, certainly, whether that's a losers finals, a grand finals, or something in between. We're going to be jumping to a very short break. When we come back, more Pokemon Unite action here at Underdunk, a Pokemon Unite series.
Yeah.
This might come as a shock to some of you, but Underdih is in the losers finals. That's right, they lost that last game. My apologies, absolutely. Thought they had won it, but instead the names had just been swip-swapped in my old head. It is going to be Underdih versus LoonX Gaming. I was going to say esports. It's not that. LoonX Gaming is going to be this matchup. I've been told it's basically the Goofy Goobers. That feels kind of offensive to the Goofy Goobers, so I'll call them LoonX Gaming. Bridget, we're going to have a fun one here. This is a best-of-1 territory. Best-of-1, 3 bands per side, good old-fashioned 10 minutes of Pokemon Unite. Who do you see coming out on top of this one?
Well, I do feel like Underdih did a fantastic job in that previous set. Definitely could have won it all in that moment, but I am traditionally a LoonX / Goofy Goobers fan, and they've made it this far. I can't say I've watched any of the games they've done this tournament, but I trust them.
Yeah, they're still here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're still here. So,
That's big.
Yeah, an important place to be. Now, here we are jumping into that band phase. Again, it's that Clefable band, Bridget. So this Pokemon, despite being, well, frankly, not Blissey, it's still earning bans. I do like this follow-up, though, from LoonX Gaming, going with the Zacian ban, as well as Pokemon is just turbo strong. I think it's so good. Finally, now that the players have all caught on to the Metal Claw wave, I think, yeah, that is a Pokemon very worth banning.
Yeah, we saw it do some pretty nasty work in that previous set, but now we're gonna see pretty classic bans. I feel like other than that, Leafeon kind of snuck into the mix this time around.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay, certainly some kind of target ban. I think towards Adam Ninja, I believe, is normally the Leafeon player for LoonX. So, gonna be that banned Pokemon. You know, it's interesting. We've not seen a whole lot of Buzzwole in today's tournament. I'm mostly just pointing it out because I'm looking at the left-hand side of our last tournament. Buzzwole had 57% pick percentage, not to mention 50% win percentage over an Underdunk tournament. So, kind of shocked to not see it show up. Underdih, though, will break their one cardinal rule of no Comfey and select the Comfey.
That feels like illegal. I don't know if they're allowed to do that. Yeah. Burn the witch. I don't know.
I don't know if the team. I don't know if the team Underdih is allowed to do that. I don't know.
Referee, refs, get them.
Yeah. I just want to make it very clear. There are no rules here at Underdunk, all right? We are a Pokemon Unite series with no rules. Radiant looking to lock in their Pokemon. We saw a really, really fun Zeraora from them in the last game, but it will change up. This Machamp is going to reappear. So we saw this on broadcast a little bit before you and I joined the mic, Bridget. We saw Machamp get some success for this team, which was pretty surprising. Playing a lot of submission and close combat with this Pokemon, which somehow has become the more popular set. LoonX's final 2 selections, one of them is going to be that Zeraora. It looks like the second one is going to be none other than Cramorant. Someone ping Wonder Chef. It's time to get up. Radis Ratus has equipped the Cramorant for play.
You know Wonder Chef. This is like his normal waking hours. That man
that's true.
is not asleep. He is definitely awake. The moon is out. He's up and he's bat signaling this Cramorant to come out, and it worked. It worked. We are getting the Cramorant, which I have seen popping up here and there.
Really?
I want to say when I casted one of the Unite Academy League matches, it was either last week or the week before. Someone was surf cramming around, and I think they won.
Cram? Oh,
or no, they were diving. They were
Dive
diving.
cram. Okay.
They were diving.
No, both solid. This will be really fun to see. I mean, obviously they will have that Comfey on the enemy team, which is going to be an annoying amount of healing, but if you are going to go something crowd control focused with Cramorant, you will be kind of knocking 2 of those Pokemon into the air, which is the idea mostly surrounding Sotami on this Mimikyu, right? That Unite move, whenever it lands on a single Pokemon, will grab the Pokemon that they grab, as well as that Comfey, enabling neither of them to be able to press a single button, which is pretty phenomenal combo if you can pull it off. And Max gets on that Snorlax, a Pokemon that has been kind of permabanned ever since you and I had our turn here on Underdunk.
Yeah, Snorlax has been not very prevalent in the games we've been able to witness. So excited to see it now, although he doesn't have a skin on the Snorlax, which is just like,
Oh,
how do you not have a skin on the Snorlax? You gotta have a skin on the
Max.
Snorlax. There's skins in the game, like,
what?
put
And
something on.
you better believe when there's a KO streak of 3, it's gonna be bland. A vanilla KO streak of 3. Nothing on the UI, but well, we can moan about that later, I suppose. Let's get into the early game, shall we, Bridget? As we do have the cutest little palmy Pokemon. It really is adorable. Getting a couple of last hit secures. Not an easy thing to do in the face of Snorlax. That early game tackle, it's been phenomenal since game launch in terms of that early secure.
Yeah, that guy's early game has quite literally never been bad.
Yeah, true.
Riding over the farm in the top path as well. Nothing too crazy, but it does look like we're going to have our junglers pathing in opposite lanes in this first game. Zoroark coming down in the bot path, but Zeraora opting for top. Or, sorry, Mimikyu was the jungler opting for top.
Oh,
but
yeah.
maybe changing their stride.
Yeah, no, that is interesting, though. Ooh, we do have Radiant not able to get that second feint attack trigger, as both Snorlax and Cramorant make their way, and it is going to be at the very minimum Hurricane Cram. So we could see Dive Hurricane, obviously a very, very viable option, but that crowd control is already ready to go. Cramorant does get into that back line, but Mimikyu, a little too challenging to dive on, especially when Comfey was not quite there, but that tandem has been equipped. So Radiant does have the Comfey to work with.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to stop these dunks from coming in their top pass. Blissey running that safeguard, no egg healing this time around. They're going to fall to that Machoke Zoro combo. Comfy going back to help out their Machoke in this top path. Not too many points on the board so far in this game either.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I'm glad you pointed that out. 7-2, that's ridiculous. IMAX looking to plant a flag in that enemy home goal zone, but we'll fall ultimately to the Zoroark, but while you were sleeping, that will be the Regidrago KO'd by the Mimikyu, which, so Tommy currently on the Trick Room Mimikyu.
Love seeing Trick Room come out. I really loved when a lot of the Eastern teams were prioritizing it so much. It looked like they were able to get out of that mean look through, I don't know if they hit their full heal or it was the
Safeguard.
Trick Room. Oh,
it was Safeguard.
I was like, does Trick Room stop that? Anyway, Blissey is KO'd after their clutch Safeguard. Zera gonna try to stop at least maybe a little bit of this dunk from happening, but they're actually just gonna let him and maybe just stop them from going to the tier 2 if they so chose to.
Yeah, Zero just not really wanting to feed away level 7 worth of experience at this point of the game, I suppose, and instead select for their team to be able to take down this bottom tier goal zone. Is a bit of a risk though, Bridget. Seeing Registeel on the bottom side means that Regieleki is the Pokemon that is going to be spawning in on the top side of the map. Team is going to be focusing on the objective for the most part. They have vision that at least 3 or 4 members are on the bottom side, meaning they have all the time in the world to take out this Regieleki. Ultimately, it will fall. The question is, do they want to try to push this all the way to 2?
Looks like Machamp, which has just recently evolved, is going to be there in that top path, but they don't really have many points to show for this. They're just going to dunk them in anyway. Who needs the Regieleki? I was going to say maybe they're potentially stacking, but it looks like they're going to be joining their allies in that bottom path, kind of more this mid area now that Lunix Gaming has been kind of kited off their goal zone for the time being. Snorlax with a huge block enables that KO on the Machamp.
Are you slowed by your submission when you're in Trick Room? Is that how that works? I'm trying to remember, because I do know that Trick Room does.
A good question.
It does subvert some of the move speed changes, right? I don't know if submission, like speed up, counts towards that or not. But either way, a nice little trap to put the enemy squad in. Snorlax block trying to get in the way of that Zoroark Comfey dash duo, which so far they've done a pretty good job of slowing down this Zoroark's impact on the game. Only at level 10, and they have not been a big force in the KO column either.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of been a bit of an odd game in terms of like these like fights breaking out. It just feels like we're either getting picked off or just narrowly getting away, kind of like making sure you're not giving up those KOs. But then we are having a huge fight in this central area. Blissey with the Unite move on their Mimikyu, who's ripping through Underdunk right now with the help of their Snorlax. And man, okay, I gave the credit to the Mimikyu, but apparently the Cram cleaned up shop. That's my bad.
Sometimes you just need a sweeper, right? Mimikyu is certainly attracting a lot of attention, both from players and casters, but Cramrat the one to kind of take the cake. And we'll come down to, oh, that was a scary place to lead that Regirock on, but Sotami just out of range to try to take advantage of that. And no way does Trick Room Mimikyu get out of danger in a 1v3. That is nasty. Puda on this Umbreon will somehow stay up for a moment, but Mimikyu will finally get that KO. Unite move gonna take down that Mimikyu. Feels like they needed to fire absolutely everything in the tank to get that KO. And Zorak finally on the board as Raiden has a 2 KO streak, make it a triple.
Yeah, honestly, really, really impressive stuff from the Zoroark player. They were essentially in like a 2v3, 2v4 for a really long time there, and they were patient and played it out really, really well. That Comfort collar coming in so clutch. I mean, it just really elevates Zoroark as a Pokemon. We're having a tank off. Seeing the block get stuck in the mean look. It's like an immovable force meets an unstoppable object. But Umbreon able to make an escape, at least for the time being, but whipping out that Unite move just to make sure that they do not give up this KO. I guess it's the last time they could have used it, so why not? But Cramrat is going to match it with one of their own, almost KOing that Palmot, but going to prioritize these dunks before that KO.
Yeah, one more fish, and Palmot goes down. Wild Charge is also broken. What was that? Somehow we have them taking down that KO. Wild Charge is still keeping them up, and finally a close combat will take it down. I mean, mean look plus close combat from a level 12 Machamp is needed to take you out. I think you're feeling okay about that. Also, it allowed Cramrat to get a decent amount of scores in, and that will give Lunex Gaming the current point lead, albeit not a very large one. 226 to 208. Zorak has broken that tier 2 goals on the top side. If we do see another Regieleki, which I don't know if we will, it'll be very close to that 2-minute mark if we do. It will have the path open all the way to that home goal zone, a terrifying spot in a competitive Unite game.
Yeah, I think that they will luck out in the Regieleki regard, but they are going to try to get this Reg Ice prior to the Groudon spotting in. Underdog not seeming very interested in going for this objective. It looks like they're just kind of trying to gather up in their jungle, trying to find out where Lunex is going to be at. I feel like it's safe to say they're going to be bot sides considering they have that tier 1 up, but no one has really been spotted just yet.
There were a bunch of Unite moves missing for Underdog just moments ago, but both Zoroark and Comfey just ticked in around the 150 mark, so they're going to have a little bit more firepower to work with. Snarl, Mean Look, a little bit of crowd control from either side, forcing each other out. And it will be Lunex Gaming, the purple team, with most of the positioning. This Mimikyu Trick Room, ironically, taking up a lot of the real estate, as Pude actually goes down to about half HP. Palmot looking to see if they can find a target with the Supercell Slam. Instead, elects just for an escape route. We're about to head into 1-minute territory, and Machamp, hide and seek, found very early.
Yeah, not good for the side of Underdog. Lunex Gaming now has an in here. They have to know that it is a close battle, but they do not really have eyes on this Zoroark Comfey, who are trying to make something happen with a flank here, trying to find a squishy target, but it might not work out for them. Lunex is doing a good job driving them out of this pit, but Palmot is in the action now, and the Unite moves are all popping off on top of each other. 2 down on the side of Underdog, 2 down on the side of Lunex. Snorlax with a big block, trying to keep this Umbreon Comfey at bay, but isn't able to get the stuns off when that Machamp is submissioning all around this court.
Kind of a tricky lineup there. I think Blissey, yeah, well, it works. Kind of a tricky lineup. Bliss Unite actually goes into the Cramorant. I think it was going for the Mimikyu, who was uniting another enemy target, and kind of gets intercepted by this Duck, but, well, sorry, not Duck. Cormorant, different bird. Either way, it is a
Close
tough spot to
enough.
be in, and with 15 seconds left on the clock, that means it is time to rip it down, and Snorlax going to try to get in position to immediately score as soon as that Groudon buff is gifted. Cormorant takes it, 37 points in for the orange team, though. Snorlax, Blissey gets 48 in, but I think if that is the only amount of points Ludex Gaming is able to score, I believe it is going to be Underdunk actually winning this game, as opposed to where I said they were last time and them not. Let's leave it up to the scoreboard to decide, though.
Yeah,
Of
you
course.
are again wrong. Snorlax was able to get in their dunk at the very last second after Blissey, and I knew it all along, but I wanted you to keep talking so I could laugh, and it worked.
I'm so bad at this. Oh my gosh.
You just really are cheering for Underdit, and I appreciate
guess.
that about you and your optimism on their
Yeah.
behalf.
Ugh, Underdunk is never going to pay me now. All right, let's take a look at the damage numbers. Pretty solid across the board. I gave Radiant gas before, even when they lost. I'll do it again. Zorak with 78,000 damage. No Goofy on this Palmon, so surprisingly low numbers, but decent in that HP recovery and damage take. That's which is what Palmon's known for doing, you know? But I think that real star of the show, that Cramorant with 62,000 damage. Bliss Assistance helping it out a little bit in that regard. And so Tommy on a Trick Room Mimikyu in Losers Finals to send them into Grants.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Underdog had to deal with a pretty slippery comp. I'm not totally surprised that Palmont wasn't really able to get on top of anyone when quite literally all of them have like dashes or like unstoppables.
Yeah.
Mostly with the safeguard, Snorlax with their block, and then Surf Cram, Wild
Mhm.
Charge Zera, and Tricker Mimic. Yeah, like you're not really getting on top of them very much. So really,
No.
really great draft from Lunex. I feel like they countered their opponents super well and were able to make that difference in the dunking.
I totally agree. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you so much.
I think that's huge. So, incredible work from Lunex Gaming. Underday will exit our tournament at third, a very respectable bronze medal. We are going to be setting up for our grand finals in just a few moments. It'll be a Lunex Gaming going up against their opponents, which is, of course, and I absolutely knew it already, Brouhaha. It's going to be an awesome grand final. I am very excited for it, and I'm not going anywhere, so neither should you. Grand finals on the other side of this break. See you soon. Stop counting. That's messed up. What's up, everybody? We're live on broadcast despite my constant statements to say don't put us live yet. It's grand finals time, everybody, for Underdunk, a Pokemon Unite series, which, thanks to their logo, is now my favorite thing to say every time. It is no longer just a tournament. It is a Pokemon Unite series. Anyway, I'm joined here with Bridget. As always, Bridget, how you doing?
I'm so good.
Awesome.
I'm definitely hit the phase of delirium, but
Yeah.
I'm ready. That just means I'm ready for grands. It just means I'm ready.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I tell you what, when I'm playing Pokemon Unite, there's a whole lot of deliriousness going on. Whether it's my own gameplay or my randoms, that's for you to judge. But instead, we're going to be casting a very exciting grand finals that will be leaps and bounds above the quality of my solo queue games. I promise you that. Lunex Gaming are going to be going up against Brouhaha. So if anybody's unfamiliar with our tournament format, our grand finals is a best of 3, but because Brouhaha is sitting in that grand final spot from the winner's side, meaning they have not lost a match this entire tournament, whereas Lunex Gaming has lost 1, they will have a 1-0 advantage. Brouhaha needs to win 1 game of Pokemon Unite to win this tournament. Lunex needs to win back-to-back games. Flawless Pokemon Unite, if you will.
It is going to be a challenge, but let's get into this draft. Nothing too surprising here. Man, I guess Clefable's the sauce, dude. I don't know anything anymore,
Yeah.
but Clefable is enemy number 1. That guy is not allowed in. No Umbreon, no Mega Lucario, Darkrai
Whoa.
catching a ban, along with Urshifu and Suicune taking up that last spot.
Okay, this is the freest first pick Blissey of all time, right?
They've
Like,
always been free Blissey for like they just
I
keep
guess.
letting it through.
I more meant they also banned Umbreon, like
Oh.
Clefable. Like there feels, I don't know, this feels so easy, but they changed the hover. They were hovering over Blissey a moment ago. Now it's currently Venusaur being thought of, but no, of course that was what the devil calls temptation. So it is going to be that Blissey first pick.
Wow, Linux Gaming needs to repent. That was
I
so
actually don't
messed
know
up.
I actually don't know if the devil calls it that. if anybody didn't call it temptation, it'd be that one. But all right, either way,
I
Blaze-
think
Blaze
it's a
can be the next
universal
pick.
term. Yep.
Oh, fair,
yep.
fair.
Mew joining them in that priority pick for the attacker slot. Lunex up next here with their picks. Snorlax definitely seems like a good choice. Oh, just kidding. You're going to get that big buzz to counter the Blaziken. And Talonflame finally allowed through, and Lunex going to pick it up.
So we've seen Talonflame a little bit in our tournament previously. It didn't do fantastic in that matchup. I saw it on broadcast. It's going up against a Venusaur, though, which can be a challenging one. Pokemon like Talonflame do have decent burst damage, but they're much better at bursting down weaker targets with some of their executes, right? It's if you want a full combo Venusaur, you're going to need a lot more firepower than just the Talonflame. However, I do like Talonflame matched up into a Pokemon like Mew. Mew is one of the most expert attackers in creating space and distance away from its more divey threats. Talonflame, one of the few Pokemon that kind of circumvent a lot of those and just find that Mew wherever they may hide. So I actually personally really like this Talonflame pick from Lunex.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it in action. Brouhaha matching them with a bird of their own in Dodrio and the Crustle, but we're going to see the Ceruledge come out from Lunex and that trusty Comfey. Double supports on the side of Lunex,
Yeah.
which is an interesting choice.
Man, tank Blissey. It's been 400 years since we've seen the parables have taught about old Blissey back in the day, but it will be fighting up against double attacker. So that Talonflame being on the board, Brouhaha laughs in the face of Talonflame with Mew and Miraidon. Gonna be dealing a lot of poke damage, setting up Tame Impala and Anti-Hero for some really big burst damaging moments.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this comp battle we have here. Double support into double attacker. Lunex doesn't really have any range on their side other than that which is in their support. So
Right.
it'll be interesting to see if this more death ball type comp will work, or if the speedsters will be able, or if the attackers will be able to burst them down fast enough before Lunex is able to break through their front line.
Yeah, it kind of feels like our variant of rock, paper, scissors, except both teams have a scissor on their side, with the Dodrio and the Talonflame being kind of the weird exceptions to this attacker support triage. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure all this made sense as I said it out loud.
They're
but
both playing scissors?
well, one's playing rock, one's playing paper, but then they both have scissors.
That's not how rock, paper, scissors work.
Well, not the way. Yeah. Well, one team has a much stronger side. I guess we'll see the result of that in this game number 1. Where Lunex Gaming going to be playing from behind already, just the way this tournament has formatted itself. Lunex Gaming at 0, and that'll be Brouhaha sitting at 1 point already in our tournament. Saralich going to be taking that central area, which means Little Fletchling going to be playing the path early with a Comfey. Okay, all kinds of shenanigans.
Yeah, that will be an interesting one, especially into this Dwebble Miraidon, but it looks like Fletchling, I was like, maybe they're not even going in the lane. Maybe they are going into the jungle, but they are just going to get a sneaky little dunk in, trying to avoid these enemy laners as much as possible, potentially getting stacks off on both of them. I didn't check to see if the Comfey was stacking, but they have at least 2 if that is the case. A lot of pressure being put on this farm, but yeah, Fletchling once again wants no smoke. They just want the dunks.
Yeah, exactly. Just avoid as often as you can. Try desperately to get that Fletchender evolution. Mew boosted auto will land into that Buzzwole, but the Mew is only at level 3. I know it is still scary, but the damage really not going to be taking down Big Buzzy Boy quite yet. All right, 3 Pokemon all towards the Swablu Altaria, just to Lunex's 2. 2 formidable all-rounders, but with no Blissey to back them up, they will take that fight pretty passively and give up a lot of EXP. Brouhaha winning at both sides of the map.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, especially keeping farm in that bottom path away from the enemy team. Dodrio looking to sneak up and take this blue buff. It is able to get it with just the tip of its beak. Still looking for more. It is greedy and it is working. Grip Reaper has just been an absolute demon on this Dodrio all night long, and they're gonna make sure that that streak continues by not even giving up a little bit in this enemy jungle.
And that's how you play scissors.
Yeah.
Really, really incredible stuff, though. Like, full stop. The trio having an amazing game so far, and like you said, great tournament. I'm curious to see what the stats look like at the end of our event for how Dodrio has played, especially just with Brouhaha having such a great tournament run. And we'll have to try to defend this tier 1 now, as finally the levels are starting to catch up for Lunex Gaming, as Buzzwole's hit 5, Blissey's available, and of course Saraledge waiting in the wings. Not a lot of buffs to work with, as most of those are in the clutches of Dodrio at the moment, but still, they're finally at a level where they can contend in some of these team fights.
Yeah, it is not looking too bad on the side of Lunex, maybe other than in that point category. Brouhaha has a steep lead so far, as they are wreaking havoc on this bottom path now that Fletch Ender not able to hold up its end of the bargain. Grip is just actually being a monster on this Dodrio. Level 9 has its Unite move just in time for these Reggies to spawn.
Yeah. I've never seen Talonflame have a Sweet Kiss Comfey pocket. This will be the first time I'm seeing it, but it being utilized in tandem with the Saraledge is going to make a little more sense. But wow, Talonflame actually able to win its 1v1 against Miraidon on the other side. Blaziken is in position to get the secure, but of course they have to contend with the best in the game. And will be Blissey. AJ Dragon taking the Reggie in the bot side. That's a steal.
Yeah, really good coordination from Lunex. They definitely needed some momentum now that their team is more online. They've gotten some dunks off, Blissey with the 30, but they're not quite able to secure up these KOs. Huge Blissey Unite move on their... Who is that guy?
Saraledge, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have not known, because he's been disappearing half the time, which, by the way, I think is a pretty impressive play into this Mew. I saw some Electro Ball take some weird turns so far in this game, by the way. Talonflame popping off already with that Comfey pocket, actually working out in their favor this time around. But what I thought has been really nasty is this Comfey has been sweet kissing while they're in a different dimension. while they're being Phantom Forced, I've seen the Sweet
Underground?
Kiss popping off. Is that where he goes? I don't know. But anyway, it has been incredible. It's been like a pretty crazy combo because as soon as the Sarilege pops back into existence, there's just a bunch of enemy Pokemon for them to jump onto. And if they want a Unite move, they got it. Go for it. And it already worked out great on that tier 1.
Yeah, I guess that is the sauce of that Sweet Kiss Comfey. I know we were kind of wondering what it was doing with the Talonflame, but really it must be that Sarilege Phantom Force is when he goes underground into the Shadow Realm, etc. Yeah, we just got to see the combo in action right there, picking up a KO on that Blaziken. Lunex seeming to be hitting their stride, but Unite moves are popping out from the Crustle and the Talonflame. Talonflame not able to escape out of Crustle's wall. Dodrio 2 KO streak. Sarilege trying to get some revenge for their fallen homies. Both Unite moves coming out from that Comfey combo on the Sarilege. Wow, the Sweet Kiss combo is really interesting.
Right. I'm pretty sure he goes to hell, so it's kind of like the Sweet Kiss from hell, if you think about it.
Yeah, flowery fields in hell.
Flowery fields in hell. I've been playing so much Hades, guys. I'm so in deep. It's crazy.
This is your fault.
Exactly. My bad, my bad. All right, Regieleki about to go down, but Brouhaha does secure that bottom objective. So team-wide experience, and of course a little bit of that healing buff. Blaze gonna get a dunk in forward. That's a pretty nasty spot to be. Regieleki lands leaving that goal zone just at 1050 points. That's a 40-point overdunk in our Underdunk tonight.
Wow, Lunex looking very clean in this top lane push. Dodrio gets its Unite move out. Buzzwole matches it to boot. No KOs picked up just yet while Crustle is trying to keep the Sarilege out of their territory. Sarilege making a clean escape. No big KOs on either end, but wow, a lot of value I feel like coming out from Lunex. They even have the level lead at this point with that Sarilege at 13.
Yeah, the only thing left to fall in terms of the dominoes would be that points lead, but Dodrio very, very challenging to overcome that scoring monster. Also, pretty excited to see Electro Drift Miraidon.
Oh yeah, I meant to say that earlier. Totally forgot.
I think it makes sense. There's not a lot of Pokemon that you're going to get easy poke damage on outside of maybe the Buzzwole Blissey. Other than that, it's going to be pretty tough to track down some of these Pokemon. And okay, Dodrio going for yet another central area invade, and they're going to get away with it. A bit closer of a call this time, though, that Sweet Kiss Comfey just barely out of range before they could pull him back.
Yeah, you gotta try. You never know if you don't try, which has definitely been the philosophy of this Dodrio all evening long. Miraidon gonna be able to get a little cheeky back cap in that bottom goal zone right before this Groudon spawns. 40 seconds left until this end game objective is on the map.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Brouhaha is in a weird position. Sure, they got the score lead, but they haven't really had a team fight go in their direction in quite some time. And Blaziken and Miraidon have not hit that level 13, which they probably will hit that benchmark before this final fight, but they're going to be just barely over that one. Meanwhile, Lunex Gaming is going to be knocking on the door of 14 for a few of their damage dealers.
Yeah, that Registeel buff they were able to secure is definitely going to help their cause. Dodrio cranking up to 14, able to get a significant level lead, but the fight is breaking out quickly. Buzzwole able to get a KO on the Mew off rip, and this is gonna be a brawl.
Oh, crazy flame sweep too. Buzzwole just trying to keep them within that corridor, and the Talonflame is going to capitalize, but it's actually the Blaziken. One Firebird taking down another, but it will be the Sarilege. It has that Comfey, has that Blissey, a double pocket. Sweet Kiss going to pull in the Dodrio, and the full combo is just enough. The Grass not going to stop the Dodrio from being able to run away, but now it's the Miraidon working on cleanup duty, along with the Blaziken and the Mew, who is now respawned. It is just a lone Comfey attempting to try to steal away this Groudon. Buzzwole, Talonflame coming off the respawn, but the Groudon's fallen so low. Grass not trying to hold him, but it is not enough as Mew is going to secure the Groudon. Lunex Gaming's only option now is to rally back, defend these gold zones, take a buff, and counter score. A minute 10 on the clock.
I would not have trusted that Comfey to sit there as long as they did. I understand they needed the rip, and maybe they didn't totally have full vision of it, but okay, they do know that they have a small lead. Dodrio does not have their Groudon shield, though, and Talonflame has spotted them. They are going to kind of scare them away. Looks like Crustle may be the one to make this MVP play, but no, they're actually backing up. Brouhaha is not risking this lead for anything.
Okay, I mean, confident in this very small lead they have to work with. And again, Reaper does not have that Groudon buff. Not that Dodrio always needs it, but certainly you'd like to have a little bit of insurance to work with. Talonflame getting chased down, attempts to Reaper, does mark the Dodrio, but won't do much more than that. And now Dodrio on the fast track to the opposite side of the map. This is going to be a challenging one, all in on this tier 1 on the top side, Bridget.
Yeah, 4 members of Lunex here. Dodrio is able to get some dunks off on the other end. Blissey trying to get a little score in. There's a lot of members on Lunex. They are able to break that goal zone. I wasn't able to see which points were able to go in. 100 from that Talonflame. But I think those Dodrio backcaps are likely enough for Brouhaha to keep that lead, but it's going to be close.
My track record is not great, so I will wait until this scoreline finishes, and it will be Brouhaha taking it down again. Another Dodrio scoring hero moment to save this team. And in this grand final, they're going to take it down 2-0. I'll say the full name this one time and one time only. Grip Reaper, your MVP with 6 KOs and 182 points scored. Nasty work from Brouhaha in the winning department and in the naming department.
I mean, really put the team on their back, especially in those last 30-ish seconds. That defense was falling apart at the seams, but really, like, you have 2 attackers, and the Dodrio is got to be on dunk patrol. I mean, you do not have the best defensive line against this Lunex gaming team. Amazing push, and I feel like creativity from the side of Lunex, but man, you just really can't argue with a Dodrio who is owning the map and that kind of macro.
Totally agree. Yeah, we had some decent last-minute heroics right on the home goal zone from Brouhaha as well. I know Helmet Swag on the Crustle was hunting Gumface because they were going to pop off that Talonflame at any moment. You just saw the Crustle basically playing Pokemon to Pokemon defense, tracking wherever that Comfey was about to pop off and immediately hitting with the X-Scissor. So impressive stuff for Brouhaha. We were kind of questioning it. They were believing in that minuscule lead they had. You can take even a look at our score graph right at the end. Barely anything post that Groudon buff and scores from both sides, but Dodrio just squeaking in that win.
Yeah, really, really amazing tournament run from both of these teams. Brouhaha coming in clutch in that first place spot, but Lunex able to make it through. I'm not sure when they dropped down into that lower bracket, but able to climb out of there and give us a really, really fun tourney. Shout out all the teams tonight. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, agreed. Shout out all the teams. The ones that won, even the ones that I said won. Both of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah. What's up, Kyle?
How's that?
Looks great.
You're killing it.
Yeah. And I mean, I know they're running under a new name with this Lunex squad, but I feel like Brouhaha versus Goofy Goobers is... I mean, that's a tale as old as Underdunk itself. Yeah, and this time. Yeah. Also, I got to hear Bridget say Flowery Fields from Hell tonight, so I think my job is done.
That was the first thing I thought of, and then I said it.
Yeah,
exactly. Oh, Kyle, are you muted?
Muted. I'm muted on stream. Well,
and I'm not even doing a bit this time. I'm so sorry.
Well, I was muted you can hear me, but they couldn't hear me. That was the trick.
Yeah.
That was the trick.
Good trick.
Yeah.
But thanks for the heads up, chat.
Yeah, appreciate it, chat. 30-second delay, so they'll realize that I figured it out. Yeah, they'll catch up. It's fine. I know it's getting kind of late for everybody, so we'll just kind of wrap up. Obviously, big shout out to everybody that helped today. But before I get into all that, Bridget, any final thoughts on the tournament?
It was a lot of fun. You guys are the best.
No,
Go
you.
Underdunk.
Zoinks, any final thoughts on the
No,
meta, current
I think
state of the game?
Yeah, it's fun. I think 3 bans is leading to some really interesting stuff. It feels like the interesting stuff is mostly showing up in jungle, which makes sense. It's one of the more flexible positions in the game, so I think that's kind of cool. People need to ban Blissey way more than they are. Hopefully that'll start happening soon. But other than that, really fun tournament. I do like that Sweet Kiss works while Sarah Ledge is fan enforcing. I think that's sick.
Yeah, that was so fun.
So, we had a good time tonight.
Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, big shout out to everybody that helped out tonight. Obviously, Husky, who had to go to bed because it's obviously super late. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Zoiks, for joining us for the second half. Shout out to Bina for observing today. Lordy on the TO desk. And I think that's it. We kind of had a very small staff tonight, but good turnout, 17 teams. Shout out to everybody there. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Obviously, we took a little bit of a longer time with the Legends release and a few other of us traveling. Exclamation point Spraggles, I'll drop it in here. Over/Underdunk, we're having a tournament that we are collaborating with the Content Cowboy. Sign up for that. It's going to be November the 8th, and I believe there's going to be a prize pool. We're still trying to figure all that finer detail out, but we wanted to make sure to get the sign-up list open and all that.
I think we've been told the prize pool is at minimum $500.
Yeah.
But maybe more.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I
it
love
should be
the
fun.
minimum guarantee.
the minimum.
Yeah, it's hard to explain. That's a weird one.
That's the cowboy guarantee.
I trust the cowboy.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Well, for all of us here at Underdog, hope everybody has a good next couple of weeks. We'll be back in 2, and then we'll be on Spraggle's channel for the final reckoning. Is that what we're calling it? The Groudon Gauntlet.
Please say its first name. It's the first and last annual over Underdog Groudon Gauntlet Final Reckoning.
Yeah.
You don't have that memorized yet?
Not
A
yet.
Pokemon Unite series.
A Pokemon Unite series.
Which
It's
I
the
think is just
final-
the funniest thing you've ever added to this tournament. It's
Hey,
my favorite thing.
That's Lordy. I didn't add it.
You should put by Lordy.
By
You should put Underdog
I just
Pokemon Unite
add
series.
by
By
Lordy. I could probably do that. I could probably whip
Yeah.
something up in Photoshop. But other than that, hope everybody has a good rest of your night. We will
wanna give
see
you more work,
y'all
but-
next time. All right, bye.
Like Lemon.
What?
The great Stoic philosopher and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius left us with the famous quote, "Live each day as if it is your last." And I do believe he was specifically referencing this Pokemon Unite tournament. In life, you have very few moments where you can really achieve, truly dream, and actually play in a Pokemon Unite tournament. Before LAIC and all the quote-unquote official tournaments, we will bring you a tournament so epic that it will make Marcus Aurelius turn over in his grave, wherever that is. Spraggles presents, in association with the Content Cowboy Corporation, said that wrong, the first and last annual over-underdunk Groudon Gauntlet, the final reckoning. Let's prove Marcus Aurelius wrong or right. I'm losing the plot of this, but it's a big Pokemon Unite tournament, November 8th. If you're not there, then I feel sorry for you, but I will also hold it against you personally. Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Oregon. tourney on the night.